Chapter 37-33. The Peak of the Southern Sea, the Purple Bamboo Forest. Zhou Xian murmured with a hint of longing in his eyes. He wondered if Tyrant was still in the Nantung Divine region. It's the place where Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara passed away in the past. It's filled with boundless Tao and has an extraordinary charm, especially the peak of the Southern Sea. Countless experts have said that for hundreds of millions of years, many people have lost their way there. When they came out, they could sense how terrifying the purple bamboo forest was. However, they couldn't find their way in. It's the place with the densest spiritual qi in the entire divine world. Countless people are looking forward to it. Luo Qing said in a low voice as he spoke. The peak of the Southern Sea is known as the last pure land in the divine world. It's also the only place that no one dares to step into. I don't know why, but the peak of the Southern Sea is filled with secrets. However, it's also filled with endless possibilities. Thank you. Zhou Xian cupped his fists and thanked Luo Qing from the bottom of his heart. You don't have to thank me. I'm more than happy to be able to help young Master Chen Jiang. Luo Qing said with a smile. Zhou Xian was startled. He smiled bitterly and nodded his head. Luo Qing, Qing Luo, she still likes to call me young Master Chen Jiang. Since that's the case, I'll call you that. Then I'll take my leave. See you later. Zhou Xian said with a stern expression. He couldn't wait to go to the peak of the Southern Sea, the place that was known as the last pure land in the divine world. Wait. Luo Qing suddenly stopped Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian turned around and looked at him silently. After a while, Luo Qing calmed down and said in a low voice, Young Master Chen Jiang, I'm afraid that I won't be able to return after today. From today onwards there will be no more Qing Luo. Once I've gathered the 7 directions God Luo scripture, I'll definitely come back to look for you. You must wait for me, Zhou Xian. Finished speaking, Luo Qing turned around and left. She didn't want to see Zhou Xian's back as he left. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold back her tears. This time she only had one mission, and that was to search for the God Luo's scripture. Now that the God Luo's scripture had slipped from her hands, she didn't know how to face her clansmen. However, she knew that it was impossible for her to fight with Zhou Xian now. When she found the 7 directions God Luo's scripture, she would definitely look for Zhou Xian. She hoped that that moment would never come. Zhou Xian left. The summit of the Southern Sea was his final destination. It was the last pure land of the immortal world, the place with the densest spiritual energy, and the place where Mithriya Zazai had passed away in meditation. All of these caused Zhou Xian to be filled with curiosity and yearning for the summit of the Southern Sea. He hoped that he would be able to find Tyrant there. Zhou Xian sighed. What he disdained the most was lovesickness. How could he not understand Luo Qing's worries? However, when the two of them meet again, things will definitely be different. Qin Jiang was no longer Zhou Xian and Qing Luo was no longer Luo Qing. Everyone had their own destinies. However, they were 2 parallel lines that shouldn't have intersected. The moment they intertwined, there would always be an unresolvable and chaotic sorrow of separation. Zhou Xian carried the crystal coffin. At that moment, the battle intent in his chest soared to the heavens. He headed straight for the summit of the Southern Sea. No one could stop him, not even the heavens. Zhou Xian's name had spread throughout the entire divine continent within a year. At the summit of the Holy Land, Zhou Xian had shaken the Baji sect, flattened the Mountain Sea sect, and fought the Martial Pellet Hall. It had already become a story that had been spread far and wide. It had even been written into a book that was enthusiastically discussed in the central continent. The Mountain Sea sect's momentum had collapsed. Everyone in the Baji sect was depressed. The Martial Pellet Hall had also become Zhou Xian's greatest pursuer. Countless experts of the Martial Pellet Hall had come out at this time and began to search for traces of Zhou Xian. They dug 3 feet into the ground in the central continent, as if they weren't willing to let go of the fellow that had disgraced them. After Monarch Tianqi returned to the Martial Pellet Hall, he had gathered his forces and began a carpet search. The world was vast and he would definitely not let Zhou Xian go. Although the Mountain Sea sect and the Baji sect were furious at Zhou Xian, they no longer had the will to resist after knowing that all the grand elders of their sects had been annihilated. Zhou Xian's name had resounded throughout the central continent, but not many people knew what he had done. His true secrets were not something that outsiders could know. Currently, only the Martial Pellet Hall had begun to make a big move against Zhou Xian. They wanted to make it difficult for him to move in the divine world. The Martial Pellet Hall did indeed have the strength to do so. Saint Martial City, in the main hall, Monarch Tianqi stood with his hands behind his back as he looked at the majestic and domineering painting of a galloping horse. His face was incomparably solemn as he closed his eyes. Behind him there were actually two Emperor Realm auras. One of them was extremely short and skinny. He looked weak, as though a gust of wind could blow him over. The other was an old woman with a walking stick. Her eyes were slightly squinted and she had a smile on her face. She looked extremely benevolent and kind. However, it was these two unassuming people who were peerless experts who were on the same level as Emperor Tianqi. Their emperor auras were unstoppable. The two of you, I was forced to ask the two of you for help this time. Consider it as me owing the two of you a favor. Monarch Tianqi said in a low voice. His voice was extremely suppressed. After all, as an Emperor Realm expert, it would be an extremely shameful matter for him to ask for help. A favor from an Emperor Realm expert wasn't something that could be easily returned. Ao. I never thought that there would be someone that our Monarch Tianqi couldn't take down. How rare, how rare. Ao. The short man said with a weird smile as he rolled his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Monarch Tianqi frowned his brows and said faintly. If Brother Chu is here to ridicule me, then I, Tianqi, have misjudged you. It's not like you don't know that that fella is just being straightforward. The supreme elders of the mighty Martial Pill Hall are definitely on the same side. Brother Tianqi, since the two of us are here, we will definitely help you capture that bastard. Cough cough. The sickly old woman said with a smile. As the antique figures of the Martial Pill Hall, the three of them were influential figures even in the Central Region Divine Land. The three of them only had one goal, to kill Jiangqin and reclaim the glory of the Martial Pill Hall. That's right. Tianqi, you can't be so petty, right? Ao, you can't even take this kind of joke. Can't you just have fun? Chu Junqing said with a smirk. He patted Monarch Tianqi's shoulder and looked into the distance, as if he didn't put a brat like Jiangqin in his eyes. That's for the best. Chapter 37-34. 3 years passed by in the blink of an eye. Jiangqin slept in the wilderness and ate in the wind without stopping for even a moment. Finally, he arrived at the Nantung Divine Region. Thousands of miles of green bamboos were everywhere, thousands of miles of mountains were everywhere. The Nantung Divine Region was covered in smoke. Even Jiangqin did not expect that he would enter such a land. He thought that this place was peaceful and full of spiritual energy. It must be a place full of treasures. However, he did not expect that it would be a place filled with war for 3 months. Wherever Jiangqin went, there were cries of disaster everywhere. Whether it was powerful cultivators or weak ordinary people, they all suffered heavy casualties and lost their homes. That tragic scene, why did it look like the last piece of pure land in the legends? Could it be that the last pure land was like this? Jiangqin sighed and felt pity in his heart. Not everyone knew about the sufferings of the human world. The Nantung Divine Region was in an abyss of suffering. The flames of war were everywhere, the gods of death were everywhere. Countless lives were lost and countless souls were lost. There was no place for them to stay. Brat, this is not a place you should come to. Get lost. What a big crystal coffin. The person inside is so beautiful. I was just worried about not having a place to relieve my boredom. Brat, hurry up and hand over that crystal coffin to me. You don't even let the dead go. You're too abnormal. Everyone roared with laughter, shaking their heads. Their faces were filled with satisfaction, their hearts were filled with joy, and their bellies were filled with anger. There were more than a few hundred of them. The weakest among them was a heavenly god, while the strongest among them was a hierarch. Before this, they had just slaughtered a small city by the border. Hundreds of thousands of people were killed, not even a chicken or a dog was spared. Jiangqin frowned. He was not a self-righteous person, but he was extremely angry when he saw these people wantonly slaughtering. Those 100,000 people, regardless of their age, status, all became souls under the butcher's knife. There was no mercy or kindness in their eyes. They killed them as easily as slaughtering chickens and sheep. However, they did not know that those were 100,000 lives. However, the one that Jiangqin hated the most was Fa Tianqing. He dared to make fun of his lover. This fellow will definitely suffer for eternity. How dare you speak such filthy words? Today all of you must die. As for you, you will suffer for eternity. I will not let you fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Jiang Chen's eyes were as cold as a torch. He had concealed his aura, but he did not expect these people to look down on him like this. They were simply a bunch of arrogant people. "Pa, he said that he will kill all of us. This is hilarious. Pa." Fa Tianqing and the others laughed hysterically. Their faces became extremely ferocious and terrifying. "Within a few million li radius, no one dares to go against me. Who do you think you are? I am a late hierarch realm expert. I can even fight against a divine emperor realm expert. The number of people I have killed is probably more than the number of grains you have eaten and the number of bridges you have crossed. If it wasn't for the fact that you are holding a crystal coffin and the woman in it is so adorable, I would have killed you long ago." Fa Tianqing laughed ferociously. His killing intent was like a rainbow as he pointed at Jiang Chen. He really wanted to cut Jiang Chen into 1,000 pieces. "That's right. Where did this bastard come from? You don't know what's good for you. Hurry up and kneel down in front of Grandpa Fa and beg for mercy. Otherwise you will die without a burial place. You don't know what's good for you. Grandpa Fa is the 9th son of our school of legalism. His identity is respected. Even some divine emperor realm experts have to respect Grandpa Fa. Brat, hurry up and kneel down in front of Grandpa. Maybe I can leave you with a whole corpse." "Ah. This brat is so stupid. He looks like an idiot. Grandpa Fa, let's just end him. That lady hee." The group of people around Fa Tianqing smiled apologetically and flattered him. Fa Tianqing looked like he was enjoying it. He said coldly, "Since you don't know right from wrong, don't blame me for being merciless. As the successor of legalism, I have to teach you a lesson." Jiang Chen's expression was cold. He did not expect these people to be so confident. However, he did not want to waste time with them. No matter who they were, he would just kill them. Such a cruel and heartless person would definitely not be a good person. It was just a matter of convenience to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. "Shut up," Jiang Chen said coldly. Fa Tianqing waved his hand and said, "Go. Go. Let's show them who's the real overlord." With Fa Tianqing's shout, everyone swarmed forward. As they charged forward, a murderous aura filled the sky. Jiang Chen's expression was cold. He struck out a seal. The true dragon palm roared crazily. The shadow of the dragon flickered and killed hundreds of experts in an instant. Of course, those so-called experts were just useless chickens and dogs in Jiang Chen's eyes. They were not worth mentioning at all. At this moment, Fa Tianqing was surrounded by blood. All of them were dead. In an instant, a chilling aura filled Fa Tianqing's body. Fa Tianqing's face turned pale and he couldn't help but shiver. He subconsciously took a few steps back and stared at Jiang Chen. "Who are you? I'm warning you. Don't come over. I'm the successor of the school of legalism. If you dare to touch me, the school of legalism will chase you to the ends of the earth." Fa Tianqing said fiercely. His brothers and subordinates were all killed by Jiang Chen's palm. Wasn't this too real? "You don't deserve to know who I am." Jiang Chen shook his head and said coldly while looking at Fa Tianqing. "Tell me your name if you have the guts. What kind of hero are you to hide in the battle of our school of legalism?" Fa Tianqing said while clenching his teeth. Trying to provoke Jiang Chen at this moment was like taking him for a fool. However, even so, Jiang Chen did not care at all. It was a piece of cake for him to slaughter a sect now. To be able to raise such a stubborn and deranged person like you, your clan shouldn't be anything good either. Jiang Chen said coldly. "How dare you humiliate my school of legalism? I will not rest until you die." Fa Tianqing took a step forward, wanting to compete with Jiang Chen. However, in the next moment, Jiang Chen's heart moved. His aura was like a rainbow in the sky, completely crushing Fa Tianqing's knees, causing him to kneel down. No. Fa Tianqing screamed in pain. His face was pale and bloodless. Everything below his knees had been crippled. 5 bolts of lightning descended from the sky, suppressing Fa Tianqing. The destructive aura made Fa Tianqing feel despair. You're Jiang Chen. Chapter 37-35. Don't worry about not having a confidant on the road ahead. Who doesn't know you? At this moment, Jiang Chen was as dazzling as the sun in the sky. Not to mention the entire Central State Divine Land, even the Nantung Divine Land, the Northern Cold Divine Land, the West Pole Divine Land and the Dongxing Divine Land knew Jiang Chen's name. He defeated the Mountain and Sea sect and kicked the Baji sect. He didn't even put the martial Dan Hall in his eyes. Who could stop him? Even Fa Tianqing was warned not to provoke Zhou Xian when he went out in the future. Only God knew where he was. Who else could it be other than Zhou Xian who held the 5 heavenly lightning? It was his symbol and his invincibility. Fa Tianqing knelt on the ground with a pale face and trembling body. He didn't know what to do. Zhou Xian, how did I provoke this guy? Fa Tianqing regretted it so much. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Before leaving, he was warned by his father that Zhou Xian didn't even care about the Martial Dan Hall. Who in the Nantung Divine Land dared to be his enemy? Although they all swore, no one was willing to provoke the god of plague, Zhou Xian. Once Zhou Xian got involved, it would be a fight to the death. Fa Tianqing, as the 9th son of the legalism school, was considered a strong candidate for the inheritance. However, an existence like Zhou Xian was beyond his reach. Zhou Qian's strength was similar to the head of the legalism school. He was in the half-step emperor realm. Fa Tianqing knew that he didn't have the slightest ability to fight back. Even if his father was here, he might not be able to protect him. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Right now, Zhou Xian was like an unparalleled divine lord. Fa Tianqing didn't dare to provoke him at all. His legs were completely suppressed by Zhou Qian's power. Everything below his knees was crushed and blood was dripping. Senior Zhou Xian, I know I was wrong. I beg you to spare my worthless life. I'll kowtow to you. Bang, bang, bang. Fa Tian kowtowed to Zhou Xian with all his might. His forehead was bleeding profusely and his eyes were filled with despair and pain. How sorrowful it was to have both of his legs crippled. Even as he gasped for breath, he could feel the intense pain all over his body. Cold sweat dripped down his back as he trembled. After learning of Zhou Qian's identity, he didn't even have to do anything. Just the divine might of Zhou Qian alone was enough to suppress him to the point where he didn't even have the slightest strength to retaliate. Zhou Qian's expression was cold. He had no concept of Fa Tianqing at all. He was just like an ant. However, Fa Tianqing had insulted his wife, Xiaoyu. Therefore he couldn't continue to live in this world. When you killed those innocent people, did you ever think about it? Who will spare their lives? You crushed them to pieces, and when not even their bones remained, who would pity them? What did they do wrong? An entire city of people were slaughtered by you? Why? Zhou Qian's voice was extremely loud. Fa Tianqing said with a trembling voice, because they were from the Daoist faction. They believed in the Daoist faction, which meant that they were enemies with the legalism faction. So, I slaughtered them all. Fa Tianqing knew that he had no chance of escaping. He could only hope that Zhou Xian would spare his worthless life. It seems like it's a battle between the legalism faction and the Daoist faction. In that case, you're fighting for the righteousness of your faction. Isn't that understandable? Zhou Xian said coldly. Yes. I'm fighting for the righteousness of my faction. Even if I had to kill them, why not? If I didn't kill them, they would have killed me sooner or later. If I went around them, who would go around me? Facing the enemy, I had no other choice. So I could only kill them. The Daoist faction is not good. The legalism faction is the orthodox faction of the world. Fa Tianqing seemed like he had been injected with chicken blood, as if he had grasped the reason why Zhou Qian killed them. He was full of confidence. If Zhou Qian was in Fa Tianqing's shoes, he wouldn't find anything wrong with killing them. There was no right or wrong when it came to the righteousness of the clan. Whoever was stronger would be able to survive. It sounds like it's true. Who are the sages of the Daoist faction? It seems to be Laozi and Zhuangzhouzi, right? Zhou Qian said. Yes. Zhuangzhouzi, that bastard. He calls himself Nanhua the Enlightened. It is said that he is the most deceptive person in the Daoist faction. He is a real bastard. Even though he has been dead for thousands of years, his descendants are still like a centipede. They are always disgusting you like flies. Fa Tianqing said excitedly. He was full of contempt for the people of the Daoist faction. He was also full of disdain for Nanhua the Enlightened. Zhou Qian sneered and looked at Fa Tianqing. Nanhua the Enlightened had given him a new lease of life. Nanhua the Enlightened had given him the Dao accumulation fruit. Zhou Qian admired and respected Nanhua the Enlightened. It seems that the legalism faction has a lot of enemies. Zhou Qian said lung. Exactly. The Nantung Divine region is the holy land of the 100 schools of thought. However, the legalism faction is the orthodox faction. The rest of the Taoist faction Maoists and Confucians are all bullshit. We should abolish the 100 schools of thought and respect the spiritual skills alone. That is what the world should do. In the world, only the legalism faction is invincible. Senior Jiangchen, as long as you join the legalism faction, I will definitely make you the supreme elder. At that time, if we work together with Senior Jiangchen, not to mention the Nantung Divine Region, we might even be able to go to the Central Continent Divine Land. Although the Martial Pellet Hall is very strong, our legalism faction is not easy to deal with. It's just that we are in the Nantung Divine Region. If the Martial Pellet Hall wants to go against us, it won't be that easy. Fa Tianqing patted his chest and said, now that the 100 schools of thought are at war, our legalism faction will naturally stand firm and fight against the other major clans. Our biggest enemies are the Taoist faction, Confucians, military faction, Maoists, and school of vertical and horizontal. As long as we destroy these clans, our legalism faction will definitely be the #1 clan in the Nantung Divine Region. Fa Tianqing swore and said solemnly, looks like the Nantung Divine Region is at war with the 100 schools of thought. This should be the real reason why the people are in misery. Jiangchen could not help but sigh. He could not help but shake his head and sigh. However, the Nantung Divine Region's factions were very complicated. Now that the 100 schools of thought were at war, it was truly a tragedy. In order to prevent this calamity, Senior Jiangchen, as long as you join our legalism faction, you will have great achievements in the vast world. Fa Tianqing's words seemed to make him feel that Jiangchen had already sunk into deep thought. After saying so much, you still have to die. In order to prevent this calamity, I'll kill all the arrogant and conceited members of your school of legalism. As for you, you can wait for them on the road to the Yellow Springs. Chapter 37-36. Why do you still want to kill me, Puff? Fa Tianqing's face turned pale and blood gushed out from his mouth. He looked terrible and had lost his fighting strength. At this moment he did not expect that everything he said would be in vain. Jiangchen still wanted to kill him. Don't worry. You won't die. I will make sure that your soul will never be reincarnated. I will let you suffer for 10,000 years and free those innocent people that you killed. However, I could have spared your life. It's a pity that you insulted my wife. Therefore, a beast like you doesn't even have the right to reincarnate. Jiangchen said calmly and stared at Fa Tianqing. No, please don't. Senior Jiangchen, as long as you let me go, I, the legalism school, will promise you anything. Please let me go. Jiangchen frowned. As soon as the great Yu soul-forming light appeared, Fa Tianqing's soul was forcefully removed from his body. That kind of pain was even more terrifying than being torn apart by 5 horses. It was terrifying. Jiangchen didn't show any mercy to Fa Tianqing, who didn't know what was good for him. Letting him suffer for 10,000 years was already a great mercy to him. No one knew how many innocent people had died in his hands. This executioner should have died a graveless death a long time ago. Taking care of Fa Tianqing was just something that Jiangchen did in passing. Fa Tianqing's death was his own fault. However, Jiangchen did not expect the Nantung Divine Region to be in such a mess. Hundreds of sects contending against each other was the cause of this bloody storm. The Nantung Divine Region was originally known as the last pure land in the divine world. However, it seemed that it was not true. Hearsay was not as good as seeing it with one's own eyes. If one did not see it with his own eyes, he would not understand how ironic it was. Jiangchen was filled with doubts as to whether the purple bamboo forest at the peak of the South Sea was the last pure land. However, that was the territory of the Buddhist sect. Although the Buddhist sect was not considered powerful in the Nantung Divine Region, Bodhisattva had incomparable majesty. He was in existence second only to the Gautama Buddha. Whether it was in the Buddhist sect or the Nantung Divine Region, he should be extremely terrifying. Now that he had just entered the Nantung Divine Region, he had already encountered such an incident. For Jiangchen, this trip to the Nantung Divine Region might not be smooth sailing. Along the way, Jiangchen flew for tens of thousands of miles and finally saw a big city. However, the most powerful expert in this ancient city was only at the Divine Emperor realm. As Jiangchen carried the crystal coffin, the people around him kept their distance and whispered among themselves. What bad luck. Let's go. Sigh, it's probably another pitiful infatuated man. Jiangchen rested in the inn and asked about the South Sea summit, but the waiter's expression changed when he heard it. In addition, Jiangchen was carrying the crystal coffin on his shoulder. Many guests shook their heads, sighed, and turned to leave. Here are 100 high-grade divine origin stones. Jiang Chen's expression was calm as he placed the divine origin stones on the table. The waiter trembled, but his eyes were filled with excitement. He had never seen so many high-grade divine origin stones in his life. Money makes the world go round. The waiter's expression became extremely solemn when he saw the divine origin stone in Jiang Chen's hand. He lowered his voice and said, Sir, to tell you the truth, the South Sea Summit is no longer the South Sea Summit of the past. Countless years ago, the South Sea Summit was the holy land of the Buddhist sect. Countless people worshipped and admired Avalokitesvara. In the Nantung divine region, it even surpassed the admiration and reverence for Buddha. But for some reason, Avalokitesvara disappeared. No one knew where he went, and no one knew if Avalokitesvara would come back. Some people said that Avalokitesvara was dead, but many people firmly believed that Avalokitesvara was just meditating and not really dead. But that was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. The current summit of the Southern Sea could be considered the last pure land of the Nantung divine region. Because no one could enter it, the 100 schools of thought contended, causing the entire Nantung divine region to be in a precarious situation. So the South Sea Summit is no longer as glorious as before. The waiter's expression was cautious, as if he was unwilling to say more. But after all, Jiang Chen gave him 100 high-grade divine origin stones. That was his salary for 100 years. According to reliable sources, in the past 10,000 years, no one who entered the South Sea Summit could leave there alive. So the South Sea Summit became the Sea of Death. Countless people kept it a secret, and no one dared to go there to worship. The so-called Avalokitesvara was no longer the same as before. This kind of thing has become a taboo in the entire Nantung divine region. So no one is willing to say more, fearing that they might get into trouble. Facing the waiter's cautious words, Jiang Chen nodded slightly. But he was even more doubtful in his heart. Back then it was said that it was the last pure land of the divine realm, and then it was said that those who entered the South Sea Summit could not enter it anymore. Now it was said that the South Sea Summit had become the Sea of Death, and no one dared to go there anymore. The original divine realm had become a place where everyone kept quiet out of fear. How could people not be doubtful and sigh? Tell me, how far is the South Sea Summit from here? Jiang Chen said. He knew that it was impossible to get too much useful information from this waiter. After all, the waiter's strength was undeniable. Jiang Chen only needed to find the location of the summit of the Southern Ocean, because the person he was looking for was Tyrant, a man from the purple bamboo forest. In order to save little Yu, Jiang Chen had to make this trip. Even if he knew that he had to face a mountain of daggers and a sea of flames, he would never back down. Continue to the south. About 2 million miles southwest is the South Sea Summit. As the name suggests, it is at the southernmost part of the South Sea. It is in existence like a celestial island, and the incomparably huge purple bamboo forest is the symbol of that place. According to the legends, the South Sea Summit is the place with the densest spiritual qi in the entire divine realm. Countless people want to go there to seek a breakthrough. But in the past 10,000 years, no one dared to go there. If young master really wants to go there, remember to be careful. The waiter warned again and again. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and the waiter happily took the high-grade divine origin stone in his hand. 100 years' worth of wages was obtained in an instant. Even Jiang Chen was envious of this kind of joy. A waiter like that was also the peak of his life. Everyone had their own happiness, but the current Jiang Chen could not bring himself to be happy at all. The crystal coffin beside him had scared off many people. Even the waiter from before was filled with fear and respect for him. Could it be that the Pure Land no longer exists? Chapter 37:37. Jiang Chen was incomparably anxious, but he knew that this wasn't something that could be done overnight. Putting aside the current situation of the summit of the Southern Ocean, he had to go and have a look at it first no matter what. Thousands of miles away, the wind and clouds surged. Jiang Chen was extremely anxious. Looking at Xiao Yu in the crystal coffin every day was his greatest motivation. On the peak of a low mountain range, Jiang Chen looked towards the south. 2 million miles away was already one step closer to the peak of the Southern Sea. Every time he passed by a region, Jiang Chen could see those people who had been fighting for years. The flames of war were undying, hundreds of schools of thought contended, and the battles were endless. It was not an exaggeration to say that the flames of war had spread throughout the entire Nantong divine region. 2 million miles away, Zhou Xian had encountered more than 10 battles. However, he wasn't a savior, nor was he a teacher of justice. He had no obligation to save the people of the world. Therefore, Zhou Xian didn't meddle in other people's business. Even if there were people wailing everywhere, he didn't care about it. There was nothing in the world and people were just worrying about it. If he insisted on taking action, it would only break the balance and cause the entire Nantong divine region to fall into an even more chaotic situation. Death was like the extinguishing of a lamp. Some rose while others fell. It was the cycle of nature. Zhou Xian couldn't change everyone's fate. At this moment he was just like a bystander flying across the sky of the Nantong divine region. However, when Zhou Xian was passing by a green bamboo forest, an earth-shattering battle attracted his attention. It was not a battle between divine kings and hierarchs. There were more than a dozen divine emperors fighting against each other. Zhou Xian's eyes lit up. Most importantly, the 100,000 miles ahead was completely sealed off by the flames of war. Even if Zhou Xian wanted to go there, he would have to take a detour. You want to step into my territory with just the likes of you? You're overestimating yourselves. Get out of here right now and I can pretend that you've never been here. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you here. A woman holding a pair of green serpent scissors said with a cold smile. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and her golden hair fluttered in the wind. His cold, gem-like purple eyes were like a sharp sword that could pierce through a person's heart. The 7-meter-long azure dragon scissors in his hand shone with a cold light. Behind the woman, there were 300 divine generals, mighty and domineering, standing upright. The weakest among them were middle hierarch realm experts, and there were even divine emperor realm experts. There were no less than 50 of them. Such a force was considered quite strong in the entire Nantong divine region. We are from the Mo family. If you insist on stopping us, don't blame us for being impolite. An old man with a gloomy aura said in a deep voice. As the head of a branch of the Mo family, he had been expelled back then. Now he wanted to bring his clansmen back to their homeland. Mo family? Does the Mo family have someone like you? Do you recognize Zhou Xian and Zhou Yunfu from the Mo clan? This is the first time I've seen an old fart like you. If you're really from the Mo family, how could you not recognize me? The woman sneered, completely looking down on the people in front of her. 18 divine emperor realm experts were not a weak force, but they did not have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of her. Because this was a place that the military school had to fight for. The pass was narrow and dangerous and no one could pass through here. Otherwise, it would be the greatest humiliation for the military school. For millions of years, no one had dared to behave atrociously in front of the militarists, let alone these impostors. As a genius of the militarists, Yang Yunlang was a 1 in a million heroine. She was famous in the Nantong divine region, and no one had ever been able to oppose her. They wanted to pass through here but they did not know her name? How could this be possible? Therefore there was only one reason. These people were impostors. Not to mention that they were impostors even if they were real, it was impossible for them to pass through the military school's place. Military school. Military school. The leading old man murmured. His heart was filled with bitterness as he recalled the past. The Mo family and the military school had always been enemies. The battle between the Mo family and the military school had never stopped. He never thought that he would come to the military school's place this time. This old man is Thousand City of Black Jade. I'm indeed from the Mo family, but I haven't been back to the Nantong divine region for many years, so I don't know the experts of the military school. Please forgive me. Otherwise, if you guys really want to fight to the death and become the enemy of the Mo family, you might not be able to make the decision. Thousand City of Black Jade said in a deep voice, neither servile nor overbearing. His expression was stern. Facing the people of the military school, Thousand City of Black Jade knew that it was almost impossible for him to force his way through. Therefore he could only use his emotions to persuade her. He hoped that this little girl could consider the overall situation. Although the Mo family and the military school had always been at loggerheads with each other, it would not be easy for them to fight against each other as they were the true overlords of the 100 schools. At most, it would be a battle between clansmen below the divine emperor realm. I remember now. You're the one who was expelled from the Mo family 100,000 years ago? Thousand City of Black Jade. You used to be a genius disciple. Unfortunately, you humiliated your sister-in-law and were expelled by the Mo family. What a pity. Yang Yunlang laughed coldly. He looked at Thousand City of Black Jade with disdain. When he said those words, all the people of the military school roared with laughter. They were full of mockery and ridicule towards the people of the Mo family. As for the people behind Thousand City of Black Jade, their faces were filled with astonishment and anger. Thousand City of Black Jade's face was dark to the extreme. After all these years he had always carried this kind of reputation with him. That was why he had been expelled by the Mo family. If it weren't for his sister-in-law trying to help her husband ascend to the position of genius in the Mo family, he wouldn't have been framed. Carrying such a deep hatred, Thousand City of Black Jade had to leave his home. He had agreed to return to the Black Lands in 100,000 years, to prove his name, to show the Mo family who was truly an exceptional genius. Thousand City of Black Jade's heart was filled with unspeakable bitterness. For 100,000 years he had endured the pain in his heart. Now that he had brought his descendants back to the Black Lands, he was filled with absolute confidence. However, he had never imagined that good things would never go out the door while bad things would travel 1,000 li. Even after 100,000 years, Yang Yunlang still knew the reason why Thousand City of Black Jade had left the Mo family. How could Thousand City of Black Jade feel good about being accused of such a shameful matter? Don't slander me, said Yang Yunlang coldly. I, Thousand City of Black Jade, have always been righteous. I've returned to the Mo family to prove my name. I, Thousand City of Black Jade, am definitely not the type to be a thief. Chapter 37-38. However, in the eyes of Yang Yunlang and the other military experts, Thousand Black Jade City was just trying to flatter himself. Back then when you were expelled from the clan, you were quite awe-inspiring. Haha, sinister, cunning, licentious and tyrannical. How could the Mo clan tolerate you? Although we are enemies, it's definitely a good thing to kick a black sheep like you out of the Mo family. Now that you dare to return to the Mo family, it seems like you really don't see yourself as an outsider anymore. Even if I let you go, do you think you can enter the Mo family's gate? How dare you bully your sister-in-law? You're a scum, you deserve to be infamous for thousands of years. Infamous for thousands of years. Thousands of years. An earth-shattering roar resounded through the clouds. Yang Yunlang had almost completely entered the heart of the Thousand Black Jade City, causing the people of the Thousand Black Jade City and the Mo clan to be completely enraged. Even after 100,000 years, the Thousand Black Jade City still couldn't let go of the hatred in his heart. He was wrongly accused. He had to seek justice for himself. Originally, Thousand Black Jade City did not intend to have a conflict with the people of the military family. After all, he had not returned to the Nantung Divine region for 100,000 years. He didn't know what the current situation was like. On one hand, he did not want to make enemies for the Mo family. However, this little girl from the military family was so aggressive, which made Thousand Black Jade City furious. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Grandpa, let's fight with them. We can't let these people from the military family look down on us. Since they dare to humiliate you, we'll make them pay with their blood. Moling Dongchen took a step forward with a dignified appearance. He looked at Yang Yunlang. Her black hair was fluttering in the wind. Her gray robe was like a splashing landscape painting. She had a different charm and elegance. Although she was a woman, Moling Dongchen was the most powerful expert in the entire Mo family. She wanted to bring her grandfather back to the Mo family and let the Mo family know who was the one who made the mistake that year. Interesting. Since you want to fight, I, Yang Yunlang, will accompany you to the end. Behaving atrociously in the territory of my military school, the exiled members of your Mo family are truly becoming more and more despicable. There's nothing you can do. Yang Yunlang's tone was filled with ridicule. He was filled with contempt towards the entire Mo family. At this moment, both parties were already at each other's throats. The arrow was knocked on the bowstring, it had to be released. Moling Dongchen was not the kind of person who was willing to be led by the nose by others. Now that he had become more powerful, it was not impossible for him to go against the military school. Moreover, they were the elites of the family. Even if they were to fight, they might not be at a disadvantage. Having endured the humiliation of the previous generation's ancestors, every member of the Mahists had the attitude of facing death with equanimity. Facing the militarists, their battle intent surged and their arrogance soared. Bitch. Today I, Moling Dongshan, will make you pay for your words and actions. Moling Dongshan was holding a long sword in her hand. Her silhouette shone brightly as she jumped up from the ground. Her slender figure was like a fairy. In a blink of an eye, she slashed towards Yang Yunlang. Come on! Yang Yunlang shouted. With the green serpent scissors, she had dominated the world for countless years. As a genius of the military school, she was definitely not weaker than Moling Dongshan. Both of them were at the late Divine Emperor realm. Moreover, both of them were geniuses that only appeared once in 10,000 years. The battle between Moling Dongshan and Yang Yunlang had attracted everyone's attention. Why are you still standing there? Kill them. The people of the military school roared and rushed towards the remaining people of the Mo family. This battle was not only a battle between them. Thousand Black Jade City roared in anger. As the ancestor of the Mo family, he was duty-bound. This time he returned to the Nantung Divine region because he wanted to clear his name. Now, before he even reached the Mo family, he had already been humiliated by the people of the military school. How could the people of the Mo family remain calm? The green serpent scissors swept across the universe. As a rare genius disciple of the military school, Yang Yunlang was also extremely talented. When she fought with Moling Dongshan, both of them had exerted their full strength. They fought from the sky to the ground. On the mountain peak among the green water, it was all their battlefields. The mightiness of the two women was incomparable. That kind of decisive and murderous aura was not inferior to the men. Dongshan, be careful. Thousand Black Jade City reminded Moling Dongshan. His granddaughter was even more outstanding than him. These years as a genius of the Mo family, she had continuously risen and surpassed everyone. She had become the most powerful person in the Mo family. Moling Dongshan nodded slightly. She advanced and retreated in an orderly manner. Her battle with Yang Yunlang showed her unique domineering aura. Yang Yunlang was also not an easy opponent. She rose from the ranks and was one of the most powerful experts in the military school. She guarded the land that the military school had to fight for. She led countless disciples of the military school. Her demeanor as a female general made people sigh in admiration. The battle between Moling Dongshan and Yang Yunlang was like a needle against an awl. Neither of them dared to slack off for even a moment. If they were careless, the other party might take advantage of them. Although there were not many disciples of the Mo family, they were all elites. There were 5 late Divine Emperor experts in the minor connecting heavens realm. The rest of them were also the elite disciples of the Mo family. They were not afraid of the battle at all. The military school won because they had more people. In addition to Yang Yunlang's domineering aura, the situation was irreversible when they fought with the Mo family. Rays of light filled the sky. Sword shadows and saber lights. The clanging sound lasted for a long time. Battle cries pierced through the sky. Dozens of Divine Emperor experts fought with each other in this battle. It was imaginable how tragic it was. The flames of war were continuous. The mountains were covered and the dark clouds were shrouded. Ink attack technique, profound heaven's 9 rotations. Moling Dongshan's sword shadow trembled. It was invisible and fell down. Yang Yunlang twisted the green serpent scissors and his aura did not decrease. Serpent move. Rays of cold light approached each other. The two of them got closer to each other again. Divine weapons intertwined with each other continuously. Both of them were repulsed. Moling Dongshan and Yang Yunlang did not slow down at all. The impact of the two of them had become a beautiful scenery. At this moment, it seems like the Mo family has really mobilized a lot of people. Jiang Chen looked at the horrifying battle. No one was spared from the disaster. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Ancient trees were burnt. The sky collapsed and the earth sunk. It was a tragic scene. A battle between divine monarchs was unavoidable. It was a battle between divine monarchs. Moling Dongshan's current strength was quite powerful. He was a late Divine Emperor expert in the Great Connecting Heavens realm. He was as powerful as the Mo family's branch master, Black Jade Thousand City. It seemed like Moling Dongshan had suffered a lot these years. Chapter 37-39. However, Moling Dongshan was too powerful. Yang Yunlang gradually felt that it was strenuous. Although they had the absolute advantage in numbers, it could not make up for the weakness of their low strength. Under the leadership of Thousand Black Jade City, The experts of Mo family had taken the initiative. They had already beaten the people of the military school to the point that they were scared witless. Yang Yunlong's complexion was ashen. Right now she was the only one who could stabilize the situation. The rest of the people were already being beaten passively. It wouldn't be long before all the people from the military school were annihilated. Then it would be difficult for Yang Yunlang to escape death. When the Thousand City of Black Jade was free, her situation would be even more dangerous. Yang Yunlang did not expect that the people of Mo clan would be this decisive and powerful. In less than half an hour they were already in a mess. Yang Tianfeng changed the formation. Yang Yunlang roared angrily. Military school was famous for the dangers of the military gate. Their formations were even more uncanny workmanship. Therefore they were quite powerful. Their advantage was that they had a lot of people and their formations were strange and ever-changing. After Yang Yunlang informed them, Yang Tianfeng led everyone and began to change the formation. One had to admit that the formation of the military school was terrifying. After the formation was changed, it became very difficult for the Thousand Black Jade City and the others to deal with the people of the military school. At least they had stabilized the situation after the formation was completed. They were not powerless in front of the experts of the Mo clan. The military school's formation was divided into 8 directions and covered the people of the Mo clan. At this moment even the hierarch realm experts could make full use of their strength in the formation. 5-direction Heavenly Gates formation. Yang Tianfeng was in charge of the 5-direction Heavenly Gates formation as the formation I, while Ao Zhan was in charge of the Thousand Black Jade City. For a moment both sides were in a stalemate. Moreover, the military school had taken the absolute initiative. They swept away the previous gloominess and disappointment and instantly became the master. The change of the formation was out of the Mo family's expectation. Even Moling Dongchen was very nervous. If this continued, the Mo family would definitely be defeated soon. Humph. You're still too inexperienced to fight with me. How dare you behave atrociously in front of the military school? This is a place where you can't come and go as you please. Yang Yunlang was full of vigor as she sneered. Her green serpent scissors kept on cutting. Cold light wreaked havoc in the surroundings. She was invincible. The morale of the Bai family was high. This allowed her to regain her confidence. She was not completely inferior to Moling Dongchen. What a strange formation. If he was here he might be able to break this formation with a single hand. Moling Dongchen murmured and gritted her teeth. Now she could only hope that her grandfather could lead the people of the Mo family to break the formation as soon as possible. Otherwise, once they were suppressed by the 5 directions Heavenly Gates formation, they would be exhausted to death. The consumption of energy in the formation was not proportional to that of the Mo family. The Thousand City of Ink Jade moved closer and closer with an ugly expression on its face. It kept losing ground to Yang Tianfeng, and its anxiety was evident on its face. It seems like the Mo family is really tenacious. Jiang Chen's eyes moved as he looked indifferently. Currently he was shrouded in a cloud of mist. It was not easy for others to see him. After all, he was carrying the crystal coffin on his shoulder. No matter where he went he would be the center of attention. Therefore Jiang Chen had to hide his strength and cover himself. But now he wanted to pass through this narrow and dangerous place. He could only go through this place. Since he met Jiang Chen on the road he had no choice but to lend a helping hand. Mo Ling Dongchen had left without saying goodbye to Jiang Chen, and he seemed to have some resentment towards Jiang Chen. This time the reason why Jiang Chen did not reveal his real body was also because of Moling Dongchen. He did not want her to be filled with resentment towards him. However, at this moment if Jiang Chen did not help them, the 5 directions Heavenly Gates formation would force the Thousand City of Ink Jade and the others into a desperate situation. Jiang Chen looked indifferent. When he took action he pointed his finger lightly. In an instant the 5 directions Heavenly Gates formation was broken. Yang Tianfeng and the others were dumbfounded. No one had expected that the 5 directions Heavenly Gates formation would be so fragile, especially Yang Yunlang. The 5 directions Heavenly Gates formation that she was so proud of was broken by someone. Moreover, she did not even know who it was. What a terrifying fingerprint. The Thousand City of Ink Jade took a deep breath and looked extremely solemn. If it wasn't for this finger, the Mo family would probably be in deep trouble. This fingerprint seemed ordinary, but it had saved the entire Mo family. Moling Dongchen looked up and squinted her eyes. Her heart could not help but beat faster. Is it him? Is it really him? Moling Dongchen's heart was full of doubts. However, she knew that Xianxia had already become famous in the Land of Nine Regions. He was unparalleled in the world. Even in the central region, no one could do anything to him. How could he appear here? The Nantong divine region was in chaos. Hundreds of sects were contending against each other. It was impossible for Xianxia to go deep into this chaotic land. Everything was just her guess. As the Five Directions Heavenly Gates formation was broken, the people of the Mo family were excited. They started to fight back crazily as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The people of the military family could not continue to fight back. They could not resist the domineering aura. The defeat was like a landslide. The people of the military school could not resist the counterattack of the Mo family. It was like an unstoppable torrent. Yang Yunlong's heart sank to the bottom. Yang Tianfeng was defeated by the 1,000 Black Jade City one after another. Yang Yunlang was also struggling to move forward. Under the suppression of Moling Dongchen, the people of the military school were completely defeated. They almost died. Bastard! You barbarians, I won't stop until I kill you. Yang Yunlang roared angrily. Seeing that the people of the military school were starting to lose and the situation was getting worse, she had become crazy. The war was imminent and the wind was blowing everywhere. She could no longer sweep across the land like a general. She was being pushed back by Moling Dongchen. She couldn't escape and she couldn't even protect herself. No one had expected that this would be the result. Yang Yunlang shouted and roared again and again. However, there was nothing he could do. Facing the strong attack of the Mo family, more than 10 people were like a hot knife cutting through butter. The momentum of the military family was already gone. As the Five Directions Heavenly Gates formation was broken, they had completely lost the initiative. I want the military family to die without a burial place. Moling Dongchen was very angry. After all, the 1,000 City of Ink Jade was his grandfather. Yang Yunlang had humiliated him like this. How could the people of the Mo family keep their face? If they did not teach Yang Yunlang a lesson, how could they keep their foothold? The dignity of the Mo family was inviolable. Chapter 3740. We can't hold on any longer, Sister Yunlang. Yang Tianfeng had a bitter smile on his face. Hundreds of Hierarch Realm and dozens of Divine Emperor Realm experts retreated under the huge pressure. The scene was very chaotic. The people from the military school knew that they had lost the upper hand. They were beaten to the point of dizziness. More than 100 Hierarch Realm experts were killed, and more than 10 Divine Emperor Realm experts were killed. The battle had entered a white-hot stage, causing the people from the military school to hang their heads in despair and fear. Retreat. Yang Yunlang clenched her teeth. Blue veins popped out on her face. Yang Yunlang, the female general of the military school, finally admitted her inadequacy at this moment. If they continued to fight, she might not be able to accept the result. 1/3 of the Divine Emperor Realm experts were killed. It was a great loss even for the military school. The Hierarch Realm experts, who were the backbone of the military school, were also in a miserable state. They had lost almost half of their forces. Yang Yunlang could not accept such a situation. However, there was nothing she could do. The situation was very bad. All she could do was sound the gongs to retreat and try to fight again. Right now, in this natural stronghold of the military school, her formation was still broken. The Five Directions Heavenly Gates formation was extremely powerful. Originally, she thought that the natural stronghold would be enough to deal with it, but now it seemed that it was completely one-sided. Although Yang Yunlang was very conceited, she still knew what was more important. If they continued to fight, they might be completely annihilated. After the order to retreat, everyone felt as if they had been pardoned and began to flee with all their might. If Yang Yunlang did not give the order, they would have fled on their own. However, with Yang Yunlang's order, they began to flee on their own. The people of the Mo clan were all elites. Once the Five Direction Sky Gate formation was broken, they no longer had any fear. The people of the military school could forget about holding them back. The 1,000 Black Jade City was invincible. Other than Yang Yunlang, there should be no one who could be his opponent. He killed his way in and out of the enemy's formation. It could be said that he was fighting to his heart's content. The people of the military school were defeated like a landslide. Finally, they completely fled. Yang Yunlang had suffered a few setbacks in Moling Dongchen's hands. She was complaining in her heart. She had never expected that these traitors of the Mo family would be so overbearing. It seemed that she could only accept her bad luck. The female general of the military no longer had the awe-inspiring aura she once had. She led her defeated army and fled 1,000 miles away. This scene was already unknown to anyone. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Thousand City of Black Jade shouted with a deep voice. Joy appeared on his face. Their Mo family finally felt proud and elated, forcing back all of the military school's people. Not a single person was injured, and instead they made the other party suffer heavy losses. This was just too delightful. Whether it was the Thousand City of Black Jade or the people of the Mo clan behind him, all of them were full of vigor without the slightest bit of cowardice. Everyone guarded behind the Thousand City of Black Jade, including Moling Dongchen. It was rare for his grandfather to be in high spirits. After defeating the military school and entering the Mo family, he would definitely be full of confidence. Thank you for your help, Great Master. The Thousand City of Black Jade slightly bowed to Xianxia, who was shrouded in the clouds above the void. Although he did not know who was Xianxia, if the Great Master did not break the formation with one finger, they would not have won so easily. They might even have been suppressed by the five-direction Heavenly Gates formation. Now that they had turned the situation around and defeated the powerful enemies of the military school, killing countless enemies, the Thousand City of Black Jade was very pleased with this battle. It could be considered as returning to the Mo family. Who wouldn't be happy with this victory? Thank you for your help, Great Master. Moling Dongchen and the others bowed slightly and said loudly. However, Xianxia did not say a word. He stepped on the clouds and disappeared from this place without leaving a trace. This Great Master is really eccentric. Fortunately, we have the protection of the heavens. Otherwise, our Mo family would be in danger. The Thousand City of Black Jade slightly nodded his head. He was full of respect for the Great Master who did not want to reveal his identity. No matter what, it's worth celebrating to be able to defeat the military school today. Congratulations, Grandpa. Moling Dongchen said. In the blink of an eye, the clouds and mist had already disappeared. Moling Dongchen was very puzzled. He was full of expectations for the mysterious Great Master. Xianxia, could it be you? Moling Dongchen smiled bitterly in his heart. How could it be? If it was him, this guy would definitely show up. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's go quickly. This place is deep in the military school's territory. Once the military school brings reinforcements and comes back, we will be in danger. If there wasn't a Great Master helping us, we might not be able to win this battle so easily. The Thousand City of Black Jade said in a deep voice. He was extremely worried. On the other hand, he was eager to return home. The Mo family was just 400,000 miles away from them. His heart was already burning with anxiety. The closer he was to his hometown, the more timid he was. He did not dare to ask the Great Master. At this moment, the Thousand City of Black Jade had not returned for 100,000 years. His heart was filled with expectation. He missed the Mo family and his homeland very much. Fallen leaves must return to their roots. Although he had not reached the day where he would die of old age, the longer the Thousand Black Jade City wandered outside, the more he longed for his homeland. Others might not be able to feel it, but his heart was filled with excitement. He had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Grandpa. Moling Dongchen said in a low voice. She held her grandpa's hand tightly. At that moment she felt very bitter in her heart. Her grandpa had been wronged for 100,000 years. He was forced to confess and was expelled from the Mo family. It was a great destruction to her grandpa's body and mind. Now that he had returned to the Mo family again, one could imagine the bitterness and nervousness in his heart. A group of 18 people. All of them were the descendants of the Thousand City of Black Jade. They were the elites of the Mo family. Although Moling Dongchen had become the head of the family, he was not the true descendant of the Mo family. This time he returned to the Mo family to clear the injustice and let his descendants return to the family. Let's go. Our home is in front. The Thousand City of Black Jade suppressed the excitement in his heart. He was in high spirits and stood at the front, treading on the sky. After more than a month, when Xianxia appeared here, he was almost in front of the Thousand City of Black Jade. Although Xianxia's strength was stronger than them, Xianxia's speed was slowed down by carrying the crystal coffin. This crystal coffin could not be kept in the storage ring, let alone in the Zulong Tower. Of course, there was something magical about it. If we want to enter the South Sea, we can only walk through the Mo family. If we take a detour, it will be hundreds of thousands of miles or even millions of miles. Chapter 3741. Xianxia didn't want to stir up any trouble, and he didn't want to alarm too many people. If he revealed his identity, no one could guarantee that there weren't any people from the Mo family among the people he had offended. He had made countless enemies and he didn't even know how many he had killed. Although Xianxia's name was well known in the divine world, he did not want to cause a bloodbath. They came so fast. Xianxia squinted his eyes. Not long after, Moling Dongqian and the others appeared in front of the Mo family. Eternal City Myriad Inkatak. The Mo family stands at the peak of the 100 families. The 1,000 city of Black Jade looked at the endless city wall in front of him. He was extremely excited and shocked. How many years had it been? How many things had happened in his dreams? Once upon a time, the 1,000 city of Black Jade stood here and looked down upon the thousands of disciples of the Mo family. As the most powerful prodigy, the treasure of the Mo family, he was expelled from the Mo family in the end. Now that he had returned, the 1,000 city of Black Jade took a deep breath. He was prepared for any changes. Moling Dongqian did not have such a strong emotion like his grandfather. But as someone who was expelled from the Mo family and suffered 100,000 years of injustice, one could imagine the bitterness of it. Mo family, the 1,000 city of Black Jade, am finally back. He let out a long sigh. No one knew how much bitterness he had felt. The sinner, the 1,000 city of Black Jade, has returned after 100,000 years. The 1,000 city of Black Jade's voice reverberated across thousands of miles. His appearance had attracted the attention of the Mo clan. Mo City was famous for its ink attack. The 1,000 city of Black Jade and the other 18 Divine Emperor Realm experts had arrived. How could the people of the Mo clan not be surprised and puzzled? 1,000 city of Black Jade? Who is that? Sigh. Haven't you heard of the peerless prodigy who was expelled from the Mo family 100,000 years ago? It's him. What? The 1,000 city of Black Jade is back? Didn't they say that he was expelled from the Mo family? I heard that the 1,000 city of Black Jade swore that he will return after 100,000 years. At that time he will fight Mo Yongkue again. Didn't he get expelled because he bullied his sister-in-law? How could he have the face to come back now? Mo Yongkue is already an elder of our Mo clan. How can we allow him to fight as he pleases? Isn't that so? Now that 100,000 years have passed, things have long remained the same, but the people have long changed. Who knows what exactly happened back then? Some people say that 1,000 Black Jade City was wronged, but in the end, it was still a sinner of a generation. Who still believes that it can be rehabilitated. At this moment, the Mo clan was already in a state of apprehension. Countless people were discussing about the 1,000 Black Jade City. Some people were filled with disdain while others were extremely expectant. However, the 1,000 Black Jade City was someone who was expelled from the Mo clan. How could they let him return to the clan so easily? Since he was a sinner of the Mo family, he should know what kind of situation he was in. I heard that when 1,000 city of Black Jade left the Mo clan, he was only a peak heavenly god expert. Now he has returned with a group of divine emperor experts. This 1,000 Ink Jade City is truly unwilling to die. Since he is already a sinner of the Mo family, he still wants to make a comeback. What's the point? Our Mo clan will never allow a person who disgraces the Mo clan to return and become the shame of our Mo clan. Perhaps he is here for Elder Mo Yongkue. The conflict between the two of them was spread throughout the entire Mo clan. Especially Mo Gu of the Mo clan. She is a peerless woman whose name shook the entire Nantung divine region. No wonder Mo Yongkue and 1,000 Black Jade City had a falling out. Most of the people of the Mo clan had reservations about the return of 1,000 Black Jade City. After all, it had been a long time and the current 1,000 Black Jade City was no longer the same person he was in the past. Wait here, I will go and inform the elders of the Mo clan. A disciple of the Mo clan said loudly on the city wall, then he turned around and left. 1,000 Black Jade City took a deep breath. The Mo clan was already in front of him, but his heart was still restless. In the Mo city, in front of a cave with dense spiritual energy, a disciple of the Mo clan knelt down on one knee and reported in a low voice. Reporting to the supervisor, the sinner of the Mo clan, 1,000 Black Jade City has returned to the Mo clan, requesting an audience. Within the cave, an incomparably powerful aura suddenly soared into the sky. The stone door shattered, and a black-clothed figure immediately appeared in front of the Mo family disciple. The figure's thin figure, sunken eyes and long narrow eyes gave off an extremely cold and gloomy feeling. "Who did you say?" "Mo. The sinner of the Mo clan, 1000 Black Jade City," the disciple said in fear. The supervisor's aura was too powerful, causing him to hold his breath and almost die from fright. "1000 Black Jade City. You damned fella, how dare you come back? You are the one who humiliated my mother in the past. Now you still want to return to the Mo clan? Dream on. Mo Xian will make you die without a burial place," Mo Xian said in a deep voice. His face was gloomy and his blood and qi were tumbling unceasingly. This person was the person he hated the most in his life. His mother was innocent all her life, but she was humiliated by the sinner of the Mo clan, 1000 Black Jade City. It became a shameful history that the entire Mo clan could never forget. Now this fella actually dared to come back. This time he must tear that bastard into pieces to vent his hatred. Although his father and mother did not say it, he knew that it was a pain in their lives. Since then no one in the Mo clan had mentioned it again. However, that bastard 1000 Black Jade City had been firmly engraved in his heart. "Even if you didn't come to the Mo clan, I have already wanted to find you. 1000 Black Jade City, I hope you won't disappoint me," Mo Xian sneered. As a genius disciple of the Mo clan, Mo Xian was already standing above the divine emperor realm. Compared to his father, his strength was not inferior. Mo Xian's talent was peerless, 1 in 10,000. He was entrusted with a heavy responsibility and no one could surpass him. His reputation in the Mo clan was extremely high. He was famous among the younger generation and he was in charge of the 3 armies. The current Mo clan was in a turbulent situation. 1000 Black Jade City actually dared to return to the Mo clan at this time. Then he must be killed here as a warning to others. The sinner of the Mo clan would never be able to return to the Mo clan. Moreover, he couldn't even get past Mo Xian. Mo Xian's heart was filled with anger. He had waited for this moment for a very long time. It had been 100,000 years. The return of the 1000 Black Jade City would be the day of his death. As the supervisor of the Mo clan's city defense, Mo Xian had the authority to command the army. This time the 1000 Black Jade City would not be able to get past him. Chapter 3742. Although Mo Xian was the most outstanding person in the Mo family, he wasn't the only one. As the son of Mo Yongkue, he had to bear a lot of responsibilities. Although he couldn't be blamed for what happened to his parents in the past, there were still people who spoke ill of him behind his back. This kind of thing was unavoidable. And the main culprit of all this was the 1000 City of Black Jade, an expert who was as talented as his father. You might have to call him uncle. It was because of the 1000 City of Black Jade that his path to becoming a genius became incomplete. He was even criticized by others. This was his only pain. Many people were discussing behind his back. Only Mo Xian's heart was filled with hatred for the 1000 City of Black Jade. He swore in his early years that he would definitely tear the 1000 City of Black Jade into pieces when he reached the pinnacle. The Mo clan would never allow such a person to exist. Back then the Mo clan only expelled him from the clan. It was too easy for him. According to Mo Xian's character, he should have torn him into pieces so that he wouldn't be able to reincarnate. Only by doing so could he vent his hatred. The matter of his parents and the humiliation of the 1000 City of Black Jade had always been a scar in Mo Xian's heart. Although he wouldn't mention it, there would always be people talking about it behind his back. This was also the reason why he had such a deep grudge against the 1000 City of Black Jade. Originally, he shouldn't care about the matters of the previous generation. However, it had already threatened his existence and caused him to lose his face. It became a stain in his life. He couldn't blame his parents, so he could only blame the 1000 City of Black Jade. Mo Xian didn't expect that this reckless 1000 City of Black Jade would take the initiative to send itself to him. This was too exciting. He had to teach him a lesson. It was impossible for him to return to the Mo clan. On the city wall, countless people of the Mo clan were looking forward to it. They were discussing among themselves. All of them were looking at the genius disciple who had left the Mo clan 100,000 years ago. Now he had already become a supreme divine emperor expert. Moreover, he brought along his powerful juniors to return to the Mo clan. To him this was undoubtedly a good opportunity. Looks like the Thousand City of Black Jade is really going to return to the Mo clan this time. I'm afraid that even our Mo clan won't look down on such a powerful force. It's not easy to gather such a powerful force in 100,000 years. Our Mo family's talent is indeed not bad. Even if that's the case, back then the Thousand Black Jade City was expelled from the Mo clan. Do you think that everyone can stroll around so leisurely? Is our Mo family a place where others can come and go as they please? That's true. After all, tens of thousands of years have passed since then. Who can say for sure who was in the right and who was in the wrong? It all depends on how the higher-ups of our Mo family deal with it. I don't look favorably upon this Thousand City of Ink Jade. Back then he was expelled from the Mo clan. If it was because of some petty act, then it could still be forgiven. But he defiled his sister-in-law. If this matter were to spread out, how would outsiders view our Mo clan? Wouldn't they say that we didn't discipline them well and that we allowed our disciples to do as they pleased? In any case, I can't stand this kind of person. Scum, there's no need for him to return to the Mo family and acknowledge his ancestors. Dream on. Don't be so harsh with your words. How much do we know about what happened back then? Don't make things worse. This Thousand City of Ink Jade brought more than 20 Divine Emperor Realm experts with him just to show off his strength. Now is the time for manpower. Can the Mo clan give up on such a big piece of meat? The people of the Mo clan couldn't help but sigh. Everyone had different opinions. The return of the Thousand City of Ink Jade City would undoubtedly set off a wave in the Mo clan. Xianxia stood on the void. It might not be easy for him to go to the Ink City. At least he would have to wait until Moling Dongchen and the others entered the Mo clan. Xianxia did not want to talk to Moling Dongchen too much. After all, he was carrying a heavy burden. There was not much that he could give to her now. When he had finished everything, he would definitely give her an explanation. In the past, his words had angered Moling Dongchen. He did not know if this guy would continue to be angry with him. Xianxia sighed, a myriad of emotions welling up in his heart. The most unforgettable thing was lovesickness. The most difficult thing to comprehend was the human heart. The most difficult thing to return was the feelings. Xianxia knew that he owed a lot of people. However, the only person he could not let go was Xiaoyu. Even if he had to betray everyone in the world, he would never betray Xiaoyu. The Thousand City of Ink Jade City's heart was heavy. He was extremely nervous. Who would the Mo clan send to meet him? Would they let him return to the Mo clan and acknowledge his ancestors? Or would they still expel him from the Mo city and never let him return? All these were a mystery in the heart of the Thousand City of Ink Jade City. It was something that he could not let go of. Everything that happened in the past was because of the bewitching potion that Yen Ying had poured on him. If it was not because his heart was not calm, he would not have ended up like this. However, everything was a trap set by Mo Yang Kue. How could he know that she was his sister-in-law? Everything that happened in the past was just to fight for that genius position. However, it had caused him to fall into an irrecoverable situation. The Thousand City of Ink Jade City had no regrets. To put it bluntly, he had fallen into a honey trap. However, he really did not know that Yen Ying was his sister-in-law. When he found out about it, it was already too late. Everything had turned into a scam. Yen Ying's tearful complaint made him completely disheartened. From the beginning to the end, it was a well-designed trap. The Thousand City of Ink Jade City sighed in his heart. He did not want to talk about the past anymore. He just wanted to return to the Mo clan and acknowledge his ancestors. This was his only wish. Thousand City of Ink Jade, you bastard! Come out now. After an explosive shout, a thin man appeared in a flash. It was Zhou Xian from before, the genius disciple of the Mo clan and the head guard of the city. Zhou Xian's arrival caused another uproar. Because he was the son of the Thousand City of Ink Jade City that had humiliated his parents all those years ago. Such a situation caused the sky above the entire Mo city to be filled with a deep meaning, and it was even to the extent that it was filled with the smell of war. Interesting. Zhou Xian has arrived. Looks like the Thousand City of Ink Jade won't have a good time. Exactly. Alas, I think it is probably impossible for the Thousand City of Ink Jade to return this time. His mother was humiliated all those years ago, and it is an extremely deep hatred. Most importantly, Zhou Xian has heard many people discussing this matter behind his back. It is obvious that he will definitely vent his anger on the Thousand City of Ink Jade. That is understandable. The show is about to begin. Let's see who will be the final winner. Chapter 3743. Similar. They're too similar. Thousand City of Black Jade murmured. Whether it was her brows or the expression in her eyes, they were too similar to Yanning back then. It even caused Thousand City of Black Jade to feel a little disappointed. But after all, so many years had passed and he had already gotten over it. Today he had returned only to return to the Mo clan. He had no other thoughts. Even if others didn't say it, Thousand City of Black Jade could also recognize that this person before him was definitely Yan Ying's close relative. Old fart, you still dare to return? My Mo clan doesn't welcome you. You shameless thing, you still dare to brazenly say that you want to return to the Mo clan? That's impossible. Dream on. Do you know who I am? I am the son of Mo Yang Kuei and Yanning. Back then my parents didn't kill you, so you should have scrammed far away. But now you actually don't know what's good for you and want to return to your clan? What a fool's dream. Mo Xian will definitely crush your bones and scatter your ashes to take revenge for what happened back then. My parents are benevolent, but it doesn't mean that I'm benevolent too. Since you're all descendants of the Mo clan, then you're all descendants of this shameless old fart. I'll take care of all of you at the same time, lest you, old fart, leave behind a despicable son of a bitch. Mo Xian shouted. His expression was cold and the smile on his face was extremely sinister. Every single word he said pierced through people's hearts. At that moment, Thousand City of Black Jade's body was even trembling non-stop. Good. What a good old fart. You're truly Mo Yang Kuei's son. There's nothing you wouldn't do. In the end, I'm still your uncle. Thousand City of Black Jade frowned. His hands were trembling slightly and his heart was filled with anger. After all, he was the son of Yan Ying and his elder brother. But at this moment he actually said such despicable words to provoke him. This caused Thousand City of Black Jade's heart to be incomparably hurt. However, gossip was a fearful thing. Mo Xian had probably heard about what happened back then, so it was understandable for him to oppose him. Furthermore, this time, Thousand City of Black Jade wanted to return to his clan. He knew that there would definitely be a vicious speech. But he didn't expect that the person who would teach him a lesson would be their son. Even if my grandfather did something wrong, it's not up to you to lecture him. Furthermore, how much do you know about what happened back then? How dare you spout nonsense here without any respect for your elders? Is this how your parents raised you? In my opinion, your father isn't a good person either. Moling Dongchen's beautiful eyes flickered and her anger rose. She stared at Mo Xian with high fighting spirit. What a beauty. It's a pity that her mouth is not forgiving. You have no right to lecture my parents. Little kid, if you want to fight with me, I will accompany you to the end. At that time, I'm afraid that you'll become the person by my bedside, waiting on me to wash my feet, eat and drink every day, ha. Mo Xian laughed and said. Moling Dongchen clenched her fists tightly. She really wanted to cut this arrogant and conceited Mo Xian into 1,000 pieces. Mo Xian was so arrogant and conceited. You're courting death. Moling Dongchen was furious. But she was stopped by Thousand City of Black Jade because he didn't come back to fight today. At least he couldn't do anything now. He came back to acknowledge his ancestors so that the people of the Mo family would have someone to rely on. Thousand City of Black Jade was angrier than anyone else. However, he still suppressed the anger in his heart. Since you've been expelled from the Mo family, you have nothing to do with the Mo family. Do you still want to stand on the dignity of your ancestors and challenge me? Now you're just a passerby in front of me. No. You should be an enemy. An enemy that I must kill. Mo Xian's eyes were extremely cold and murderous. Facing Thousand City of Black Jade, he showed no mercy. So what if Mo Xian was his uncle? This sanctimonious and shameless person. It was already very kind of him not to execute him on the spot. Today I'm here to look for the master of the Mo family. Please let him know that I don't want to have any conflict with you. Even if we want to solve the grudges of the previous generation, it's not up to you to say anything. Thousand City of Black Jade said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. He looked calm, but the anger that he was suppressing in his heart could only be seen by Jiang Chen. His eyes were also filled with anger. However, the situation was worse than him. If he wanted to return to the Mo family, he could only swallow his anger. Facing Mo Xian's accusation, he could only deal with it calmly. Otherwise, the situation would be even more unsightly. The people behind Thousand City of Black Jade were also eager to try. They were very annoyed by Zhou Xian's rude words and wanted to have a life-and-death battle with him. However, at this moment even the master of the Mo family had calmed down. So, they could only choose to remain silent. Being in someone else's house, one had to lower one's head. Thousand City of Black Jade's forbearance was right. Even Xianxia had to admit that Thousand City of Black Jade was really forbearing. After all, he didn't come to the Mo family to create trouble. He just wanted to return to his homeland and gain the recognition of his family. Haha, you want to see the master? What a joke. You're simply dreaming. Who are you? Who do you think you are? What identity do you use to come and see my Mo family's master? Do you think that your strength is extraordinary and you can challenge my Mo family? Do you think that you can continue to be the accomplice of the evildoer and be arrogant? Why would my Mo family's master want to see an irrelevant person like you? You are no longer a member of the Mo family. If you dare to take half a step forward, it will be a provocation to the Mo family. I can completely activate the Mo attack and kill you here. Zhou Xian said in a deep voice. His gaze was burning as it met with Thousand City of Black Jade. Both of their gazes were complicated and it was hard to understand. Master, why are you still wasting words with him? We can just directly kill this bastard. I don't believe that the Mo family's master won't come out. That's right. He's really too arrogant. Why do we have to suffer such humiliation? Kill our way to the Mo family and we will support you as the master. This fellow doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let me teach this bastard a lesson, master. The people behind Thousand City of Black Jade were all eager to give it a try. They wanted to compete with Zhou Xian. All of you shut up. Thousand City of Black Jade took a deep breath. He stared fixedly at Zhou Xian and said in a deep voice, "Just what will it take for you to make me go and see the master?" Thousand City of Black Jade knew that Zhou Xian was purposely making things difficult for him. It was nothing more than seeking a battle with him. However, he came to acknowledge his ancestors and not to fight. Hence, Thousand City of Black Jade had been silently enduring Zhou Xian's overbearing manner. However, he realized that it was impossible for him to continue enduring. This person would only endlessly force him. Thousand City of Black Jade was already prepared to fight. If you defeat me, you can walk over and see the master. But if you lose, then I will personally kill you. Chapter 3744. It seems like I guessed it right. Zhou Xian will not let go of the Thousand Black Jade City so easily. It seems like a big battle is unavoidable. You're right. The Thousand Black Jade City is going against Zhou Xian. This battle must be very exciting. One of them is an old man and one of them is a young man. Zhou Xian's attitude towards the Thousand Black Jade City has explained everything. Today one of them will definitely die here. As for who it will be, I'm afraid no one knows. Since the Thousand Black Jade City has chosen to take action, he will definitely not show any mercy. Zhou Xian has provoked him several times before. Even I can't stand it anymore. This battle must be a life and death battle between the two of them. The people of the Mo family were looking forward to this battle. Zhou Xian was the new genius of the Mo family. Compared to the Thousand Black Jade City, no one knew who was stronger. Both of them were in the middle or late stage of Empty God Realm. No one would be convinced. This battle was destined to be extremely tragic and exciting. All right, I will fulfill your wish. The Thousand Black Jade City nodded slightly. Their eyes met and a life and death battle instantly broke out. Grandpa, be careful. Moling Dongchen looked at this scene worriedly. Although his grandfather was very powerful, the other party was not easy to deal with. Moreover, he would never allow him to intervene in this matter. This was his own business. His grandfather had said that he would take back what he had lost with his own hands. Now that he had returned to the Mo family, the first person he would have to face was the son of Mo Yang Kuei and Yanning. For the Thousand Black Jade City, it was full of crisis. He had to fight a beautiful battle and let everyone in the Mo family see whether the person who was expelled from the Mo family was qualified to return. Old man, today I will kill you on behalf of my mother. You will never be able to reincarnate. Zhou Xian was very angry. The anger in his heart had already spread all over his body. No one could stop him. No one could defeat him. As a genius disciple of the Mo family, he wanted to make the Thousand Black Jade City feel hopeless in this battle. The new generation excels the old. You will definitely die today. Xian and the Thousand City of Black Jade exchanged blows in an instant. Terrifying aura pervaded the entire city. Shadows filled the vast sky and divine lights covered the sky. Both of them had already disregarded everything and rushed forward. Each of their moves was ruthless and each of their punches hit the target's flesh. The Thousand City of Black Jade was once the most dazzling genius of the clan. Even Xian's father couldn't compare to him. Although Xian was strong, he was still showing off his abilities too much. He didn't know how to fight while moving forward. However, if he couldn't take down the Thousand City of Black Jade in one go, his situation would be worrying. Xianxia silently watched this battle. Could he join the battle? He could. But the Thousand Black Jade City had suffered for 100,000 years. It was meaningless. Xianxia could only wait. He could leave the battle. He would. He wanted to go. Xian. However, Xianxia did not want to be involved in this matter. This was the family's matter. Moling Dongqian and the others were very cautious. After all, they were in someone else's territory. It was understandable for them to be worried about their patriarch. However, the Thousand Black Jade City was advancing by retreating. Compared to Xian's ferociousness, his advance and retreat were very orderly. He was as steady as Mount Tai. This was the formless aura that he was proud of. 3,000 sword rain. Xian clenched his fist and made a hand seal. The family's attacking technique was unleashed. The sword rain was sharp and domineering. As the strongest genius of the family, it was impossible for him to be a nobody. If he did not have any real ability, how could he dare to challenge the Thousand Black Jade City? The Thousand Black Jade City was also very solemn. However, he had already seen through Xian's every move. The Thousand Black Jade City knew about the family's abilities. Moreover, he was more meticulous than anyone else. Gradually, Xian's attacks were hindered. It was quite difficult for him. The Thousand Black Jade City wanted to win in a stable manner. He had pulled Xian into his formation. Xian was enraged. He fought with all his might. However, the Thousand Black Jade City did not give him any chance. The Thousand Black Jade City's attacks were powerful. No matter how Xian resisted, there was no effect at all. Xian felt hopeless for the first time in his life. This Thousand Black Jade City was too cunning. Xian seemed to have foreseen all of Xian's moves. Xian had learned all the abilities of the family. Xian seemed to be more skillful in dealing with Xian. Bastard! Old man! Get lost! Xian roared. His voice was hoarse. His footsteps were getting more and more chaotic. At this moment, Xian had already lost his mind. He was a peerless genius. He was the core of the family. He was also one of the few experts in the Nantung Divine region. How could he be defeated by the Thousand Black Jade City? Moreover, it was such a pity. He was not willing to see this scene. He was invincible. He was a late Divine Emperor realm expert. Even in the family, there were not many who could defeat him. As a genius, he was defeated by a sinner of the family. How could he have any face left? Xian tried to break through the suppression of the Thousand Black Jade City. However, it was to no avail. Instead, it was as if he was stuck on a big net. It was difficult for him to advance or retreat. If this continued, Xian knew that he would definitely lose. Not good. I'm afraid that Xian is not a match for the Thousand Black Jade City. The older the wiser. This Thousand Black Jade City is really not easy to deal with. Yeah. Looks like Xian's life is not going to be easy. If this continues, Xian has no chance of winning. He's being hindered everywhere. All of Xian's abilities were seen through by the Thousand Black Jade City. This is bad. Everyone was paying attention to this scene. Whether it was Moling Dongqian or the people on the city, they were all looking forward to this battle. If the Thousand Black Jade City could not defeat Xian, it would be impossible for them to return to the family. Therefore, the Thousand Black Jade City was very confident in this battle. They did not intend to leave any chance for Xian. 9 Dragons Ascension of Ink Attack. Xian's fist and palm collided. The ink attack soared into the sky. 9 dragons wreaked havoc in the sky and surrounded the Thousand Black Jade City. Its momentum was great and its power was boundless. Ink Attack Heavenly Movement Technique. The Thousand City of Black Jade stirred the wind and clouds as it tore through space. causing the countless dragon images in the sky to disappear in an instant. They were completely scattered by the wind and clouds that filled the sky. Immerse Xian vomited a mouthful of blood as he retreated. He was in a sorry state and his heart was filled with sorrow. Chapter 37:45. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Immerse Xian roared in rage. His attacks changed once more, but they were completely useless against the Thousand Black Jade City. Every single one of his movements was locked down by the Thousand Black Jade City. Immerse Xian was in complete despair. The Thousand Black Jade City was seizing the initiative in every aspect. He had no chance to attack at all. Even when he was on the defensive, he couldn't retaliate at all. Your father also lost to me in the past. He couldn't break the same technique. The Thousand Black Jade City said proudly. The father and son lost to the same person. Immerse Xian was so angry that he spurted out blood and staggered away. Bastard. Bastard, you old man, I won't rest until you're dead. I will kill you to avenge my mother and clear my father's name. You shameless bastard. My Immerse family will never tolerate such a shameless person like you. Immerse Xian roared like a beast. He was like a mad bull and rushed towards the Thousand Black Jade City. However, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It was hard for him to turn the situation around. If he continued to fight, he would only humiliate himself. The Thousand Black Jade City did not severely injure him because of his parents. How could he complain about his injustice? However, in his point of view, he even owed them. What kind of logic was this? The Thousand Black Jade City sighed and wanted to force Immerse Xian to retreat again. Even though Immerse Xian was aggressive, he did not have the intention to kill him. However, it did not mean that Moling Dongchen did not have the intention to kill him. Even the Thousand Black Jade City did not expect that his granddaughter would stab Immerse Xian from the back with her sword and kill him directly. She had pierced through his soul. Dongchen. The Thousand Black Jade City's pupil shrunk and sighed. However, it was too late at this moment. Moling Dongchen's attack was too fast. It was completely out of the Thousand Black Jade City's expectation. Even Immerse Xian did not expect that Moling Dongchen would kill him at this moment. The people of the Immerse family on the city wall were dumbfounded. Wasn't it too fast? There was no hesitation at all. He killed like a shadow and cut through the Gordian knot. Immerse Xian, who was already heavily injured, fought with his life on the line. He knew that the Thousand Ink Jade City would definitely not kill him. Even if he lost, he would definitely make the other party pay the price. However, Moling Dongchen wasn't that easy to deal with. Immerse Xian had put the Thousand Black Jade City in danger several times before. Moreover, he was rude to Immerse Xian. He didn't show any respect to his seniors and had been humiliating and oppressing Moling Dongchen. Moling Dongchen's anger had already been aroused. At this moment, how could Moling Dongchen care so much? It would be strange if she could remain calm when her grandfather was being scolded and insulted like that. Moling Dongchen's attack was as fast as lightning. He did not intend to give Immerse Xian any chance. He even crushed Immerse Xian's soul completely. That sword was simply earth-shattering. Everyone in Immerse City was dumbfounded. Immerse Xian's death was a great humiliation to the Immerse family. Even though he was killed by a member of the Immerse family, this so-called member of the Immerse family was an old man who had been expelled from the family. What should we do? Immerse Xian is dead. What are we going to do? If he blames us, we won't be able to absolve ourselves from the blame. Everyone will have to bear the consequences. I never expected that the little girl of the Immerse family to be so ruthless. Steward Immerse Xian is dead. This time all of us will be in trouble. Zai, why is there a need for that? General Manager Immerse Xian is really too eager to excel. Now he has actually been plotted against by those traitors of the Immerse family. If that's the case, it really does make one sigh in regret. Hurry up. Go and report to the elders. Tell them that someone trespassed into Immerse City and Steward Immerse Xian is dead. For a moment the Immerse City was in a mess. However, Moling Dongchen still looked calm. Jiang Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. This girl is still so stubborn and she still abhors evil. Especially when it happened to her grandfather. If she could be indifferent to Immerse Xian's scolding, it would not be her character. Jiang Chen knew that today's matter would not be solved easily. Although the Thousand Black Jade City wanted to return to the Immerse family, Moling Dongchen was not the kind of person who would be willing to be bullied by others. You are too reckless. The Thousand Black Jade City poked Moling Dongchen's head fiercely, but he was reluctant to slap her. Grandpa, this kind of reckless guy. What's there to feel pity about killing him? I don't believe that the Mo family can't distinguish right from wrong. Then why should we return to the family? Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. Ridiculous. Shut up. Thousand Ink Jade City was finally furious. Moling Dongchen did not dare to say anything more. Because they had to bear all the responsibility for Mo Xian's death. Moreover, it was almost impossible for Mo Xian to return to the Mo family. The Mo family would definitely not allow him to leave. Moreover, Mo Xian was his junior. Dongchen really can't stand it anymore. Father, he has provoked us time and time again. He even wants to trample us into the ground. How can we bow down to him like this? We are here to return to the family, not to acknowledge him as our ancestor. Dongchen can't stand this bastard's provocation and humiliation. We, the Mo family, must not sit still and wait for death. Yes, master. We must not sit still and wait for death. That bastard has humiliated us like this. I will never agree to it. I won't agree. Although Moling Dongchen didn't say anything, her third uncle spoke up for her. Even Thousand Ink Jade City let out a sigh. Needless to say, even he felt elated and satisfied after killing Mo Xian. However, killing Mo Xian couldn't solve the problem. Instead, it would only intensify the conflict. It had become impossible for them to acknowledge their ancestors and return to their ancestral land. Who doesn't know the truth? However, if we don't swallow this humiliation, how can we return to the Mo family? A branch is a branch after all. We are the people of the Mo family when we are alive, and we will be the ghosts of the Mo family when we die. The Thousand Black Jade City said firmly. Everyone stopped talking. However, they all knew that they must advance and retreat together with the master of the Mo family, regardless of life or death. Now that Moling Dongchen had killed Mo Xian, the situation was hopeless. He knew that no matter what he did, he would not be able to save the situation. From the looks of it, their trip to the Mo family this time around would ultimately end in failure. Moling Dongchen was decisive in killing Mo Xian. This would definitely arouse the anger of the entire Mo family. Ridiculous. This is really ridiculous. The Thousand Black Jade City was struggling in his heart. However, if the Mo family held him accountable, he would definitely exchange his life for Moling Dongchen's. As the master of the Mo family's branch, he would not be able to escape the blame. Chapter 3746. Bastard! Give me back my son. An earth-shattering roar resounded through the heavens. Anger and sorrow enveloped the ancient city of Moism within a radius of 10,000 miles. Dark clouds gathered in the surroundings, the wind howled, and the rain continued to fall. It's Elder Mo Yang Kue Mo. Oh no. I'm afraid that Thousand Black Jade City won't be so lucky this time. Yeah. They were at loggerheads in the past. I'm afraid that a life-and-death battle is unavoidable now. Mo Xian's death is like a bolt from the blue to Elder Mo Yang Kue Mo. The people of Mo clan kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to say a word. At this moment, Mo Yang Kue was standing on top of the ancient city of Mo Yang Kue Mo. He was wearing a green robe and his figure was like a hook. Thousand Black Jade City. Thousand Black Jade City. It's really you. You killed my son? Mo Yang Kue's hair stood up in anger. He took a deep breath as his body trembled uncontrollably. The greatest sorrow in the world was the death of an old man. Mo Xian's death caused Mo Yang Kue's expression to become extremely desolate. He even aged a few decades in an instant. When enemies meet, their eyes would turn red. Moreover, the pain of losing his son was indescribable. Mo Yang Kue and Thousand Black Jade City were sworn enemies. Even after 100,000 years, they still could not forget each other. Especially Thousand Black Jade City, he always remembered how his big brother framed him. Moreover, he did not hesitate to use his wife as the price to tempt him. In the end, he obtained the so-called genius reward. Otherwise, how could he be the strongest genius back then? The moment Thousand Black Jade City looked at Mo Yang Kue, there was no longer any trace of guilt in his heart. Mo Yang Kue glared at Thousand Black Jade City in anger. These two geniuses of the Mo clan who had once fought against each other were now facing each other in a life-and-death situation. I'm the one who killed him. Thousand Black Jade City said coldly and looked at Mo Yang Kue without any fear. Grandpa. Moling Dongchen wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Thousand Black Jade City, who stood behind him and said in a deep voice, I merely wanted to return to the Mo clan and acknowledge my ancestors. However, Mo Xian obstructed me in every possible way. Even when I wanted to see the patriarch, he refused to report it and even wanted to fight me to the death. In the end, it was only natural for him to die in my hands. He only has himself to blame. Bastard. You shameless bastard. Everyone knows how shameless you were back then. Now you're actually shameless to the point that you won't even let my son off. Could it be that you want to drag the grudges of our previous generation onto the next generation? Mo Yang Kue roared furiously. As a father, the pain he felt was indescribable. In the past, the Mo clan had spared his life. But who would have thought that after 100,000 years, the grudges between them would once again be formed? It could be said that Mo Yang Kue had already gone completely crazy. That was his only son. The Thousand Black Jade City was clearly doing this on purpose. You despicable and shameless person, how can my Mo family tolerate you? You still want to return to the Mo family and acknowledge your ancestors? You're a shameless bastard. Today you actually dare to recklessly kill people in my Mo family. I will definitely kill you here and dismember your corpse into 1,000 pieces. Mo Yang Kue said while trembling. No matter what the Thousand Black Jade City said, it was unable to make up for the death of his son. Right now, he and the Thousand Black Jade City had already reached a point where either one of them would die. If it wasn't for him, why would he return to the Mo clan? Now you've finally obtained your wish and taken your revenge. However, since you've killed my son, I won't let you have it easy either. Mo Yang Kue and the Thousand Black Jade City were already in a state of mutual hostility. You still want to quibble even now? Thousand Black Jade City, my Mo clan definitely doesn't welcome you. Since you dare to kill in my Mo clan, then there's no need for us to be polite anymore. That's right. The death of my nephew Zhou Xian was clearly done on purpose. Yet you still want to shirk your responsibility? The more you kill, the more you rape, the more you plunder. You're just a lowly thief who doesn't stop at anything. Now you still want to renege on your debt. You're simply a disgrace to my Mo clan. Driving you out of the Mo clan back then was the best decision. The two elders beside Mo Yang Kue were extremely separated. Regarding the matter of the Thousand Black Jade City killing Zhou Xian, they firmly believed that the Thousand Black Jade City did it on purpose to take revenge for what happened back then. No, this is impossible. My son, my son. A purple figure flew over and directly landed beside Zhou Xian. The middle-aged beautiful woman was wearing a mink fur coat. Her figure was elegant and graceful. However, her vision was already blurred. Her face was full of tears as she knelt in front of Zhou Xian. She felt as if her precious baby had been cut off. She almost fainted from crying. Thousand Black Jade City. You're an executioner. What crime did my son commit? Why are you so ruthless? Could it be that the Mo clan spared your life back then and you still don't know how to repent? You killed our son. Back then you did something that angered even the gods. A Yanning could only swallow my anger. However, you didn't even let my son off. Thousand Black Jade City, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you rest in peace. The person who came was naturally Zhou Xian's mother, Yanning. The Thousand Black Jade City silently looked at Yanning. She was no longer the young girl who flew together with him. Perhaps it could be said that she never was. That was just a trap that they had set up. I've said it before. I didn't want to kill him. However, he was overbearing and wanted to fight to the death with me. I had no choice. The Thousand Black Jade City coldly said. However, in the eyes of Mo Yang Kue and Yanning, it was because of their own selfish desires that they killed their son. This Thousand Black Jade City definitely came prepared. Moreover, their target was very clear. It was only Zhou Xian. Now that things have come to this, do you still want to quibble? No matter how glib your tongue is, how can you evade it? Isn't my son's death your doing? You're really ruthless. Thousand Black Jade City. Yan Ying's words were like pearls piercing the heart. However, the Thousand Black Jade City was no longer the young man who could be manipulated by others. If you want to frame someone, you can always find a way to frame them. Since they had decided on him, what else could he quibble about? So be it. There's nothing to feel pity about. This kind of person deserves to die without a burial place. He spouted filthy words and overestimated himself. Death was his final destination. I'm the one who killed Zhou Xian. If you want to take revenge, just come at me. My grandpa will never associate himself with despicable people like you. Moling Dongchen did not want to be outdone. He stared at Yan Ying and Mo Yang Kue coldly. Well. What a sharp-tongued little boy. Since you're the one who killed my son, then you shall be buried with him. Chapter 3747. It's you, bitch. Yanning looked at them coldly and stared at Moling Dongchen. At that moment she and Mo Yongkue looked at each other and both of them released their powerful aura. All of you must die. All of you shall be buried with my son. Yan Ying's beautiful eyes flickered with cold light. She was as beautiful as a jade, but her heart was as vicious as a snake. At that moment even Jiang Qin, who was above the 9 heavens, frowned. This bitch was really reckless. It seemed that it was impossible for him to stay out of this matter. Bitch, it should be you. The one who framed my grandpa in the past is you too. Now you want to help the evildoer? It's impossible. Today we came here to seek justice. None of you can run away from what happened in the past. Moling Dongchen was quite arrogant. Since they had already fallen out with each other, what was there to be afraid of? At most they would start a massacre and turn the Mo family upside down. Thousand Ink Jade Mayor sighed in his heart. However, he loved his unyielding granddaughter very much. Wasn't her every move for his sake? She had suppressed the discomfort in her heart, and in her rage she had drawn her sword and killed Zhou Xian. In the eyes of the Mo family's branch, Zhou Xian, who had spoken rudely, had only himself to blame. Bitch, liar. There's no place for you to speak. Kneel down now. Otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Mo Yongkue pointed at Moling Dongchen and said arrogantly. Ha! What a joke. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to ask me to kneel down? Since I'm not a member of your Mo family, it's reasonable for me to call you a son of a bitch. Mo Xian is a good example. You two adulterous couple are already not far from death. Moling Dongchen's eyes were charming and he sneered. Mo Yongkue and Yanning were so angry that their faces turned pale and their shoulders were trembling. You. Just you wait, little bastard. I'm going to skin you alive. Yan Ying's face was full of tears. The pain of losing her son had almost made her faint. Now Moling Dongchen had made her so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Is this the junior you've taught? Thousand Ink Jade Mayor, you've really disappointed me. What a disgrace to the Mo family. Mo Yongkue and Thousand Black Jade City were also facing each other with equal harshness. Both of them clenched their fists tightly as their battle intent blazed like fire. Didn't you say that I'm no longer a member of the Mo family? Is there a need for a sanctimonious hypocrite like you to criticize the people I teach? Today it's time for us to settle our grudge. Thousand City Black Jade said in a deep voice. At this moment he had already decided that today he would uphold the name of his granddaughter. No one would be able to harm her. Since this Mo Yongkue was pestering him endlessly, overbearing and as unreasonable as his dead son, then he had nothing to be embarrassed about towards this adulterous couple. Thousand City of Black Jade, hand over your life. Mo Yongkue didn't want to say another word to Thousand Ink Jade Qing. His son's death was witnessed by everyone. It was understandable. Thousand Ink Jade Qing still wanted to return to the Mo clan. It's been 100,000 years. I don't know if you've made any progress. If you can only rely on your tricks to win, then I advise you to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Thousand City of Black Jade sneered. In the past, Mo Yongkue was inferior by a single move and always lost to him. For the sake of obtaining the genius reward from the Mo clan, Mo Yongkue and Yan Ying schemed against him, causing him to be consigned to eternal damnation and be criticized by others. This kind of pain was like a knife, cutting into his heart again and again. This was something that could not be changed in his entire lifetime. Thousand City of Black Jade and Mo Yongkue exchanged blows. The two elders were waiting for an opportunity, because Mo Yongkue did not allow them to make a move. At this time the two of them had personal grudges, new and old enmity, so they had to distinguish right from wrong, who was strong and who was weak. Therefore, Mo Yongkue was very confident in this battle. He wanted to cut down Thousand City of Black Jade. The death of their son Mo Xian was a fatal blow to Mo Yongkue and Yan Ying. When they fought against Thousand City of Black Jade again, Mo Yongkue did not slack off at all. He used all his killing moves to kill Thousand City of Black Jade. The battle between the two of them was in full swing. The people who were watching the battle from the top of the Mo city were enjoying it. At this moment they would like to see who would have the last laugh. However, Thousand City of Black Jade and Yanning were still outnumbered. Compared to the entire Mo clan, their strength was just a drop in the bucket. On the other side, the battle between Yan Ying and Moling Dongchen was quite exciting. Jiang Qin did not participate in it. As an observer, he also wanted to see how powerful Moling Dongchen was. Sure enough, Moling Dongchen did not disappoint Jiangchen. In less than 10 moves, Moling Dongchen had gained the upper hand and Yan Ying could not move an inch. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Yan Ying shouted angrily. The elders of the Mo clan also rushed forward to face Moling Dongchen. There were many people behind Moling Dongchen as well. This chaotic battle was inevitable. How dare you touch Dongchen? Charge! Moling Dongchen's third uncle shouted in a deep voice. His aura was imposing. Plus, Moling Dongchen and Thousand City of Black Jade had gained the upper hand. Of course they were fearless. The remaining 16 people of the Mo clan all rushed up to the sky to support Moling Dongchen. At this moment, even the 2 elders of the Mo clan had a gloomy expression. How could the Mo clan be bullied by others? Moreover, it was at their own doorstep. Wouldn't people laugh their heads off if they knew about this? All the ruling elders and elite disciples of the Mo clan gather here. Mo Yongkue retreated step by step. However, under the suppression of the Thousand City of Black Jade, his face became gloomy. It was very dangerous. At this moment, if he did not think of a way out, he would be completely defeated by the Thousand City of Black Jade. Moreover, all the descendants of the Thousand City of Black Jade had started to take action. Even Yan Ying, who had the help of the 2 elders, could not escape from Moling Dongchen's suppression. After several palm strikes, Yan Ying's ribs were almost broken. The pain was even more heart-wrenching. Yan Ying gritted her teeth and retreated step by step. However, how could the Mo clan allow her to retreat? Under the leadership of Moling Dongchen, Yan Ying was suffering unspeakably. She had killed an old master with a random punch. In addition to the past disputes between her and the Thousand City of Black Jade, the people of the Mo clan hated her to the core. How could they give her any chance to escape at this moment? Yan Ying wanted to cry but had no tears. She was rolling and crawling. She had completely lost her beauty. At this moment, not only her, even Mo Yongkue had fallen into a predicament. They were in a dire situation and their lives were at stake. Chapter 3748. Brother Kue, save me. Yan Ying screamed. Her face was pale and she staggered. She was already overwhelmed and her body was trembling. Under Moling Dongchen's attack, her long hair was in a mess. She didn't look like a peerless beauty anymore. Mo Yongkue was also very worried when he saw Yan Ying in danger. However, the Thousand Black Jade City had already trapped him here. There was no room for him to escape. Not to mention saving Yan Ying, even he himself would find it extremely difficult to escape. Danger lurked in every direction. The Thousand Black Jade City looked at Yan Ying calmly. He didn't care about what that guy had done. Who could he talk to for the sorrow in his heart for the past 100,000 years? No one knew how sorrowful he was. His heart was as still as water, not because of how deep his love for Yan Ying was, but because the current him no longer cared about the past. Now that the Thousand Black Jade City had returned, he had already let go of Yan Ying. What he wanted to do was to acknowledge his ancestors and return to his clan. That was his only thought and also his lifelong pursuit. Fallen leaves always return to their roots. Even if he had established a branch of the Mo family outside, he was still a member of the Mo family. The mark of the Mo family couldn't be changed no matter what. Moling Dongchen would never show mercy to the fairer sex. Moreover, his attacks were extremely ruthless and lethal. Mo Yongkue couldn't get away at the moment. Even with the help of the 2 elders of the Mo family, it was still difficult for him to resist the attacks of Moling Dongchen and the other Divine Emperor realm experts. It was a one-sided battle. Moling Dongchen's attacks were as fast as lightning. Every slap that landed on Yan Ying's face was like a thunderclap. It was frightening. Mo Yongkue was furious and his body was stiff. However, he was forced to retreat by the Thousand Black Jade City. His situation was even more worrying than Yan Ying's. Ah! Yan Ying screamed continuously. Hot palm prints kept appearing on her face. At that moment, Moling Dongchen went all out. He didn't kill Yan Ying directly. Instead, he kept slapping her face. You bitch. I'm going to kill you. You're a promiscuous hussy. I'm going to kill you today. Don't cry. Pop, pop, pop. Moling Dongchen didn't care. He directly went berserk, punched, kicked and slapped Jiangchen's face. Even Jiangchen was a little speechless. When Moling Dongchen was angry, he was really powerful. Yan Ying almost fainted after being slapped by Moling Dongchen. 2 of her front teeth were knocked out. She looked like a madwoman. Her face was full of blood and her hair was messy. She was no different from a beggar. Yan Ying's eyes were blurred and she was even a little frightened. She had lived a glorious life, but when had she ever suffered such humiliation? But now she had been beaten so badly that she did not even have the slightest bit of anger. Her own son was also killed by her. Now she was completely confused. Mo Yongkue screamed at the top of his lungs and roared furiously. He wanted to struggle free from the Thousand Black Jade City, but he was powerless in the face of the attack of the Thousand Black Jade City. He was beaten into an extremely battered and exhausted state. Not to mention protecting his woman, he couldn't even protect himself. Thousand Black Jade City, you bastard. I will never let you go. Mo Yongkue knew that the situation was hopeless. He had to go back to the Mo family to ask for reinforcements. At this moment, if he continued to fight with the Thousand Black Jade City, he would definitely be killed. This guy did not intend to be merciful. Yan Ying's cry for help had been completely drowned by the wind. In order to protect himself, Mo Yongkue could only keep retreating. As for Yan Ying, he could not care about her at all. It was a matter of life and death. Both of them were already in such a situation. If one of them could escape, it would be better. If they stayed here, they would only be waiting for death. Mo Yongkue escaped very fast. At that moment, Yan Ying was extremely desperate. Under the attack of Moling Dongchen and the other 8 Divine Emperor Realm experts, she had completely lost all hope. However, the man who said that he loved her deeply actually ran away at this moment. This made Yan Ying's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. She finally saw the true face of Mo Yongkue. She was in danger, but he didn't care about her at all. He only knew how to run for his life. What was the point of having such a man? Bastard! You will definitely die a horrible death, Mo Yongkue. Yan Ying roared in anger. However, Mo Yongkue had already escaped. The other 2 elders of the Mo family were completely suppressed. However, Moling Dongchen and the others did not attack them. On the contrary, Yan Ying had been beaten by Moling Dongchen continuously. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and brace herself. However, how could Moling Dongchen be so easy to deal with? Their arrogance from before had long vanished without a trace. When Yan Ying looked at the Thousand City of Black Jade once again, her heart was incomparably complicated. This man who had once loved her deeply had been played by her in the palm of her hand. Now it was time for him to properly reflect on himself. She had fallen in love with a man that she should not have loved, but in a desperate situation of life and death, he had given up on her. Meanwhile, this man who had once been hurt by her had an incomparably complicated expression in his eyes. Even though they had not met for 100,000 years and things remained the same, but people had long changed. However, he still might not be able to abandon her and not care about her. Husband and wife were birds in the same forest. Now they would fly separately in the face of disaster. Mo Yongkue, I will hate you for the rest of my life. She could not protect her son. In the end, even the only man she had left her. This kind of pain had made Yan Ying feel hopeless. After being beaten by Moling Dongchen, her heart had already turned into ashes. Aren't you very happy? Very happy. Thousand Black Jade City we have finally lost in your hands. For 100,000 years, you must have been scheming for today's matter every moment, right? You must have hated both of us to the bone. Now that Mo Yongkue has been chased away by you and I've been taught a lesson by your junior, most importantly my son has been killed by you. Aren't you happy? You've finally taken your revenge. You've finally taken your revenge. Do you feel that your heart is filled with excitement that can be expressed in your words? Yan Ying sneered, but she felt extremely bitter in her heart. She mocked herself, but most of it was self-mockery. She had been mercilessly abandoned in a life-and-death situation. She had lost all faith, and the pain of losing her son had caused her to lose faith in life. From now on, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. It was you who killed me. It was Mo Yongkue who killed me. It was everyone here. Yan Ying knelt on the ground and shouted herself hoarse. Her shoulders were trembling and there was not a trace of brilliance in her eyes. Puff. Chapter 3749. Why do you have to do this? Thousand Black Jade City sighed and shook his head. Yan Ying's death did not affect him at all. He was just a little shocked and surprised. He did not want to kill Yan Ying. However, since he had returned to the Mo family, he had to show his attitude. Even if it was Zhou Xian, it was not his intention. However, Mo Ling Dongchen had killed Mo Xian, so he had nothing to say. Now, Mo Yongkue had escaped back to Mo City and Yan Ying had self-destructed her Dantian and Meridian. She had completely lost her life. I hate you. I hate you. Yan Ying's eyes almost popped out of her eye sockets. Eventually she fell into a pool of blood. Everyone's expression changed. The two elders of the Mo family kept quiet out of fear. If Thousand City of Black Jade wanted to kill them, he could do it with just a wave of his hand. It was that simple. Since the ancient times, one's emotions have only resulted in hatred. This hatred will never end. Thousand City of Black Jade sighed with emotion. He had long since jumped out of this natural fortune, yet they were still clinging onto it, causing him to be unable to help but sigh endlessly with emotion. Yanning is dead? She is Elder Mo Yongkue's wife. Seems like there will be a bloody storm in the Mo family this time. Aunt Yanning is dead, but Mo Xian is also dead. The Mo family will definitely not let this matter rest. Looks like this Thousand City of Black Jade is too arrogant. He dares to kill people in front of our Mo family. Our Mo family will never tolerate him. The affairs of the world are hard to predict. Who would have thought that this matter would actually develop to such a stage? Who is right and who is wrong is no longer important. However, the deaths of Mo Xian and Aunt Yanning will definitely cause an upheaval in the Mo family. Although the people on the Mo city had seen it, Mo Xian and Yanning were the direct descendants of the Mo family. Thousand City of Black Jade had already been expelled from the Mo family. 2 Divine Emperor Realm experts had died in this battle. The Mo family would definitely not sit still and wait for death. A beautiful woman has a short life. The more she is happy, the more she is sad. She only had herself to blame for everything. Grandfather, you don't have to sigh too much. It's not your fault. Death might be her only way out. Living would be the greatest harm to her. The pain of losing my son was caused by me. As for that disappointing man, how could he be worthy of being the genius of the Mo family? How could this kind of trash be worthy of competing with his grandfather? You're simply overestimating yourself. Mo Ling Dongchen said coldly. She didn't blame herself at all for Yan Ying's death. She didn't care if Yan Ying was dead. Those who were not related to her couldn't affect her at all. So what if she killed a few people from the Mo family for her grandfather? Although they were all members of the Mo family, when had they ever had any feelings for their grandfather? Mo Ling Dongchen had always been a person who could distinguish kindness and hatred clearly. There was nothing that she couldn't do for her family. Moreover, if the Mo family couldn't accept her grandfather, they would establish their own family. It wasn't that they didn't want to acknowledge their ancestors and return to the family. If even their ancestors didn't want to give them any chance, then what was the point of acknowledging their ancestors and return to the family? If her grandfather didn't want to do it, then she would do it. The people from the Mo family could never stand on her grandfather's head and act like a tyrant. Moreover, they were here to seek justice for themselves. They didn't come here to suffer. She must wash away her grandfather's sins with her own hands. Humans only have one life, plants only have one autumn. For tens of thousands of years she had seen the pain in her grandfather's heart. However, that pain originated from the sorrow of the Mo family. That year he was expelled from the Mo family. That was the pain in his heart for his whole life. Today the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and it had to be released. Even if she was besieged by the Mo family, Mo Ling Dongchen wouldn't hesitate. A man should stand for the world and a daughter should be self-reliant. In the sky above the Mo family, a group of experts rushed to the peak of the void. Their anger was soaring to the sky. They're finally here. Qianqing took a deep breath. He knew that the death of Mo Xian and Yan Ying must have touched the nerves of the entire Mo family. The death of 2 Divine Emperor Realm experts was something that they couldn't sit still anymore. Moreover, it happened in front of the entire Mo family. One could imagine how humiliating it was. As the mainstay of the Nantong divine region and one of the most powerful sects, the Mo family couldn't bear such humiliation. More than 40 Divine Emperor Realm experts stepped into the void and sealed the entire area of the Mo family. They surrounded Qianqing and the others in the middle. The 9 leaders were all late Divine Emperor Realm experts. The entire Mo family was in a state of panic. All the elders and inner sect experts swarmed towards the Mo family. How dare they kill people in front of the Mo family? Moreover, they were Divine Emperor Realm experts of the Mo family. Wasn't this the same as provoking the Tai Sui? Third elder, it's him. This shameless bastard who was chased out of the Mo family by us has returned. He even wants to provoke the Mo family. He killed Zhou Xian. Yanning. Mo Yongkue was incomparably furious. He pointed at Qianqing and the others and said. He found out that his wife was already dead. You bastard. You killed Yanning when you couldn't get her. It's like this in the past and it's still the same today. My Mo family and you are irreconcilable. Tears streamed down Mo Yongkue's face. He was grief-stricken. Losing his son and his wife made him feel as if his heart was being stabbed by a knife. Everyone in the Mo family felt sympathy for him. At this moment, Mo Yongkue was an elder of the Mo family. Not only his son but his wife was also killed by Qianqing of Black Jade. They naturally couldn't empathize with him. Most importantly, the murderer was someone who was expelled from the Mo family in the past. The faces of the third elder and the others were dark and cold as they sighed in their hearts. They did not expect that this traitor who had already been expelled from the Mo clan would actually be so vicious and merciless. The decision they had made back then was truly correct. Otherwise, who knew what kind of storm this disappointing thing would have stirred up in the Mo clan? He would have definitely caused their Mo clan to be in a state of chaos, jumping up and down and even losing all their face. They naturally couldn't let such a person go. Since he was expelled from the Mo family, he was no longer a member of the Mo family. Yet he still dared to stir up trouble in the Mo family. They wouldn't let him go easily. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Everyone was filled with hot blood. They were determined to bring the Qianqing of Black Jade to justice. He even killed someone from the Mo family. Furthermore, he was so arrogant. When had the Mo family ever suffered such humiliation? This 1,000-ink jade city is simply too unscrupulous. It is fortunate that we expelled this kind of thief from the Mo clan back then. Otherwise, who knows how big of a storm he would have stirred up in our Mo clan. Isn't that right? If it wasn't for him, why would Zhou Xian die? Chapter 3750. He didn't even let his sister-in-law go. He's a bastard. I'm not surprised that he would do such a thing. Lust is like a knife. 1,000 City of Black Jade has already become a demon. He wants to make Mo Yongkue suffer inconsolable grief. Only then will he be satisfied. Everyone in the Mo family was shocked, especially those Divine Emperor realm experts. All of them were glaring at 1,000 Black Jade City, Moling Dongchen and the others. At this moment, they had already prepared themselves and were waiting for the third elder's order to capture this bastard. Then the Mo family's matter would be settled. However, the death of Mo Xian and Yanning depended on how they were going to deal with this 1,000 Black Jade City. Even if they were to cut him into pieces, it would not be too much. 1,000 Black Jade City, do you know your crime? As a member of the Mo family, how dare you kill in front of the Mo family and disturb our peaceful cultivation? Kneel down and accept your death. The third elder Mo Xian shouted. His voice was like the rumbling of thunder. He looked at the 1,000 Black Jade City furiously. The death of 2 Divine Emperor realm experts was a great humiliation to the Mo family. Moreover, Mo Xian was the most talented disciple of the Mo family. This was intolerable. They must give Mo Yongkue and the entire Mo family an explanation. Otherwise, how could the Mo family maintain their foothold in the Nantong Divine region? Third Elder, our 1,000 Black Jade City is not at fault for today's matter. I have come here today to return to my homeland and acknowledge my ancestors and my clan. I have no other intention. The 1,000 City of Black Jade looked at Third Elder Mo Xian, bowed slightly, and spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. No other intention? You killed 2 Divine Emperor realm experts of our Mo family and you still say that you have no other intention? Come down and accept your death, kneel down and beg for mercy. That's right. 1,000 Black Jade City, you're the scum of the Mo family. How can you be punished? Our Mo family was merciful to let you go and expel you from the Mo family. That was already the greatest mercy we could show. How can we forgive you? The elders beside the third elder were also glaring at 1,000 Ink Jade City. 1,000 Ink Jade City frowned. These people simply don't know what's right and what's wrong. Bastard, it's already come to this. Why aren't you coming over to accept your death? You actually dare to talk back? Mo Yongkue gnashed his teeth. The 1,000 City of Black Jade would surely die. However, he was already unable to restrain the rage in his heart since a long time ago, and he was determined to scatter the bones of the thousand city of black jade to vent the hatred in his heart. Gossiping all at once, a bunch of shameless fools. You keep saying that you don't recognize my grandfather as a member of the Mo family and expelled him from the Mo family. Yet you still want my grandfather to come forward and die. You bunch of bastards, old bastards, do you really think that we are easy to bully? My grandfather wasn't willing to say more. He came here to acknowledge his ancestors. Zhou Xian and Yanning were overbearing, so they deserved to die. You don't know right from wrong, but you want my grandfather to kneel down and accept death. Who do you think you are? Son of a bitch. Today I, Moling Dongshan, will fight to the death with you. Even if I am spurned by the world, I will not tolerate it. You want my grandfather to lower his head? No way. All of you are arrogant and self-righteous. You think that your Mo family is the strongest in the world. No matter what you say, you don't know the truth at all. You just judge randomly. My grandfather has been wronged for 100,000 years, but who knows? He didn't mean to cause trouble, but he was forced to a dead end. Have you seen it? Have you given him a chance? You directly expelled my grandfather from the Mo family. Do you know what kind of blow it is to a person who regards his family as his life? You guys don't know, a person who came back with a pure heart, carrying hope and faith towards the clan. That kind of pure heart was obstructed by Zhou Xian, Mo Yang Kue, and Yanning, to the point of shitting on our heads. This kind of smashing, it's the end of everything if we die. What harm is there in that? They only had themselves to blame for everything. Even death would not be enough to wipe out their crimes. My grandfather was innocent, but you all believed in slanderous words and expelled him from the family. Although he was disheartened, he didn't forget the kindness of the family and came back just for a trace of belief. But your actions have caused my grandfather to be heartbroken. We didn't come here to cause trouble, but you have forced us to retreat again and again, to the point where we are approaching the bottomless abyss. We have no other choice. If you have the ability, come at me. I, Moling Dongshan, will fight with you till the end. Moling Dongshan was so angry that her face turned pale. Her delicate body kept trembling. She was fighting for her grandfather. Her grandfather was upright and plain-spoken. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? However, he was powerless in front of the family. What's the use of saying so much? The traitor of the family has lost our face. We, the Mo family, will never allow such a bastard to exist. That's right. You have to pay with blood for killing my people. The elders of the Mo family were agitated. They did not listen to Moling Dongshan at all. At this moment, both parties were at daggers drawn and the atmosphere was extremely cold. You bunch of old things. I will fight with you all. Moling Dongshan knew that no matter how much she said, it would only be ignored. It was impossible to change their minds. A bunch of shameless people. How can you be brave? How can you be loyal? Our Mo family does not have such a descendant. Today all of you must die. Our Mo family will definitely clean up the family. Mo Yangkue was like a fox exploiting a tiger's might. Relying on a group of Mo clansmen, he became very high-profile and domineering at this moment. Thousand City of Black Jade, I only have one question for you. Do you know your mistake? Kneel down and accept the punishment from the family. Perhaps I can let you go and spare your descendant. The third elder said in a deep voice. His eyes turned cold as he pointed his sword at the Thousand City of Black Jade. Thousand City of Black Jade, what's wrong with you? Please enlighten me, third elder. The Thousand City of Black Jade stood with his head held high. What did he do wrong? He did not do anything wrong. He did not do anything wrong. Why did he have to bear everything? Even his granddaughter stood up for him at this moment. Why couldn't he let it go? Good, good, good. The third elder Mo Showing nodded his head. His voice was calm without any trace of emotion. At this moment, everyone knew that the third elder was completely infuriated by the Thousand City of Black Jade. When the third elder was really angry, he was extremely calm, but he was more terrifying than anyone else. In that case, since you don't think that you are a member of the Mo family, I can only teach you a lesson. You so-called unruly people, as the younger generation, you must have the determination to sacrifice your life for the family. From now on, there is no meaning for you to live in this world anymore. Mo Showing looked calm and said coldly. Do it. Kill without mercy. Chapter 3751. Moling Dongshan and his grandfather looked at each other. They knew that today's matter would not end well. The people of the Mo family did not listen to them at all. They were determined to kill them here. The reason was hard to guess. However, they believed Mo Yongkue's words. They believed that the Thousand Black Jade City was here to pick a quarrel and take revenge for what they had done to them in the past. You don't know what's good for you. Today the Mo family will crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Mo Yongkue shouted in a deep voice. He stood at the edge of the battlefield. They would definitely be killed in this battle. The people of the Mo family, these arrogant juniors, must pay the price for what they have done. The people of the Thousand Black Jade City should all die. If you want me to die, I will drag you down with me. The Thousand Black Jade City looked at Mo Yongkue viciously. Mo Yongkue felt a chill down his spine. This guy really dared to do that. Especially now he had no idea how to deal with the Thousand Black Jade City. He was definitely not a match for him. He could only wait for an opportunity to give the Thousand Black Jade City a fatal blow. At this moment he could only choose to retreat. His eyes were like a venomous snake that made people shiver. Once they were targeted by him, they would definitely not have a good life. The third elder waved his hand. Everyone took a step forward. Their imposing aura surged. More than 40 Divine Emperor Realm experts instantly surrounded the Thousand Black Jade City and the others. 18 Divine Emperor Realm experts were like a cup of water to a burning cart of firewood. Most importantly, the third elder took the lead and confronted the Thousand Black Jade City directly. The battle was about to begin. Third elder, I'm sorry. The Thousand Black Jade City said coldly. Facing the third elder, he exerted all of his strength. Terrifying airwaves swept across the sky as he fought against the third elder alone. However, there were too many of them. Each of them was a Divine Emperor Realm expert. They were the elites of the Mo family. It was difficult for the Thousand Black Jade City to fight against 10 of them alone. The third elder charged forward step by step with unstoppable force. In addition, the Thousand City of Ink Jade had exhausted quite a bit of his physical strength from the previous battles. It was completely impossible for him to deal with so many Divine Emperor Realm experts. Apart from being in a difficult situation, his techniques were also completely suppressed. It was impossible for him to turn the situation around. On the other side, even the clansmen led by Moling Dongchen were shocked. At this moment, the people of the Mo family's side branch were suffering. The third elder took a step forward and forced the Thousand City of Black Jade to retreat. His hand seals were linked together and thunder roared. It was extremely terrifying. The sky was filled with black clouds. The surrounding disciples of the Mo clan were all incomparably agitated. Going against them would only mean death. If they wanted to die, they would accompany them to the end. The Thousand Black Jade City was already showing signs of fatigue. It was completely difficult for him to deal with the third elder. Although Moling Dongchen was resisting with all his might, the situation was not good either. As time went by, Moling Dongchen and the others became more and more restrained. Their injuries were quite severe. After all, they were facing more than 40 Divine Emperor Realm experts, and it was difficult for them to change the situation. I'll hold them off. You guys leave quickly. Thousand Black Jade City said in a deep voice. At this moment they no longer had any path of retreat. They were in a life-and-death situation. He absolutely couldn't let his juniors die here with him. Since the Mo clan had already decided to kill them, they wouldn't show any mercy. After all, this matter was because of him. That's why they started a war with the Mo clan. Even though he didn't mean for it to happen, the situation had already developed to this stage. Who would feel good in their hearts? When they were forced to do so, the Thousand City of Black Jade City did not kill anyone. However, he killed Moling Dongchen. Yan Ying's death was his own fault. He committed suicide and it had nothing to do with him. However, the Mo family had regarded him as the culprit. Who could endure such humiliation? The moment he returned to the Mo family, the Thousand City of Black Jade City knew that it would not be easy for him to return to the Mo family and acknowledge his ancestors. He would not have any complaints even if he was despised and ridiculed by others. However, Zhou Xian and Yan Ying's aggressiveness had forced him into a situation where he had no choice but to fight. I've always been loyal to the moon, but the moon shines in the ditch. The Thousand City of Black Jade City was extremely sad. However, he could not do anything. At this moment he could only fight with his life on the line so that his juniors could have a chance to escape. I won't leave. Grandpa, I want to live and die with you. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. He swore that he would not leave. He would fight with his grandpa until the end. The Mo family was a bunch of people who could not distinguish right from wrong. She had fought to her heart's content in this battle. Even if she lost, she would not have any complaints. Grandpa had suffered a lot of humiliation. Today he would not be bullied by them again. We swear to follow the family head till death. We swear to follow the family head till death. None of the Mo clansmen chose to leave. Even if they were to die, they wanted to die behind the 1,000 Black Jade City. They were fearless, they were all elites picked out from 10,000 people. For the sake of following their clan master, they would not waver even in death. A bunch of people who don't know what's good for them. Even if you want to leave, you won't be able to. Mo Yongkue did not plan to let any of them go. His son and wife were both dead. Who could he reason with? He could only vent his anger on Moling Dongchen and the others. So he wanted all of them to die together with him. Mo Yongkue was behind the third elder, chasing after the 1,000 city of Black Jade City. Each of his moves was ruthless and full of killing intent. The 1,000 city of Black Jade City was constantly injured and flew backwards. At this moment, Moling Dongchen was finally defeated. The situation had become one-sided. Moling Dongchen and the others did not have any strength to fight back at all. Get out of here. The third elder's hand seal moved, causing the wind to howl and cranes to cry out. He controlled the peak of 10,000 miles and directly pressed down on the Ink Jade Millennium City, making it difficult for him to move. With a wave of his hand, even Moling Dongchen couldn't escape from the calamity. He was directly suppressed by the third elder. In an instant, more than 40 Divine Emperor Realm experts were like a hot knife cutting through butter, trapping everyone in the cage, making it hard for them to move forward. Their battle intent was completely extinguished and their vitality was completely exhausted. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. The 1,000 city of Black Jade City covered his face and cried. His heart was filled with regret. If it wasn't for him, they would never be in such a predicament. He stubbornly wanted to return to the Mo family. However, he was ridiculed by the Mo family. In the end, Mo Xian and Yan Ying forced him into a hopeless situation. Only then did he start the war with the Mo family. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Third elder, please make it clear. It's all my fault. Please let them go. They are all the people of the Mo family. Let me bear my fault alone. The 1,000 city of Black Jade said with a painful expression. He felt bitter and embarrassed. Since the moment you decided to go against the Mo family, all of you deserve to die. Chapter 3752. We are born from the same root. Why are we in such a hurry to destroy each other? 1,000 city of Black Jade felt an incomparable pain in his heart. He had never thought that things would turn out like this. Facing the censure of the entire Mo clan, he knew that he was weak and had no one to rely on. Now that he had been defeated, all of them were going to die here. 1,000 city of Black Jade was filled with regret. Third elder, they are also members of the Mo clan. They did nothing wrong. The 1,000 city of Black Jade said with a pleading look in its eyes. You've made a mistake. You've given birth to unfilial children. That's why they don't need to live in this world. They all deserve to die. The cold and emotionless side of Mo showing made the 1,000 city Black Jade finally see the side of the impartial ghost judge. His own mistakes were all blamed on the younger generation. What kind of logic was this? From the very beginning it was a mistake. This sentence made 1,000 city of Black Jade speechless. Who told them to be inferior? Their lives were already in the hands of the Mo family. Grandpa, we don't need to beg them. Life and death are up to fate. Success and failure are up to the heavens. Since we've lost, we have no complaints. As a member of the Mo family, I even feel ashamed. This group of old fogies who don't do anything really makes my heart cold. They make me speechless. They only know how to live in their own world. They don't care about the life and death of others. Old people who don't die are regarded as thieves. They are simply a den of thieves. Moling Dongchen shouted angrily. She was incomparably indignant. For the first time she felt that her family name was a humiliation. Since he had no other choice, he would rather die standing than kneel to live. Moling Dongchen and the others had already disregarded life and death. Mo Yuqianqing could not help but cover his face and cry. His action had harmed everyone. He wanted to return to the Mo family. Although his heart was burning, he was not welcomed by the Mo family at all. Mo Yuqianqing's heart was on fire. Damned girl, you're spouting nonsense. You don't know how to respect your elders. Today I'll properly teach you a lesson. Zhou Xian was incomparably furious in his heart. Zhou Xian was killed by her, so how could he not be furious? He was determined to kill Moling Dongchen to relieve the hatred in his heart and avenge his son. He could not wait any longer. The horrifying palm fell from the sky and was about to hit Moling Dongchen's face. Moling Dongchen was not afraid of death and his expression was cold. Even though he was facing such a horrifying battle strength, Moling Dongchen did not even frown. She was not inferior to men. Dressed in black, she had a valiant and formidable-looking bearing. Her peerless elegance caused others to gasp in amazement. She was as beautiful as a fairy and as cold as ice. She vowed to defend her last dignity with her life. The sound of a finger being flicked resounded in the sky as Zhou Xian was blown back. A cold light flickered from the might of that finger and struck Zhou Xian's chest, causing him to be heavily injured as blood spurted from his mouth. Who is it? Get out here. Zhou Xian was bewildered. He moved closer to the third elder. His complexion was pale and unsightly. Even the third elder's expression was gloomy. He did not expect that there was such a powerful figure hiding in front of the Mo family and they did not know about it at all. May I know your name? I'm afraid it's a bit too much to injure someone in front of the Mo family. The third elder said faintly to the sky. At that moment Jiangqin stepped out from the clouds. He carried the crystal coffin on his shoulder and his face was cold. Everyone was dumbfounded. Only Moling Dongchen stared at that figure. His body trembled and even his lips were trembling. If you want to touch her, you'll have to go through me first. Jiangqin said calmly and glanced at Moling Dongchen. The latter's eyes were filled with complicated emotions, especially when he saw the crystal coffin on Jiangqin's shoulder. He did not know what to say. Jiangqin looked at Jiangqin. Could it be that the woman in the crystal coffin was the one that he had been looking for? I'm sorry. Jiangqin looked at Moling Dongchen. He did not even look at the third elder Mo Xian and the others. He only had Moling Dongchen in his eyes because he felt that he had to give her an explanation. He felt sorry for leaving without saying goodbye. Moling Dongchen shook his head. You don't owe me anything. She's the one you've been looking for, right? Moling Dongchen asked. Jiangqin nodded his head. I'm not as good as her. Moling Dongchen sighed. There was a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. It was a great gift from the heavens for Jiangqin to come. May I know who you are? You should give me an explanation since you dare to behave atrociously in front of the Mo family. Mo Xian said in a deep voice. He looked at Jiangqin again. His eyes were filled with coldness. This guy is strong, very strong. However, it was unreasonable to look down on the Mo family in front of the Mo family. Mo Xian was very angry. Wasn't he looking down on the Mo family? Who's this guy? He's so powerful. Elder Zhou Xian was severely injured by just one finger. This is a miracle. Even the third elder did not dare to face him head-on. I can see that this guy's strength is not ordinary. He dares to be so arrogant in front of the Mo family. No matter who he is, he must pay the price. That's right. This is the Mo family's internal matter. How can an outsider interfere in it? Everyone in the Mo family was angry. The appearance of Jiangqin had made the Mo family nervous again. Thousand Black Jade City seemed to know Jiangqin's identity. His granddaughter was trapped in love because of him. I, Jiangqin, have always done things like this. If you're unhappy, you can come at me. I, Jiangqin, will accompany you to the end. Jiangqin's words made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. A man's name was like a tree's shadow. Jiangqin's name had already spread across the realm of the gods. Moreover, the Mo family was such a powerful force. They must have heard of him. Jiangqin. It's him. How is this possible? Isn't Jiangqin in the Middle Region Divine Land? Why would he appear here? What? Is it really Jiangqin? He's my idol. No one can compete with him in the Middle Region. This guy is too overbearing. Damn it. If it's really Jiangqin, our Mo family will be in trouble. It's hard to say. The third elder is not someone to be trifled with. This Jiangqin dares to act like a tyrant in our Mo family. We will not allow it. Chapter 3753. Jiangqin. This name was originally a legend, a name that caused people to fear like a tiger. Ever since the battle in the Central Region Divine Land, he had truly become known as who in the world doesn't know of him. As long as it was a truly powerful force, there wasn't anyone who didn't know of the existence of Zhou Xian. He defeated the Mountain and Sea sect and the 8 Extreme sect, and even the Martial Dan Hall suffered a great loss. One could imagine how powerful such a figure was. From the Divine Emperor to the merchants, there wasn't anyone who didn't admire Zhou Xian. Because he had done something that many people didn't dare to do. He dared to challenge the true authority, experts and powerful forces. Regardless of the outcome, being able to survive was the embodiment of an expert. Many people were guessing where Zhou Xian was, where he was, and whether this great Buddha would appear in some corner of the world. The Mo clan had never imagined that Zhou Xian would appear in their Mo city, and even become enemies with the Mo clan. This made countless people of the Mo clan feel suffocated, as if they were facing a great enemy. Zhou Xian's appearance had brought great pressure to everyone. Because he was too powerful, too terrifying. No one was willing to be his enemy. A half-step emperor ruling over the 9 heavens. Even the Mo clan, an elite force of the 100 clans contend, had to avoid mentioning Zhou Xian. When the third elder Mo Xian heard Zhou Xian's name, his heart skipped a beat. It was undeniable that the Mo clan wasn't a true colossus to Zhou Xian. Even an existence like the Martial Dan Hall had to be ruthless in the hands of Zhou Xian. What did their Mo clan have to do? How could they be enemies with Zhou Xian? But then again, the arrow on the bowstring had to be released. Now that the Thousand City of Black Jade and the Mo family were irreconcilable enemies, 2 divine emperor experts had died in the hands of the Thousand City of Black Jade and their descendants. How could they settle this score? Now that Zhou Xian had appeared out of nowhere, they felt that this matter was tricky. Zhou Xian stood there like an unstoppable god of war. The people of the Mo clan's branch were extremely shocked. Zhou Xian's appearance had given them a chance to live. It wouldn't be that easy for the Mo clan to kill them. Moling Dongchen looked at Zhou Xian. That figure seemed to be getting further and further away from her. Many times she had an illusion that she would be reunited with Zhou Xian at this moment. Would they forget about the past and marry each other? However, when she saw the lady in the crystal coffin, she knew that her position in Zhou Xian's heart would never be comparable to hers. Moreover, Zhou Xian's only concern had been her all the way from the 9 regions immortal world. Her position in Zhou Xian's heart was irreplaceable. It was the same for everyone. However, Moling Dongchen did not regret falling in love with Zhou Xian. Living alone, one should not stick to the old rules. There should be some changes and different feelings. At least there would be no regrets. Moling Dongchen was a little surprised by the appearance of Zhou Xian, but she was also happy about it. However, women would always compare themselves with others. Compared to Zhou Xian, she knew that she was not as good as Zhou Xian. Thousand Black Jade City's expression was solemn. Zhou Xian's appearance was undoubtedly the biggest change. The people of the Mo clan did not dare to attack them anymore. At this moment they had fallen into a deadlock. Zhou Xian's strength alone had put the entire Mo clan in a passive position. His courage and strength were really shocking. Thousand Black Jade City had never admired anyone, but Zhou Xian was the first. Because he knew that Zhou Xian came from the 9 regions immortal world. How many years had it been? In less than 1,000 years he had already reached the half-step emperor realm. Such talent was unheard of in the entire divine world. Zhou Xian, I admit that you're very strong. However, our Mo clan is not a pushover. Third elder Mo Xian said in a deep voice. Zhou Xian was strong, but it did not mean that he could cover the sky with one hand. The Mo clan's strength was undeniable. It was not easy to make them lower their heads and submit to Zhou Xian. Although Zhou Xian was strong and had a great reputation in the middle region, the Mo clan would not back down without a fight. Zhou Xian was strong, but the Mo clan was not a coward. Why don't you try? Although I, Zhou Xian, do not like to stir up trouble, I'm not afraid of trouble. Zhou Xian smiled and said calmly. Mo Yongkue had already spurted out blood and his face was pale. This guy was not a match for Zhou Xian at all. He was heavily injured in just a short fight. If it was not for the Mo clan's protection, he would have died if Zhou Xian used a little more strength. You? Mo Yongkue's face turned pale. He did not dare to challenge Zhou Xian at all. Third elder, please seek justice for me. My wife and children are all dead. I, Yongkue, have no face to continue living in this world. Mo Yongkue said with tears and snot running down his face. His hands were trembling, He could only beg the Mo clan to seek justice for him. Mo Shouying's expression was solemn. The death of Mo Yongkui's wife and children was a matter of the Mo clan's reputation. If they were to let this matter go, the Mo clan's reputation would be completely ruined. So what if it was Zhou Xian? Their Mo clan was a true great clan. What was there to be afraid of? Don't worry. My Mo clan will not be controlled by others. Not even the Heavenly Emperor. Mo Shouying said in a deep voice. He then turned to Zhou Xian with a cold expression. Zhou Xian, on account that you're a peerless expert with an illustrious reputation, and that my Mo family is a great family of our generation, my Mo family will not pursue this matter any further as long as you leave quickly. Otherwise, if you really want to fight with us to the death, don't blame us for being impolite. No matter how strong you are, you will not be able to do anything alone. Mo Shouying said with a trace of dignity. The Mo clan had never been afraid of anyone. If it was not because of Zhou Qian's great reputation in the Middle Continent, they would not have surrendered so easily. It's useless to say more. As long as I am here, no one will be able to hurt them. Zhou Qian said righteously. Zhou Qian was duty-bound to protect the Mo clan's dignity. Moreover, the 1,000 Black Jade City had endured humiliation for 100,000 years. Even if the relationship between Zhou Qian and Moling Dongchen was not that good, he would not just stand by and watch. You're courting death. The elder behind Mo Shouying was furious. Although Zhou Qian was famous, the Mo clan was nothing to be trifled with. At this moment, the Mo clan had already spoken to him humbly. However, Zhou Qian still did not know what was good for him and insisted on fighting with them to the death. There was no doubt that both parties would be at each other's throats. I would like to see how powerful your Mo clan is. How is it compared to the Mountain and Sea sect? How is it compared to the Baji sect? Chapter 3754. Since that's the case, it seems like there's no need for us to talk anymore. We, the Mo family, will never compromise. This is our Mo family's matter. If you want to interfere in it, you're being ungrateful. Whoever dares to stop me today will be the enemy of the Mo family. Get into formation and prepare for battle. Mo Shouying shouted in a deep voice. Facing Zhou Qian, the Mo family was facing an unprecedented enemy. This battle was not going to be easy for the Mo family. Little brother Zhou Qian, don't hurt yourself. Thousand City of Black Jade said guiltily. Now that Zhou Qian was involved, he was helpless. The gap between the Mo family and the Mo family was imaginable. Moreover, it was impossible for him to go against the Mo family. The Mo family was unkind to him and he could not be unjust to the Mo family. After all, this was the place where he was born and raised. Thousand City of Black Jade knew that if Zhou Qian joined the battle, the Mo family would definitely be in a difficult situation. However, no matter how strong Zhou Qian was, he was alone. It was not easy for him to be the enemy of the entire Mo family. Although the 8 Extreme School and the Mountain and Sea sect were the top sects in the Central Plains, they were not necessarily much stronger than the Mo clan. After all, the Mo clan was one of the 100 schools of thought that had been passed down since ancient times. Their strength could not be underestimated, and their foundation was so deep that even the 1,000 Black Jade City did not know about it. Zhou Qian nodded slightly. Although the Mo family was strong, he did not put them in his eyes. The current Zhou Qian was not someone who could be easily bullied. Be careful. Moling Dongchen said worriedly. Zhou Qian was carrying the crystal coffin on his shoulder after all. If he were to fight against these people, he might not be able to tell who would be the stronger one. That's why Moling Dongchen was worried. After all, this was the territory of the Mo family. The people of the Mo family were good at using the ink attack technique, which was comparable to the Yin-Yang 5 elemental formation and the Qimen Dunjia. Zhou Qian smiled. At least, Zhou Qian did not put the Mo family, Mo Shouying and the others in his eyes. The fight is finally going to start. Whether this Zhou Qian is a pushover or not will be revealed soon. Behaving atrociously in front of our Mo family, no matter how powerful he is, he will not be able to turn the tide. Although he is famous, our Mo family is not to be trifled with. This battle will definitely be extremely dangerous and shocking. I can't wait anymore. Haha, Zhou Qian, I really want to see how strong this legendary person is. The people of the Mo clan were very curious about Zhou Qian. Mo Shouying brought dozens of Divine Emperor realm experts of the Mo clan and surrounded Zhou Qian. This battle was related to the dignity of the Mo clan. They could only win. Jiang Qin held his blade horizontally and stood with his sword. That kind of indomitable might caused the Mo family to hold their breath and not dare to be negligent. After all, Jiang Qin's prestige was there. At the very least they had to give Jiang Qin some respect. Kill. Along with Mo Shouying's shout, dozens of Divine Emperor Realm experts of the Mo clan swarmed towards Jiang Qin. Mo Shouying was the one leading the charge. That kind of horrifying pressure made the sky and earth change color. 1,000 black jade cities and Moling Dongshan could feel the extreme pressure and their bodies were trembling. I don't know if this guy can survive. 1,000 black jade cities was a little worried about Jiang Qin. Don't worry, Grandpa. He won't fall easily. Compared to the 1,000 city of black jade, Moling Dongshan's worry for Jiang Qin was unchangeable. In her heart, Jiang Qin would never be defeated. Facing the dozens of Divine Emperor Realm experts and Mo Shouying, Jiang Qin's expression did not change. His figure moved like lightning and kept dodging. No one could get close to him. Even when Mo Shouying dashed towards Jiang Qin and blocked all his escape routes, Jiang Qin was not afraid at all. He clashed with Mo Shouying's palm and instantly sent Mo Shouying flying backwards. The third elder Mo Shouying was so weak in front of Jiang Qin. He was a half-step Emperor Realm expert. He was the true pillar of the Mo clan. Although Mo Shouying had stabilized herself, the people of the Mo clan were still frightened. Was Jiang Qin really that strong? Mo Shouying was the third elder of the Mo clan. Who would have thought that she would be defeated by Jiang Qin? It was unimaginable. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! This Jiang Qin is not a human. Even the third elder is not his match? Terrifying. Truly terrifying. The people of the Mo clan were deeply frightened. Jiang Qin had forced Mo Shouying to retreat with just one palm. At that moment the people of the Mo clan were in an uproar. They were shocked by Jiang Qin's strength. The one who was the most shocked was Mo Shouying. Because the power of Jiang Qin's palm was like the change of heaven and man. Mo Shouying was actually forced to retreat with just one palm. Even he felt ashamed of himself. However, Jiang Qin was like an Emperor Realm expert. He stood there unmoving like a mountain. It was impossible for him to defeat Jiang Qin. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin waved his hand. His hand seals changed again. A fire dragon soared into the sky and soared into the heavens. Dozens of Divine Emperor Realm experts turned pale. They had used all their strength to attack, but they were still forced to retreat by Jiang Qin. The 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal had instantly injured dozens of Divine Emperor Realm experts. Jiang Qin stood at the peak of all existences, majestic and imposing. His divine might was unparalleled as he stood in the sky. Jiang Qin's might was unparalleled. Mo Shouying had never thought that the battle would end like this. He thought that it would be an evenly matched battle. How could he not give Jiang Qin a show of strength with the help of dozens of Divine Emperor Realm experts? Although the injury wasn't too serious, this palm strike had already explained everything. Although the injury wasn't too serious, this palm strike had already explained everything. It was not without reason that Jiang Qin could turn the entire central region divine land upside down. A half-step Emperor Realm expert had taught Mo Shouying a good lesson. Mo Shouying was also a half-step Emperor Realm expert, but their strength and aura were completely different. Mo Shouying sighed in his heart. He was extremely shocked. However, the truth spoke louder than words. Jiang Qin was too strong. Even he did not dare to face him head-on. Their Mo clan had fallen into a passive position in this battle. Jiang Qin, you're so cruel. Mo Shouying shouted. Although half of the Divine Emperor Realm experts did not die, their tendons and meridians were broken and their dantian was crushed. They would definitely become a cripple. Jiang Qin sneered and shook his head. Chapter 3755. Jiang Qin and Mo Shouying looked into each other's eyes. Jiang Qin was telling the truth. If he was the one who failed today, all of them would die without a burial place. However, the result was the opposite. The one who lost was not him but Mo Shouying. Therefore, almost half of those Divine Emperor Realm experts were crippled by Jiang Qin. Even so, Jiang Qin was already being merciful. After all, he did not kill all of them. The people from the Mo family's branch, 1,000 Black Jade City, came here to pledge allegiance to the Mo family. They hoped that they could return to the Mo family. They were not here to stir up trouble. Even if they joined in, it was still the Mo family's matter. If Jiang Qin really killed those Divine Emperor Realm experts of the Mo family, The ones who would suffer in the end would be Moling Dongchen and the others. The Mo family would definitely not rest until they were dead. Thank you, little brother Jiangchen. Thousand Black Jade City sighed with emotion. Jiangchen was powerful enough to kill those Divine Emperor Realm experts. However, they were either crippled or heavily injured in the end. He did not make the situation irreversible. This was the last dignity that Jiangchen left for him. It was his last chance. Thousand Black Jade City's admiration and gratitude towards Jiangchen was indescribable. Jiangchen didn't say much but continued to face Mo Shouying. The gap between the two of them was obvious. Mo Shouying knew very well that he wasn't a match for Jiangchen. This incomparably ferocious fellow was like a human-shaped killing machine. He didn't have any chance to defeat him. The Mo family had fallen into a precarious situation. However, the dignity of the Mo family couldn't be tarnished, and the reputation of the Mo family couldn't be tarnished. Jiangchen, you're digging your own grave. Do you know that? Mo Shouying shouted in a deep voice. The members of the Mo family behind him had already disappeared. Not many of them were still standing here. Under Jiangchen's power, the entire Mo family was forced back. Many of them were injured and almost all of them had lost their ability to fight. Mo Shouying was exasperated that Jiangchen didn't meet his expectations, but even he himself wasn't Jiangchen's opponent. He couldn't even withstand a single blow from Jiangchen. Jiangchen had forced him back with a single palm. All I know is that you guys don't distinguish between right and wrong. You won't even let your own clansmen go. Do you know the whole story? Do you know the humiliation that Thousand Black Jade City has suffered all these years? You don't know it all. You only know that you are high up in the mountains and everyone else is like dog shit in your eyes. Right? Jiangchen sneered. This Mo Shouying was an extremely pedantic fellow. He didn't have any reason at all and he didn't even know what was going on. He just made things difficult for Thousand Black Jade City and the others, and even his own people were no exception. There's no need for an outsider like you to interfere in the matters of my Mo family. Don't even think about leaving here alive today. Mo Shouying said furiously, glaring at Jiangchen. I've never planned to leave this place. Not only will I not leave, I will also pass through your Mo family and head to the peak of the Southern Sea. Jiangchen said. With just you? Haha, you want to go to the peak of the Southern Sea? You're overestimating yourself. Today you'll have to pass through us first. My Mo family is not that easy to bully. Mo Shouying was full of confidence. Even though the Divine Emperor experts around him were defeated, Mo Shouying was still fearless towards Jiangchen. It's not up to you whether I can go to the peak of the Southern Sea or not. You're not qualified to stop me. Jiangchen shook his head. In his eyes, even though Mo Shouying was a half-step Emperor Realm expert, he was just a clown in his eyes. Mo Shouying's strength was incomparable to his. Jiangchen carried the crystal coffin on his shoulder. Without any hesitation he took a step forward, causing the heavens to tremble. Back off. Mo Shouying rushed forward once again. The two peak Divine Emperor experts beside him also lent him a helping hand. They clashed with Jiangchen again. Terrifying fist auras bombarded the void. Jiangchen's unstoppable momentum made Mo Shouying unable to defend himself. Within 10 moves, the two peak Divine Emperors were defeated, spurting out blood from their mouths. On the other hand, Mo Shouying wasn't any better. His face was deathly pale and he was moving cautiously. His arms were completely numb and his eyes were dull. Jiangchen was just too strong, so strong that it made his hair stand on end, so strong that he couldn't even muster the strength to resist. They were both at the half-step Emperor realm, but the gap between them was terrifying. Get lost. Jiangchen's thunderous fist shattered the mountains and rivers. Mo Shouying's blood and qi were boiling, his body was on the verge of collapsing. Wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, Mo Shouying stood up once again. Undeniably, he was quite persistent to be able to stand up under Jiangchen's invincible might. Ink attack star technique. Mo Shouying's voice was loud and clear. With a wave of his palm, the surrounding void within 1,000 li of Mo City was stirred up. The sky above Mo City changed color. Be careful, this is the Mo family's strongest ink attack star technique. It can light up the heavens and break through the stars. Thousand City of Ink Jade's expression changed drastically. The ink attack that was set up around the Ink City was even more powerful than a formation. The Mo family had relied on the ink attack to gain a foothold in the entire divine world. Other than the core members of the Mo family, no one knew how powerful the ink attack was. The sky was filled with stars and the surrounding space was collapsing continuously. The stars were like rays of light shooting out from the horizon. They were incomparably bright and resplendent. However, every ray of starlight was like an unparalleled sharp blade that could pierce through the heavens and earth, leaving no room for escape. Divine Golden Bell. God-sealing prohibition. Jiang Chen's expression was cold as he shouted in a deep voice. The Eastern Emperor Bell was fully unleashed at this moment, blocking off the starlight technique. Jiang Chen had to admit that he was shocked. The starlight technique was like a storm, it was rapid and fierce, it was extremely concentrated. Wherever the starlight technique passed through, not even a blade of grass could be seen. Everything was turned into ashes. No one can break through my star technique. Transform. Mo Shoying shouted angrily. He turned his palm once again using the star lighting technique to light up the stars in all directions. Rays of starlight came from the heavens, crushing the void and tearing the Eastern Emperor Bell apart. Even Jiang Chen had to face it head-on. Although Mo Shoying was not a top-notch expert, the Mo family's ink attack star technique was quite abnormal. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. Divine Golden Bell. Jiang Chen had already comprehended the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. Although the Eastern Emperor Bell could not reach its peak under the constant restoration of the myriad Qi Cauldron, it was getting stronger day by day. His aura was like a dragon. Chapter 3756. The divine bell descended from the heavens and the earth and the golden light illuminated the sky. The so-called ink attack star pointing technique did not have any power to fight back under the terrifying suppression of the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. The ink attack star pointing technique was magnificent and powerful. However, under the strong suppression of the Eastern Emperor Bell, it became their last hope. Everyone in the Mo family, including Mo Shoying, held their breath as they were in imminent danger. This Jiang Chen is too strong. Could it be that our Mo family is finished? If this goes on, no one will be able to defeat him, right? It's hard to say. Even the third elder was at his wits' end and was defeated. The situation. It's hard to explain in a few words. Jiang Chen's reputation is really well-deserved. Everyone in the Mo family felt insecure. Up until now, Jiang Chen had already destroyed the Mo family's ink attack star pointing technique. Mo Shoying was completely at her wits' end. The third elder was the mainstay of the Mo family, a half-step emperor realm expert. Even he was defeated. What else could they be proud of? Was the ink attack star pointing technique so weak in front of Jiang Chen? Moling Dongchen was extremely excited. He had never expected that Jiang Chen would be so powerful. The Mo family had become a pushover in front of him. Even the half-step emperor realm experts were not as powerful as him. He had truly stood at the peak of the divine world. Who could reject such a man? Moling Dongchen knew that she already had someone in her heart. However, she could not restrain Jiang Chen. He would eventually soar above the 9 heavens. Moling Dongchen did not know whether it was because of their mutual understanding or ill-fated relationship. No matter what, she knew that she could not continue to change. If she missed this opportunity, it would be the same for the rest of her life. The members of the Mo clan's branch were constantly cheering for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not disappoint them and rose to power, completely destroying the Mo clan's ink attack. To the Thousand Black Jade City, this was a kind of gratification but also a kind of self-mockery because the Mo clan's ink attack was completely useless in front of Jiang Chen. From this, one could see how powerful he was. Under the suppression of the Eastern Emperor Bell, Mo Shoying had nowhere to hide. A half-step martial emperor had been utterly defeated. The people of the Mo clan were also at a loss. Jiang Chen, don't you dare make a mistake. It's not too late to surrender now. If you dare to touch a single hair on me, my Mo family will definitely not let you off. Mo Shoying was still as confident as ever. It was as if he had no idea that he was the one who had been defeated. He was still acting as if he was high and mighty. Now that your life is in my hands, you want me to surrender? Haha, is everyone in the Mo family so shameless? You're used to being high and mighty. Do you think everyone has to worship you? Do you really think that you're an ancestor? In my eyes, Jiang Chen, you're nothing but dog fart. Jiang Chen laughed and reprimanded Mo Shoying. Mo Shoying was so angry that his face turned ashen. The dignity of the Mo clan was completely trampled by Jiang Chen. Mo Shoying wanted to reprimand him, but he was suppressed by Jiang Chen's Eastern Emperor Bel. At this moment he had already become a fish in Jiang Chen's hands. Do you still want to reverse the situation? The people of the Mo clan were used to being high and mighty. Even in the face of Jiang Chen's crazy attack, they still had their own pride and snorted disdainfully at Jiang Chen. Pa! A ruthless slap rang out. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Mo Shouying. He never thought that Jiang Chen would not kill him but slap him instead. At this moment he felt an unprecedented humiliation. You dare to slap me? As an elder of the Mo clan, Mo Shouying was above tens of thousands of people. No one dared to be disrespectful to him. Even though he lost to Jiang Chen, he still thought of himself as a high and mighty elder, ordering people around. Until Jiang Chen's slap completely woke Mo Shouying up. He fell into a state of confusion. He had already become Jiang Chen's prisoner, yet he was still so arrogant. Although this slap made him dizzy, what truly made him feel despair was the endless humiliation. As the third elder of the Mo clan, he had a high status. When had he ever been mistreated like this? Even if they killed him, it would be more satisfying than giving him a slap. How would the people of the Mo clan view their own elder? I'm hitting you, you old bastard who flaunts your seniority and pretends to be profound. Jiang Chen said coldly. The people of the Mo clan kept quiet out of fear. Only Mo Shouying was silently trembling. Pow! Another slap. Mo Shouying felt that he had no dignity to continue living. Jiang Chen had not only defeated him, he had also made him lose all face. He had no face to continue living in this world. For thousands of years, Mo Shouying had a high status and commanded others. When had anyone ever scolded him like this? His face had already been damaged. This was something that could not be reversed. Mo Shouying's face was red and his body was trembling. He was truly trembling because of anger. Losing was not scary. What was scary was having his dignity trampled. That was what Mo Shouying cared about the most. Jiang Chen was very clear about this. Mo Shouying had lost his will to live. This was much more painful than falling into the Avicii hell. His heart was tormented. Mo Shouying had lost his will to live. This was much more painful than falling into the Avicii hell. It seems that your Mo clan is only S's. You can't even withstand a single blow, yet you still want to establish a foothold in the Nantong Divine Prefecture. Today I, Jiang Chen, have finally seen how trash you are. Mo Shouying spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was almost angered to death by Jiang Chen. This was challenging his bottom line. Although he knew that Jiang Chen was doing this on purpose, Mo Shouying still couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. You will die a horrible death. Jiang Chen, Mo Shouying will not rest until one of us is dead. Mo Shouying continued to roar, but he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He had no more strength to fight. Who dares to behave atrociously in front of my Mo clan? A deafening roar resounded in the sky. Two figures arrived one after another. Their strength had reached the half-step emperor realm. They were incomparably terrifying. Standing in the sky, they were like gods of war. Big brother, second brother? Mo Shouying's breathing stagnated. Big brother and second brother had finally come out. This Jiang Chen was dead for sure. It's the first elder and second elder. This time, Jiang Chen won't be able to escape. That's right. The first elder and second elder are even more terrifying than the third elder. Both of them are half-step emperors. If the two of them were to attack together, it seems that the inner court of the Mo clan has been alerted. Yes, it seems that Jiang Chen won't be able to escape. Chapter 3757. Do you know what you're doing? The great elder of the Mo family said coldly and arrogantly. He pointed at Jiang Chen with a hint of coldness in his eyes. As the great elder of the Mo family, he had the power to decide the life and death of countless people in the Mo family. Even in the Nantong Divine region, he was a well-known figure. Now that the disciples of the Mo family were killed by an outsider, how could he tolerate that? The third elder had been defeated. So he must get back what he had lost. Since Jiang Chen had disgraced the Mo family, then he would not be able to leave this place. Your Mo family blocked my way. Of course I have to teach them a lesson. Moreover, it's not that easy to kill my friend. As for your third elder, he is just a motley crew. He doesn't care about right and wrong. The 1,000 Black Jade City belongs to the Mo family, but you want to kill all the people of the Mo family. Is this the style of the Mo family? Jiang Chen sneered. The matter of the Mo family will be handled by our own people. Why do you need to ask? As for whether the third elder is wrong or not, it's not up to you to teach him. This is the matter of the Mo family. What's the matter with you getting involved? The great elder of the Mo family also pointed at Jiang Chen and said without any hesitation. What you said is reasonable. But you don't know right and wrong. How dare you question me? Thousand Black Jade City is a genius of your Mo clan, yet he has fallen to such a state. The Mo clan is truly awe-inspiring. All of you are just a bunch of bastards who don't know what's good for them. Since these people wanted to compete with him, there was no need for him to be polite to them. Plus, he wouldn't stop until Jiang Chen turned the Mo family upside down. Otherwise, the matter of the Thousand Black Jade City would never be solved. That's right. Jiang Chen's strength is too great. Brother Jiang Chen sighed. Thousand Black Jade City was very nervous. Jiang Chen had treated their matter as his own. He had challenged the Mo family at all costs, which made him very touched. Of course, it was all thanks to Moling Dongchen. If it wasn't for Moling Dongchen, perhaps Jiang Chen would not have meddled in their business. Moling Dongchen was also very solemn. Jiang Chen's feelings were deep and sincere. He was even willing to go against the Mo family for his sake. This made Moling Dongchen feel very warm inside. Although Jiang Chen was already famous and powerful, Moling Dongchen was still worried about the Mo family, who was such a powerful family. You must be careful. Jiang Chen. Moling Dongchen kept praying. You dare to be so arrogant and despotic in my Mo family? Looks like you really don't want to live anymore. This old man has roamed the divine world for millions of years, but I have never met such an arrogant and shameless person like you. You dare to strut around my Mo family. Do you really think that there is no one in my Mo family? Since Zhou Xian has been defeated, let me have a taste of your strength. The leading second elder of the Mo family said in a deep voice. Shouqing, be careful. The great elder of the Mo family looked at second elder Mo Shouqing and said in a deep voice. The Mo family would definitely not let this matter go. Even if this person was Jiang Chen, so what? The Mo family would not allow anyone to trample on them. They must get their revenge. Mo Shi was the eldest brother. At this moment, Mo Shouqing was guarding the south. Mo Shouqing was eager to have a try. Since the third brother had been defeated, he, as the second brother, would definitely not stand by and do nothing. Jiang Chen's name was well known. He also wanted to know how powerful this guy was. Please enlighten me. Mo Shouqing held his folding fan and smiled. He was confident and calm. They were both half-step emperors and he was definitely not afraid of Jiang Chen. This guy had come from the central state divine land and was praised by many. As to whether he was truly capable, it would depend on whether he could convince him. I hope you are not as useless as your brother, third brother Mo, Jiang Chen smiled. As he attacked, his long sword moved horizontally and vertically. The sky dragon sword exploded in the air, creating wind and water. The shadow of the sword was like a torch, piercing through the sky. Accompanying Jiang Chen's boundless sword, Mo Shouqing felt as though he was facing a great enemy. Inkwind walking art. Mo Shouqing shouted angrily. Thunder roared and the wind howled. Blades of wind flew out from the folding fan in his hand and clashed with Jiang Chen's shadow of the sword. Blades of wind, roars. Mo Shouqing's aura was like a dragon as he charged forward. Compared to Mo Shouqing, his strength was obviously a level higher. Although they were both half-step emperors, there was still a gap between the two. Mo Shouqing's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he clashed with Jiang Chen. That kind of power was unparalleled and even felt as though it could reach the heavens. Second elder, do your best. Kill Jiang Chen and show the might of the Mo family. Second elder is mighty. Mo family is mighty. Jiang Chen does not look like much. Why would the experts of the Mo family be afraid of him? That's right. Let's let them experience what a true expert is. Even if they are extremely famous people in the Central Plains, they will have to obediently surrender in front of our Mo clan's elders. A dragon has to coil up and a tiger has to lie down. The Mo family is not an enemy that just anyone can go against. The eyes of the Mo family members lit up when they saw that Mo Shouqing had forced Jiang Chen back again and again. Jiang Chen, who had risen to fame in the Central Plains divine land, was only as of. He was completely useless in the hands of elder Mo Shouqing. Second brother, you must take revenge for me. Immerse Xian said through gritted teeth. Previously she had been viciously taught a lesson by Zhou Xian. If she did not get back at him she would lose all faith in the Immerse family. Zhou Xian was strong, but in the hands of her second brother he had fallen into a stalemate. There was no way to reverse the situation. Does he really think he is invincible in the world? Zhou Xian shook his head. He only wanted to see if the ink attack of this expert of the Immerse family was as powerful as the rumors said. Streaks of wind blades and dragon shadows filled the air and completely crushed down on Zhou Xian. In the eyes of outsiders, Zhou Xian did not have the slightest ability to fight back. However, only Immerse Xian knew that it would be very difficult for him to kill Zhou Xian. While he had the initiative in terms of presence, Zhou Xian defended the perimeter and his unparalleled sword presence made it impossible for Immerse Xian's attacks to escape. Sword 22. Chapter 3758. Number 2. Careful. Immerse Xian's pupils shrank. He originally thought that his number 2's strength was enough to deal with Zhou Xian, but he did not expect the other to attack in an instant. The terror of the limitless sword was not something that Immerse Xian could withstand. The domineering presence was unparalleled. The limitless sword was the highest realm of swordplay. The domineering presence that could break through everything displayed the ultimate realm of the sword to its fullest. Immerse Xian's wind-walking art was strong, but the other's methods were even more terrifying. The wind-walking art was broken and the 20-second sword came from all directions, causing Immerse Xian to lose the ability to fight. His face was pale as he retreated. The celestial dragon sword's dragon shadow swallowed the sky. Immerse Xian did not have the ability to fight anymore and was stabbed to the ground. There were more than 10 wounds and he fled in a sorry state like a rat on the street. Second brother, Immerse Xian murmured. Zhou Qian's power was not something they could imagine. They were both half-step emperors, but the limitless sword almost suffocated Immerse Xian. That was the majesty of an expert. Irreplaceable. Unparalleled. The shadow of the sword followed him like a shadow. Immerse Xian fled in a sorry state, but he was still heavily wounded by Zhou Qian. His face was covered in dirt, his body trembled and he was covered in wounds. It was extremely embarrassing. The Immerse family members were all dumbfounded. No one had expected that Immerse Xian, the second elder of the Immerse family, who had the upper hand just now, would become so miserable. This is too terrifying. A person's name is like a tree's shadow. We really cannot underestimate him. Zhou Qian is still Zhou Qian. The Immerse family members had lingering fear. They finally felt the terror from Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian. What a Zhou Qian. Thousand City of Black Jade was incomparably excited. It was a resonance that came from the depths of his soul. Zhou Qian was like a hot knife cutting through butter. He was invincible. If he returned to the Immerse family, perhaps there would be hope. After all, Zhou Qian's strength made the Immerse family feel fear. Only in front of absolute strength could he have the right to speak. Otherwise, others wouldn't listen to him at all. The strong always occupied the absolute initiative. The weak might not even have the capital to talk to the strong. Therefore there were many weak people who were clearly reasonable, clearly right, but the winner was the king and the loser was the villain, making them forever shut their mouths. At this moment Zhou Qian was like an absolute god and he was above the Immerse family. Only then could he have the right to speak. Thousand City of Black Jade also did not expect that Zhou Qian would be so terrifying. Before this he still hoped that he could obtain the Immerse family's understanding, and be able to talk to them directly. At least he was wronged, at least he only wanted to return to the Immerse family and acknowledge his ancestors. But in front of others he had no right to speak. He would only be treated as an invader and he would only be ruthlessly slapped in the face. The real history was written by the victors. At this moment, Thousand City of Black Jade finally knew the meaning of this sentence. Big brother, save me. Immerse Xian exclaimed. Immerse Xian could not bear to watch anymore. If he did not act, then Immerse Xian would really be killed by Zhou Qian. Boy, you dare. Immerse Xian stood in the sky with the mountain and river sword in his hand. He slashed downwards and clashed with Zhou Qian's sword. It was extremely sharp and fiery light soared up to the sky. The remaining power of the 22 swords was still there, but Immerse Xian was not an easy opponent. At this moment the two of them finally clashed and both of them retreated. Immerse Xian panted continuously. After surviving a disaster, Sword 22 would definitely be the nightmare of his life. At that moment he even felt that he could not be saved, but the appearance of his big brother finally eased his embarrassment. A loss was a loss, but he did not expect to lose so badly. There was definitely a reason why Xianxia could be famous in the Central State Divine Land. While Imo Shoqing was unwilling, he knew that the gap between him and Xianxia was not just a little. Big brother, you also have to be careful. Imo Shoqing warned his big brother. A single mistake could cause everlasting sorrow. If his big brother also died in his hands, then the reputation of the three brothers would be completely destroyed here. Watch my sword. Imo Shi squinted his eyes. He already had some understanding of Jiang Chen's limitless sword when he was watching the battle. However, he dared not underestimate Jiang Chen's limitless sword. Whether the sword technique that he comprehended from the ink attack could be compared to Jiang Chen's would depend on who would have the last laugh. Hidden sword art of ink attack. Imo Shi stood proudly in the air, and the shadow of his sword flashed across the vast sky. It seemed to be hidden everywhere in the sky, and every shadow was the birth of the sword of no beginning. Passing through the crowds of people and thousands of years, the sword of concealment could be considered one of the most powerful techniques in the Devil Palace. Imo Shi was also full of confidence. With this sword, even if he could not win, he could definitely fight evenly with Jiang Chen. Sword 22. Jiang Chen performed it again. His body was as light as a swallow, and the shadow of the sword was like light. The infinite shadow of the sword spread across thousands of miles and collided with each other. Jiang Chen's sword 22 was the pinnacle of swordsmanship, and the supreme swordsmanship. It completely crushed Imo Shi. Although Imo Shi was prepared for the same technique, he still could not break through the power of sword 22. Too terrifying. Imo Shi kept retreating. His hidden sword art of ink attack completely became the background. Under Jiang Chen's sword 22, the seemingly illusory swordsmanship was performed like a sword experiencing a reincarnation. Sword 22 from the beginning to the end, from simplicity to complexity. The domineering aura that could be seen clearly but could not be resisted was what made Jiang Chen most proud. Even if he knew the routine of the sword 22, its changes were endless. Every time he performed it, it would be different even if he didn't perform it 100,000 times. The sword 22 was the sword Dao's path that led to the same destination. It was the starting point of the sword Dao. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. But at that moment Jiang Chen once again comprehended the limitless sword. Sword 22 was still not the end. Perhaps the end was also the starting point. Jiang Chen had no distractions. The shadow of the sword was like the wind, turning into a flying sword. The sword left a sound as it passed. The limitless sword was the primordial state of swordsmanship. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already comprehended a clue about sword 23. Sword 23, where was sword 23? Jiang Chen had no distractions, but his mind was in turmoil. Where was the ultimate realm of swordsmanship? Go! Jiang Chen pointed with his fingertip. At this moment, his limitless sword was already between sword 22 and sword 23. It could not break through the final state of change. But now, the three elders of the Mo family had all been defeated by Jiang Chen. Chapter 3759. Mo Shoqing was unwilling, Mo Shoqing was unwilling, and Mo Shi was even more unwilling. The three great elders of the Mo family were defeated by Jiang Chen. The entire Mo family's Missouri City Square was in dead silence. No one had expected that the Mo family would be in such a miserable state. Even they themselves did not believe that they would be utterly defeated. Mo Shoqing roared in anger. Mo Shoqing followed closely behind, and Mo Shi charged forward again. The three of them attacked Jiang Chen like ferocious tigers descending from the mountain. The situation was critical and unpredictable. Above the void, a gust of wind and clouds surged. The Mo family did not expect that the three great elders would fight with their lives on the line. This was too shameful for them. They would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Three half-step Emperor Realm experts were defeated by the same person in such a miserable state. As the mainstay of the Mo family, how could they accept this? Be careful, Jiang Chen. Moling Dongchen reminded Jiang Chen anxiously. Jiang Chen had already noticed the three of them. He sneered and raised his sword. Instantly the three of them were pushed back by Jiang Chen. Their bodies were covered with blood. Everyone became extremely nervous and took a deep breath. Jiang Chen's attack was extremely powerful. Jiang Chen had already noticed the three of them. Jiang Chen's sword pierced through the clouds with an imposing manner. They could not withstand the sharpness of his sword at all. Who? Mo Shouqing's face turned pale. He took a deep breath. Fortunately he managed to dodge in time. Otherwise he would have been killed by Jiang Chen's sword. Ungrateful bastard. Jiang Chen said coldly. At this moment, a white-clothed man descended from the sky. He was wearing a white robe which was incompatible with the Mo family. He wore a dark green flag and black robe. In the Mo family one's appearance was their only choice. However, this white-clothed man was calm and composed. The moment he appeared, the entire Mo family knelt down on the ground. Even Mo Shi and the other two elders bowed slightly, showing their respect. The man's robes were spotless. He stared at the middle-aged man coldly. His eyebrows were like stars and his eyes were like swords. He looked extremely domineering. The middle-aged man's face was full of scars, as if he had been through many hardships. Patriarch. At that moment the thousand city of ink jade trembled in fear and almost fell to his knees. His eyes were filled with desire. Patriarch? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, but the smile on his face grew even brighter. Since the person in charge had come out, everything would be fine. That's right. I am the Mo family's patriarch, Mo Yundi. Young friend Duo one possesses astonishing strength. Seeing you today I am truly astonished. Even the three great elders of my Mo family were no match for you. They lost so miserably. What a pity. Mo Yundi smiled faintly, unruffled and not angry. Mo Shouqing and the others were also very calm. Their strength had reached the empty Emperor realm between the half-step Emperor realm and the Emperor realm. Although they were not as strong as Emperor Tianqi, they were not ordinary people. However, in the eyes of Jiang Chen they were not much of a threat. This bastard. Patriarch, kill him and show the might of our Mo family. How can we allow him to act so rashly in this sacred land? When has our Mo family ever suffered such injustice? Mo Shouqing said with righteous indignation, panting heavily. He was still brooding over Jiang Chen's suppression. At this time the backbone of the Mo family had finally appeared. He must get the patriarch to seek justice for him. At this moment, no matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he could not be a match for the patriarch. The empty Emperor realm was only half a step away from the true Emperor realm. He seemed to have seen the exciting scene of Jiang Chen being beaten up by the patriarch and finally killed. But what Mo Shouqing did not expect was that he would be scolded by the patriarch. What are you waiting for? If Jiang Chen did not show mercy, the three of you would be crippled even if you don't die. Mo Yundi said coldly. Only he could see that Jiang Chen did not kill them just now. Otherwise, the three of them would not be able to bear the consequences. The three of them took a deep breath and looked at Mo Yundi in disbelief. Jiang Chen did not have the intention to kill the three of them. Although they were ruthless, he had the attitude of negotiating with the Mo family. He could kill them and leave, but what about the 1,000 Black Jade City? What about Moling Dongchen? They wanted to return to the Mo family and not fight to the death with the Mo family. He was also giving them a way out. Obviously Mo Yundi was grateful. Otherwise, the three great elders of the Mo family would be crippled. The Nantong divine region was in a precarious situation. At this moment, if there was such a big earthquake in the Mo family, it would definitely attract attacks from all directions. It would not be easy to have a foothold in the Nantong divine region. The 1,000 Black Jade City was also grateful. Jiang Chen's action was undoubtedly for their consideration. Otherwise he could have just killed them. Why did he need to show mercy? The three of them blushed and looked at each other. They did not know what to do at this moment. Jiang Chen's previous reprimand was a great humiliation to the three of them. Now that the patriarch had appeared, he didn't kill Jiang Chen, instead he asked them to reflect on their actions. When Mo Shi and the others recalled that Jiang Chen hadn't crippled the three of them, they felt as if they had just survived a calamity. If Jiang Chen attacked with all his strength, Mo Shi did not dare to imagine whether he would still be standing here unscathed. Jiang Chen, no matter what, you are the enemy of the Mo family. Although I know that you came with good intentions, you have hurt the people of the Mo family and tarnished the reputation of the Mo family. I, Mo Yundi, as the patriarch of the Mo family, am duty-bound. However, since you have your reasons, I, Mo Yundi, will challenge you today. If you defeat me, then forget it. Moreover, I will re-examine the issue of the 1,000 Black Jade City. However, if you lose, then don't blame me for being ruthless. You must bow and apologize to the people of the Mo family. Mo Yundi pointed at Zhou Xian and said coldly. To Zhou Xian this wasn't something that he couldn't accept. The condition was very simple because he was sure to win. You are an expert, a man who dominates the world. Aren't you worried? Mo Yundi looked at Zhou Xian and asked. Zhou Xian shook his head. There is nothing to worry about. The benevolent are invincible. The righteous will not lose to you. Zhou Qian's confidence made Mo Yundi full of fighting spirit towards Zhou Qian. The two of them would not fight to the death. This was a gentleman's agreement between the two of them. I like your confidence. However, it is still too early to make a conclusion. The dignity of the Mo family cannot be violated. Chapter 3760. Grandpa, do you think Zhou Qian will win against the family head? Moling Dongqian looked at her grandpa. In fact, she had no confidence in herself. That was why she asked her grandpa. After all, Mo Yundi was the family head of the Mo family and he was very powerful. Now that he had appeared out of nowhere, Zhou Qian was in a worrying situation. Even though he had defeated 3 people in a row, the one in front of him was the legendary family head of the Mo family. For thousands of years he was the one who had dominated the Nantong divine region. Using her grandpa's words, Mo Yundi was the most talented genius in the world. His martial prowess was matchless, and he had dominated the current generation for 800 years. It's difficult. Thousand City of Black Jade sighed. Every generation had its own talents. Whether Zhou Qian could laugh till the end, it all depended on Mo Yundi. Now Zhou Qian and Mo Yundi were fighting in an instant. The sword and the spear intertwined, the light and the shadow intertwined. Both of them had high morale and the momentum of thunder rumbled through the sky. Zhou Qian held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The sword was sharp and the limitless sword was displayed again. The sword 22 had already surpassed the realm of the extreme way of swordsmanship. It was full of supreme power. Wherever the sword shadow passed, it seemed as if it had a life of its own. The sword essence was full of spiritual aura and it was incomparably murderous. Zhou Qian had no distractions. There was no joy or sorrow in his heart. There was no joy of victory or defeat. There was no other feelings in his heart. In his eyes and heart there was only a sword. A sword that could travel thousands of miles to the east and gallop through time. Zhou Qian carried the crystal coffin on his shoulder. For him this battle was full of pressure. Facing Mo Yundi, Zhou Qian's mind was as sharp as a sword. The sword 22 had transcended the restraints of time, sword shadow and sword light. It turned into a sword essence that had a life of its own. As the sword essence collided with each other, the entire sky above Mo City seemed to become tense. Everyone looked at the scene in awe. It seemed that a new and unprecedented battle was about to begin. Ink attack, ink shadow art. Mo Yundi shouted in a low voice, and the black spear radiance in his hand appeared everywhere. The spear shadow turned into a black light blade. It was unparalleled and pierced through the endless sky, bringing Zhou Qian unprecedented pressure. The Mo family's ink attack technique is indeed terrifying. Have a taste of my sword 23. Zhou Qian shouted angrily. The sword and the shadow overlapped, intersected and separated. They turned into sword wills and rushed to the top of the 9 heavens. Sword 23, Soul Vanishing Shadow. Zhou Qian's sword intent was like many living creatures with souls filling the sky. The 23 swords had completely transcended the extreme realm of swordsmanship. It was a sword momentum in the state of the soul like a rainbow and the trend of the general trend. Tens of thousands of souls were like shadows oppressing the sky. Mo Yundi retreated in defeat with every move. Countless sword wills made it impossible for him to fight back. His ink shadow art and spear radiance flew everywhere, but in the face of Zhou Qian's sword wills, they had already turned into specks of starlight and disappeared. The difference in strength between the two was obvious. I admit defeat, Mo Yundi said in a low voice. He even felt a chill running down his spine. Zhou Qian put away his sword and stood still. The 23 swords still had momentum. If Mo Yundi had not bowed his head and admitted defeat, the 23 swords might have directly injured Mo Yundi or even killed him. Mo Yundi deeply felt the invincibility of this sword, so he did not want to fight to the death with Zhou Qian at all. Because the result was nothing more than Zhou Qian winning. Why should he pay such a high price? Face was indeed very important. That was why the three elders of the Mo family had lost so badly and almost died here. As the head of the family, Mo Yundi was deeply aware of this. He knew when to yield and when to stand tall. Moreover, Xianxia was not a strong enemy. He just wanted the people of the branch of the Mo family to return to the family and seek justice. Mo Yundi was defeated. He deeply felt the invincibility of this peerless expert from the central region divine land. He did not lose unjustly, but it was a little unbearable. The people of the Mo family could not believe it. In their eyes, the head of the family should be invincible and invincible. However, he took the initiative to admit defeat in front of Xianxia. It was imaginable how dreadful the 23 swords was. Only the three elders of the half-step emperor realm knew that Xianxia's sword was simply terrifying and invincible. Xianxia withdrew his hand and stood still. He was a gentleman. Thousand Black Jade City and Moling Dongshan looked at each other. Both of them were quite shocked. Xianxia was able to defeat Mo Yundi. It was indeed something worth celebrating. In other words, at least he had the capital to return to the Mo family. Brother Xianxia's strength is really terrifying. I, Mo Yundi, am sincerely convinced. Mo Yundi said bitterly. It was really difficult to admit that he was not as good as Xianxia in front of the people of the Mo family. However, a loss was a loss. If he did not even dare to admit it, then he would really lose. Brother Mo is a dragon among men. If I am careless, the one who will lose today will probably be me. Xianxia said faintly. Ha! Brother Xianxia is flattering me. I know what I'm doing, ha. Mo Yundi was very pleased. Xianxia's evaluation of him was quite high. It could be said that Xianxia had acknowledged him. Although he had lost this battle, he had made friends with an expert like Xianxia. It was a blessing in disguise. I think Patriarch Mo should know about the matter regarding the Thousand Black Jade City. He didn't have any complaints in his heart. Even though he had been through 100,000 years of hardships, he only came here today with the hope of returning to the Mo family. He had no intention to fight with anyone, but he was framed time and time again. This should be considered as the Mo family's negligence. As for the outcome, I only hope that Brother Mo can give the Mo family branch an answer and clear his name. Mo Yundi knew what Xianxia meant. He sighed. Revenge breeds revenge. When will it end? Let alone his own family. No matter who was right or wrong in the past, it was not important now. Mo Yongkue was the main culprit. It seemed that there was no need to say anything more. I announce that the Mo family's branch, the Thousand Black Jade City, can return to the ancestral temple from today onwards. There is only one Mo family in the whole world and the divine world. Mo Yundi spoke in a solemn voice, exuding a peerless majesty. At this moment, when Thousand Black Jade City heard this, he couldn't help but cry tears of joy. His entire body trembled. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. At this moment, he finally stepped into his homeland and returned to the embrace of the Mo family. The Thousand Black Jade City turned to Xianxia and bowed deeply to Xianxia. He wanted to kneel down but was stopped by Xianxia. After all, he and Moling Dongshan were of the same generation. Although there was nothing between him and Mo Yundi, he would not let the Thousand Black Jade City kneel down to Moling Dongshan's close relative. Thank you. Chapter 3761. Everything in the Mo clan had finally come to an end. The Thousand Black Jade City had also taken root in the Mo clan. Mo Yundi was not a person who couldn't tell right from wrong. Moreover, Xianxia's strength was not something that Mo Yundi could compete with. Having such a powerful friend was better than having an enemy. Moreover, it was Mo Yongkue's fault. He was punished to guard the Black Wind prison of the Mo clan for 100,000 years to bear the sorrow of the Thousand Black Jade City. Mo Yongkue's heart was like dead ashes. His son and wife had died completely. Facing the Thousand Black Jade City, Xianxia and the others, he had no power to turn the situation around. He could only accept such an ending indifferently. Moling Dongshan and his grandfather, the Thousand Black Jade City, could finally return to the Mo clan with peace of mind. This matter was not complicated. It was just that the Thousand Black Jade City wanted to return to the Mo clan, but he didn't have enough power to do so. Brother Xianxia, what do you plan to do next? Mo Yundi looked at Xianxia and asked meaningfully. I want to go to the purple bamboo forest at the top of the South Sea. Xianxia said bluntly. I didn't expect us to have such a tacit understanding. I won't stop you if you want to go to the top of the South Sea. However, you can't enter the purple bamboo forest. Mo Yundi said with a smile. Why? Jiang Qin frowned and asked in a low voice. The current purple bamboo forest is no longer the same as before. Countless people have entered, but not a single one of them has been able to leave alive. And in these past few years, the purple bamboo forest has been filled with exclusivity. Many people can't even find the way to enter the purple bamboo forest. Even the experts of the 100 schools of thought have fallen into the purple bamboo forest and haven't come out for more than 1,000,000 years. So this time the experts of the 100 schools of philosophers have come to an agreement. In 10 days, we will select 10 great experts to enter the purple bamboo forest to investigate. Many of the experts of the 100 schools of philosophers are in deep trouble, including my younger brother. The purple bamboo forest is no longer the dojo of Bodhisattva. Mo Yundi stopped smiling and his expression became serious. What do you mean? Jiang Qin continued to look at Mo Yundi. 1,000,000 years ago, Avalokitesvara was no longer at the peak of the southern sea. In these 1,000,000 years, no matter what happened, the figure of Avalokitesvara never appeared at the peak of the southern sea again. Some people said that Avalokitesvara had already fallen, and the purple bamboo forest had also become a whirlpool that swallowed the world. No matter how many experts entered it, they never returned. In the past, Bodhisattva was the most powerful existence in the Nantung divine region. He was extremely benevolent toward our 100 schools of philosophers. But now things are different. It's easy to reach the peak of the southern sea now, but the purple bamboo forest is full of mysteries. Countless people view it as a land of death. They don't dare to venture too deep, so the experts of the 100 schools of thought have surrounded the outer perimeter of the purple bamboo forest. This time, the 10 experts of the 100 schools of thought have entered the purple bamboo forest to find the real reason why so many people have died. Since Bodhisattva is no longer there, the purple bamboo forest is the place with the densest spiritual energy in the entire Nantung divine region. Therefore, there are people from the 100 schools of thought who are eager to take it for themselves. It's just that the purple bamboo forest is too mysterious and strange, so they've been put on hold. Now that millions of years have passed, the people from the 100 schools of thought have finally lost their patience. As Mo Yundi explained, Jiang Qin finally understood the reason behind it. This time I'll definitely bring the Mo clan into the purple bamboo forest to find the reason why so many experts have perished. I hope that brother Jiang Qin can lend me a hand. My Mo clan will be eternally grateful. Mo Yundi cupped his fists and said. He was filled with reverence toward Jiang Qin. If he could obtain such a great help from Jiang Qin, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings. At that time he would have an additional layer of insurance when he fought against the experts of the 100 schools of thought. Jiang Qin pondered for a moment and said, "That's not a problem. I'm just looking for someone, Avalokiteshvara, to save my wife in the coffin. Even if I can't find Avalokiteshvara, the purple bamboo forest is the place with the densest spiritual energy in the entire world. I believe that I'll definitely be able to find what I need in Avalokiteshvara's dojo." Mo Yundi glanced at Jiang Qin and the crystal coffin on his shoulder. The woman in the coffin was a stunning beauty that resembled a celestial fairy. It was no wonder that Jiang Qin was unwilling to let go of her. Jiang Qin's objective this time was extremely clear. He didn't want anything else other than to save his wife. "Brother Jiang, don't worry. I'll definitely search with you. As long as I can save sister-in-law, I won't hesitate to do so," Mo Yundi said in a gratified manner. Mo Yundi said with relief. With Jiang Qin's help, he was full of confidence in the war against the 100 schools of philosophers. "Brother Jiang Qin, rest for 10 days. After 10 days I'll definitely bring you to the purple bamboo forest. However, there's no need for you to take action in the 100 schools contend tournament this time. My Mo clan will be enough." "Huh." Mo Yundi laughed and said. "All right." Jiang Qin nodded his head and turned to leave. On the peak of the Zhuiyun peak of the Mo clan, the scenery was beautiful. Green water and green mountains were flowing. Birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. Insects were chirping and beasts were roaring. In an instant it was drizzling. Jiang Qin sat on the peak of the mountain and gently stroked the crystal coffin. His heart was extremely solemn. If Avalokiteshvara was really gone, where would he go? However, even if he had to go to the ends of the earth, he would definitely find a way to cure Xiaoyu. Even though the divine origin qi in her body was almost exhausted, he absolutely wouldn't let her leave him just like that. Jiang Qin was full of confidence for the trip to the purple bamboo forest. There was no room for failure. He could only succeed. I want to go with you, Moling Dongchen said in a low voice. Moling Dongchen had already known about the trip to the purple bamboo forest. Therefore she was very worried about her gains and losses. This time Jiang Chen had reappeared, but she was afraid that this opportunity would disappear. What if Jiang Chen would never come back after entering the purple bamboo forest? Then she would definitely regret it for the rest of her life. It's too dangerous there. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. Dangerous? Then why do you want to go? Moling Dongchen said. Jiang Chen looked at Xiaoyu and said firmly. For Xiaoyu, even if I have to die, I want to die in the purple bamboo forest. Even if it's the Avicii hell, I want to go there. What's the harm in dying? For you, even if I have to die, I want to die in the purple bamboo forest. Even if it's the Avicii hell, I want to go there. What's the harm in dying? Chapter 3762. Why do you have to do this? I'm not afraid of death for you. Do you really have to reject me? Moling Dongchen bit her red lips. It was already a great courage for her to take such a step. However, Jiang Chen's determination made Moling Dongchen anxious. He was not disheartened. Jiang Chen was doing it for her own good. However, she would rather die with Jiang Chen than to stay in the Mo family and bear the pain of parting. Moling Dongchen knew that she could not leave Jiang Chen anymore after they met again. There was a sense of longing that lingered in his dreams. If Jiang Chen had left, then he wouldn't have chosen to remain silent here. You're not afraid of death, but I'm afraid that I owe you too much. If I can come back alive, I won't let you down, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. However, at this moment Xiaoyu was unconscious and he did not have the mood to talk about other things. If Moling Dongchen insisted on following him into the purple bamboo forest, he would be the only one who knew if there was any danger. I'd rather go through life and death with you. Moling Dongchen's eyes were full of love as she said while gritting her teeth. Activate. Jiang Chen moved his palm and a formation was formed, trapping Moling Dongchen in this place. If Jiang Chen insisted on not giving in, she would definitely not let it go with her temperament. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Moling Dongchen said angrily. This formation can bind you for a year. After a year, regardless of whether I can come out or not, this formation will be broken. This place is rich in spiritual aura. It's the place with the most spiritual aura in the entire Mo family. It's beneficial for you to cultivate here. After a year I'll come and see you again, Jiang Chen said. You're a bastard. Jiang Chen, I hate you. I hate you. Moling Dongchen shouted with all her might. Her heart was filled with anger. The formation that Jiang Chen set up had completely enveloped her. There was no chance for her to escape. Even Mo Yundi, the head of the Mo family, might not be able to break the formation that Jiang Chen set up. Moling Dongchen looked at Jiang Chen's back in despair and cried loudly. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The most difficult thing to repay in this world was the debt of love. Therefore Jiang Chen would rather not involve Moling Dongchen in it. He would rather be selfish and stubborn for once. 10 days later, Jiang Chen received a summon from Mo Yundi. The 10 major families of the 100 schools of thought had finally been decided. The Confucian school, Daoist school, Maoist school, military school, legalism school, miscellany school, physician school, famous scholar school, school of vertical and horizontal, and school of yin-yang. The 10 major families were the leaders of the 100 schools of thought. This time the 10 major families were the strongest competitors in the purple bamboo forest. The Confucian school, Daoist school, Maoist school, military school, and law school. Brother Jiangchen, in this trip to the South Sea, you, me and the 3 elders are all in it. I hope that you can forgive us. There are also 5 peak divine emperor experts. Each family has 10 of them. This time the top 10 families seem to be working together. But in fact they are doing their own thing. Everyone wants to gain some benefits from it. If we can find out the reason why the purple bamboo forest has declined, there will be a great war. I hope that Brother Jiangchen can help us. If we work together we will succeed. Mo Yundi said with a smile. All right. Jiangchen did not say much. At this moment he only had one thought in his mind. That was to rush into the purple bamboo forest and find out the truth. If that's the case, let's not waste any more time. Let's go to the peak of the South Sea, Mo Yundi said confidently. His expression was solemn and excited. After all, he had been brooding over the matter of the purple bamboo forest for many years. Even his younger brother was trapped in it. Countless years had passed, but no one who had entered the purple bamboo forest was able to come out. This made the people of the 100 schools of thought very curious about the purple bamboo forest. Today the 10 great families had joined hands to enter the forest. It was obvious that it would be a fierce battle. The 10 great families had come prepared. Everyone knew that the purple bamboo forest was a big piece of cake and everyone wanted it for themselves. However, before that they had to find out the reason why the purple bamboo forest was so mysterious and had devoured the experts of the past. To the south of the Mo clan was the South Sea. It was a boundless ocean. Once upon a time the South Sea was the true holy land of the Nantong divine region. Because of the existence of Avalokitesvara, countless people worshipped it. However, after thousands of years Avalokitesvara had disappeared, causing the purple bamboo forest to become an ownerless land. By the way, Patriarch Mo, I have something to ask you. Zhou Xian said. Do you know that a monk has entered the South Sea? His Buddhist name is Tyrant. Zhou Xian looked at Mo Yundi curiously, hoping to get an answer. However, Mo Yundi shook his head. I have never heard of the monk Tyrant you mentioned. But not long ago, there was a strange phenomenon in the purple bamboo forest at the South Sea. I don't know if it has anything to do with the monk Tyrant you mentioned. Although it caused a great commotion, it disappeared very quickly. Therefore, it didn't cause too much of a commotion. It was said that the purple bamboo forest was filled with a myriad of lights, but nothing happened in the end. Mo Yundi said. I see. Zhou Xian nodded. He didn't know if it was the monk Tyrant. He said that he would come to the Nantong divine region. Someone summoned him. No matter who it was, Zhou Xian had to find him. If he was dead, he had to see his corpse. However, the monk Tyrant wouldn't die so easily. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for 1,000 years. This guy was a devil incarnate. Being a monk was just his side job. Not long after, numerous experts appeared at the edge of the South Sea. Mo Yundi's expression also turned solemn. 9 beams of red light soared into the sky and finally landed in this place. Every one of them was strong. There were dozens of half-step Emperor Realm experts. Zhou Qian's eyes were calm. Half-step Emperor Realm experts weren't a threat to him. However, he had to admit that the Nantong divine region was a land of outstanding people. He didn't expect so many experts to appear. The 10 strongest clans of the 100 schools of philosophers aside, just these half-step Emperor Realm experts were enough to make people's scalps go numb. Finally, everyone is here. Mo Yundi said in a deep voice. The corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. His younger brother had been missing for so many years. Today they finally had the chance to enter the purple bamboo forest. Moreover, the one who had the last laugh would be the ruler of the purple bamboo forest. Chapter 3763. Everyone, it's an exciting event for us to head to the South Sea together in front of Mo City. I, Mo Yundi, am honored to be one of the 10 great clans. Over the years, many experts from the 100 schools of philosophers have entered the South Sea, but I'm sure everyone is well aware of the outcome. None of our people have ever returned alive. I'm sure everyone has their own plans even if you don't say it out loud. Today we must ascend to the peak of the purple bamboo forest and see what exactly is causing trouble in the South Sea. After Venerable Avalokitesvara disappeared, the Nantong divine region has become more and more chaotic. I'm sure everyone already has a premonition of how many questions you have in your hearts. Since we've already made the final decision for this trip to the purple bamboo forest, I believe everyone here is well aware of it. The 100 schools of philosophers have been at war for millions of years, and this is an indisputable fact. Therefore, everyone is well aware of this trip to the purple bamboo forest. We must turn that place upside down and see what kind of existence it is that no good man from the Nantong divine region has dared to step into it for millions of years. Mo Yundi's words echoed everyone's thoughts. They were all eager to give it a try. Although it seemed like they were searching for their lost disciples, their real target was the purple bamboo forest. Since Venerable Avalokitesvara was no longer around, they had to fight for the ownership of the purple bamboo forest. With so many experts entering the purple bamboo forest at the same time, their efforts would definitely not be in vain. Every one of them had their own ulterior motives, but they understood very well that although they seemed to be united, they were actually doing things their own way. Among the 10 great clans, only the Confucian, Daoist and Mo clans were the most powerful. These 3 clans were also the most secretive. Unless it was a crucial moment, no one would easily make a move. Patriarch Mo is right. We must prepare well for today's trip. After all, we've turned out in full force this time. The Confucian family head Kong Zhongyun said with a smile. Since they had already gathered here, they must have already made their preparations. No one would be willing to serve as a foil for someone else. After all, once the ownership of the purple bamboo forest was decided, it would be possible for the person to become the #1 clan of the 100 schools of philosophers and rule the world. It was not impossible. Brother Kong is right. There is no time to lose. We should also go and take a good look at the so-called purple bamboo forest and see if it has already become the 18 levels of purgatory that devours people's hearts. The head of the school of Taoism, Zhuang Qixing, said with an indifferent expression. These people were all in the emptiness emperor realm and were only a step away from the emperor realm. These influential figures were all full of confidence. The 100 schools of thought had gathered in Nantong. They were the true leaders. This time they would definitely fight to the end before they were willing to give up. They had fought for countless years, but it had been difficult to determine the victor. However, whoever conquered the purple bamboo forest would be able to become the leader of the 100 schools of thought. Very well, then let's go. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. My younger brother disappeared in the purple bamboo forest 2 million years ago. However, I don't know if he's alive or dead or where he is now. Mo Yundi had a grim expression on his face. He had already made all the necessary preparations. The 100-man team was finally going to set off for the purple bamboo forest. Wait. As everyone was about to set off for the peak of the Southern Ocean, a cold voice interrupted them. Mo Yundi was slightly startled. Who would still want to cause trouble at this time? Head of the Mo clan, may I know who this brother is? A figure in a yellow robe appeared in a flash. It was the head of the school of legalism, Fa Inyuan. Fa Inyuan had a head full of yellow hair, yellow eyebrows, and a long beard. He wore a cold grin on his face as if he was being sarcastic. Mo Yundi squinted his eyes. How could he not know that Fa Inyuan was obviously here to cause trouble? Head of the school of legalism, is there anything else you want to ask? Mo Yundi said. Is this person a member of your Mo clan? Why don't I have any impression of him? Fa Inyuan pointed at Jiang Qin and asked in a deep voice. Do I need you to tell me if he's a member of my Mo clan or not? Don't tell me he's a spy from your school of legalism in my Mo clan's team? Mo Yundi was obviously not someone who was easy to deal with. His words instantly made Fa Inyuan speechless. You, a short-haired man took a step forward and stood behind Fa Inyuan, saying in a low voice, Head, it's him. I can sense the aura of Tianqing from him. He must be the one who killed Fa Tianqing. I suspect that he's the one who killed Fa Tianqing, a disciple of the school of legalism. Fa Inyuan pointed at Jiang Qin and snapped. Mo Yundi frowned. Did Jiang Qin really kill Fa Tianqing of the school of legalism? The matter seemed to be a little tricky. However, before Mo Yundi could say anything, Jiang Qin said straightforwardly, There's no need to doubt it. I killed him, which means he deserved to die. Since I killed him, it means he deserved to die. Jiang Qin's imperious attitude caused everyone to hold their breaths. Wasn't this guy a little too full of himself? Even the Mo clan would not dare to be so arrogant. Although the school of legalism was not as powerful as the Confucian, Daoist, and Mo clans, they were still quite terrifying. Although Fa Tianqing of the school of legalism was not a top genius, he was Fa Inyuan's grandson. It would not be easy to settle the matter. Say that again? Fa Inyuan's eyes were as cold as frost and his body trembled. He did not expect Jiang Qin to be so arrogant and say that he was the one who killed Fa Tianqing. This was simply looking down on the school of legalism. Are you deaf, or are all of you from the school of legalism deaf? Jiang Qin said coldly. His words caused 1,000 ripples. Everyone at the edge of the South China Sea was watching this scene silently. Jiang Qin was not only looking down on the school of legalism, he was looking down on the entire world. Everyone present felt a little suffocated. However, it was undeniable that this man was too arrogant. Some people could not help but think that this guy was only so arrogant because he had the support of the school of legalism. You're simply a bastard. Where do you think the school of legalism is? Fa Inyuan pointed at Jiang Qin. His hands were trembling and his face was green with anger. If it were not for the fact that so many people were watching the show, he would have made a move long ago to kill this guy and avenge his grandson. However, he had to endure it now. He had to make the school of legalism give him an explanation. Mo Yundi, tell me, what do you want to do? A life for a life, a debt for a debt. It's only right and proper. Do you still need me to teach you more? Fa Inyuan said in an aggressive manner. Facing Jiang Qin and Mo Yundi alone, he was not afraid at all. First of all, he is not a member of the school of legalism, so I can't control him. Furthermore, if you dare to touch him, the school of legalism will definitely come out and fight you to the death. Chapter 3764. Mo Yundi, is this the style of the Mo clan? Since you're so lax in your discipline, it seems that I need to restrain your subordinates for you. Fa Inyuan didn't believe that Mo Yundi would completely fall out with him for Jiang Qin. If they were to really fight, the legalists would definitely not be able to gain any advantage. Moreover, this was the Mo clan's territory. Even the Confucians and Daoists might not choose to start a war with the Mo clan here. Obviously, this was not a wise choice. You're not worthy, Mo Yundi said in a deep voice. He was at loggerheads with Fa Inyuan. Everyone around them was silently watching this scene. It seems that the Mo clan and the legalists have a grudge. It's hard to say. The Mo clan is not to be trifled with. Although the legalists aren't weak, fighting with the Mo clan in the Mo clan's territory is tantamount to courting death. That's right. However, Fa Tiancheng is the legitimate grandson of the legalist clan's leader. The legalists will definitely not let this matter go. Now let's see who is more unyielding. I'm very curious. Who is this person? Why is he making the Mo clan so nervous that they are willing to use all the power of the clan for him? Many people had the attitude that it was none of their business. If the Mo clan and the Mo clan were to really fight, they would definitely be happy to see it. Before leaving the South Sea, they could first divide the world into 3 parts. For the Confucians and Daoists, this was a good thing. If he's killed, then he's killed. What's there to be surprised about? Since ancient times, the legalists have always followed the true law. Since Fa Tiancheng killed and robbed people, there's nothing he wouldn't do. So what if I killed him? Isn't it right to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens? I, Jiang Qin, have never killed innocent people. I only kill those who deserve to be killed, including the old, the weak, women and children. Jiang Qin immediately raised his blade. In an instant, everyone focused their attention on Jiang Qin, except for Mo Yundi. The Mo clan members all had a proud look on their faces. Only they knew Jiang Qin's identity. What the fuck? Is this for real? Is this guy really Jiang Qin? How is that possible? Jiang Qin is the strongest genius in the Central Plains Divine Land. His reputation has already soared and no one in the entire Central Plains can do anything to him. If this guy is really Jiang Qin, I'm afraid there will be a good show today. Jiang Qin's name was well known. Fa Inyuan's face was gloomy. If he was the same Jiang Qin from the Central Region Divine Land, then today's matter would become much more complicated. You mean you're Jiang Qin? The Jiang Qin of the Central Plains. Fa Inyuan took a deep breath. The legalists also kept quiet out of fear. Jiang Qin was someone who made the Mountain and Sea sect and the Baji sect submit to him. He was someone that even the Martial Dan Hall and the Slaughter Pagoda did not dare to offend. Jiang Qin's strength had already been rumored to be miraculous. He had even escaped from an Emperor Realm expert and defeated an Emperor Realm expert. But since there were such rumors, it meant that Jiang Qin's name had indeed shaken the Central Plains. However, whether it was true or not, it was hard to guess. So what if I am, so what if I'm not? Today you should have seen the relationship between me and the Mo clan. Without the Mo clan, you're just a pile of dog shit in my eyes. If you're not convinced, then come at me. When have I, Jiang Qin, ever been afraid of anyone? As soon as Jiang Qin's words fell, the legalists became hesitant. Fa Inyuan was the same. They did not expect the person who killed Fa Tiancheng to be so united. Jiang Qin of the Central Plains. No wonder the Mo clan wanted to protect Jiang Qin at all costs. It was obvious how terrifying this person's strength was. Kong Zhongyun and Zhuang Qixing looked at each other. Everyone present was shocked. The appearance of Jiang Qin would definitely make the Mo clan even more powerful. It seemed that today's matter would not end peacefully. Good. Since that's the case, I'll give face to the Mo clan head and the other clan heads. If you can take 3 of my palm strikes, then I'll forget about today's matter. How about it? If you can't take 3 of my punches, I won't pursue the matter any further. Life or death is up to fate. Success or failure is up to the heavens. Do you dare to take the gamble? Fei Inyuan said coldly. If you lose, get out of my sight. Zhou Xian said. A gentleman keeps his word. We of the legalists have always been true to our words, and the experts here are our witnesses. Kid, take this. Fei Inyuan yelled in a deep voice. He charged forward and lashed out with a palm strike that was accompanied by wind and thunder. Xiantian seal. Zhou Qian's eyes turned cold as he lashed out a seal, colliding with Fei Inyuan's attack. In the next second, Fei Inyuan was knocked 10 steps back with a pale face, while Zhou Qian did not move at all. Clan head. The members of the legalists were terrified. Seeing Fei Inyuan being knocked back, they all went forward to help him up. Humph. Fei Inyuan harumphed coldly and waved his sleeves. His heart was in turmoil, which was more complicated than the waves on the surface of the sea. This fellow was simply a freak. Their strength was almost the same, but he managed to heavily injure Fei Inyuan with a single palm strike. This was unbelievable. In fact, Fei Inyuan could not even unleash a second palm strike because he was already severely injured. If he forcefully used the divine power in his body, he would definitely suffer a great loss. 2 more palm strikes. Clan head Fei, continue, Mo Yundi said with a smile. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Fei Inyuan had lost terribly. Although Zhou Qian seemed to be at ease, the earth-shattering seal that the two exchanged just now had given everyone a warning. Zhou Qian was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Let's forget about today's matter. The legalists admit defeat and will never mention it again. Fei Inyuan swallowed the humiliation in front of the 10 clans. Although he was unwilling to admit it, if even he was not a match for Zhou Qian, then it was even more impossible for the clansmen behind him to defeat him. This bastard was able to establish such a great reputation in the Central Plains. Seemed like he was not just for show. He was a peerless, ruthless person. The legalists must be careful of him in the future. Fei Inyuan did not even have the courage to unleash a second palm strike, which made these people even more respectful of Zhou Qian. The Mo clan was lucky, and Mo Yundi was also very smart. Zhou Qian's name had shaken the Central Plains, and now he had arranged the entire Nantong Divine Prefecture clearly. The Mo clan was the biggest winner. Good. Since the head of the legalists is so straightforward, haha, then we are not the kind of people who will not forgive others. Let's forget about today's matter. Brother Zhou Qian will definitely not hold a grudge against us. He will not take the matters of the legalists to heart. Mo Yundi's praise made Zhou Qian's status rise. If it was not for his face, he would have already said that even he was not a match for Zhou Qian. Even so, the legalists had completely behaved themselves and did not dare to complain. Chapter 3765. The azure sea and blue sky stretched as far as the eye could see. White gulls fell like rain, and the sky was dotted with stars. The surrounding sky was filled with clouds. At the summit of the southern sea, wild waves rolled and the wind blew. Zhou Qian walked on the waves, standing at the front. Even the Mo family's patriarch, Mo Yundi, was extremely respectful towards Zhou Qian. Kong Zhongyun and Zhuang Qixing did not dare to be negligent. The other 7 families also followed behind him. After all, the situation was worse than the person. Zhou Qian's name was well known throughout the divine world. Fei Inyuan was defeated by a single palm strike, which showed how fierce he was. No one dared to continue challenging him. On the surface of the sea, the waves surged just like the hearts of these people. Zhou Qian was like a mountain in their hearts. Zhou Qian, who was carrying the crystal coffin, was even more evil, so they could not help but be on guard against Zhou Qian. However, as a member of the Mo family, it was not good for others to say anything. Zhou Qian's existence had undoubtedly shrouded everyone's hearts with a thick layer of haze. Of course, the Mo family was an exception. With Zhou Qian's help, Mo Yundi was like a tiger that had grown wings. He was full of confidence. When the crescent moon formed, an island appeared on the southern sea. On the island, purple light flickered, reflecting the light of the sun. It was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. The island was bottle-shaped, thousands of miles long. However, on the vast and boundless sea, it was just a drop in the ocean. Purple bamboos could be seen all over the island. The bamboos were all over the island. Some were even hundreds of meters tall. Such purple bamboos were really amazing. At the summit of the southern sea, stars surrounded it. The purple bamboo forest was the place where the spiritual energy was the densest. We're here. We're finally at the summit of the southern sea. Yeah, we can finally go and take a look at Avalokitesvara's place. Avalokitesvara no longer exists. The purple bamboo forest is now an ownerless place. We naturally cannot waste it. I would like to see if this mysterious place is truly as evil as the legends say. More and more people started to step into the purple bamboo forest. However, Xianxia discovered that this purple bamboo forest was filled with spiritual aura. Divine origin surged as if it was overflowing. However, this purple bamboo forest was filled with peace. It wasn't as unbearable as those people said. They said that as long as one entered the 9 levels of purgatory, it would be impossible to return. Looks like this place is different from the rumors. Xianxia murmured. However, this peaceful purple bamboo forest made him feel that this place was not as simple as it seemed. No matter what, I must find Avalokitesvara. Even if I can't find him, I must cultivate here and wake little you up. Xianxia's mind was solemn and firm. This is not a good place. I can feel an unusual aura. Xianxia, you must be careful. The ancestral dragon emperor's voice rang in Xianxia's ears. Xianxia nodded silently. If the ancestral dragon emperor could feel something unusual, it meant that this was not a good place. Even if it looked peaceful, there might be something behind it. This purple bamboo forest does not appear to be anything special. I wonder what kind of existences are inside. Kong Zhongyun said in a low voice. He was extremely cautious. As the patriarch of the Kong clan, he would not be so reckless. There seems to be a layer of light covering this place. It looks like a formation, but there's something strange about it. Mo Yundi frowned and said. This purple bamboo forest made them all extremely cautious. They were afraid that there might be a trap. After all, no one had managed to walk out of this place for thousands of years. Let's go and have a look. There seems to be a group of palaces there. Someone suggested. At this moment, in the outer region of the purple bamboo forest, there was indeed a group of ancient palaces. The ancient palaces were filled with an ancient fragrance. There were countless incense burners and divine statues everywhere. However, those ancient palaces had already been completely destroyed. The walls were peeling, the ancient palaces had collapsed, and the incense burners were scattered all over the place. All of these made people's imagination run wild. Seems like this place has changed. It's no longer the purple bamboo forest that was full of incense. Even the dojo of Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva has become a mess and is in a very dilapidated state. You're right. Seems like this place has been abandoned for more than 1,000 years. I can't help but sigh. Avalokitesvara is no longer here. That's why the purple bamboo forest is no longer as prosperous as it used to be. However, I wonder what happened to the deepest part of the purple bamboo forest. I heard that the dojo in the outer area was used to worship Avalokitesvara. The real dojo is in the deepest part of the purple bamboo forest. Let's go and have a look. The group of people didn't stay too long in the outer area of the purple bamboo forest because there was nothing useful in the dojo. Moreover, it was already ruined. It was useless to stay here. Therefore, they started to move deeper into the forest. Xianxia, on the other hand, chose to stop at this moment. Standing on the dilapidated dojo, he felt an unexpected sense of peace and shock in his heart. It was as if his mind had been calmed by someone after going through a great storm. Brother Xianxia, what's wrong? Mo Yundi looked at Xianxia, who had a wooden expression on his face in surprise. It's nothing. You go first. I'll be there soon. I want to have a look at this ruined dojo. Xianxia said. Mo Yundi didn't try to persuade him to stay. He believed that Xianxia would catch up. He also had to follow the group. Otherwise, God knows if he would disappear from the purple bamboo forest forever like his brother. Or if there was a great treasure ahead, he would miss it perfectly. Then I'll go first. Brother Xianxia, be careful. Mo Yundi followed closely behind him. Xianxia was the only one left in the dilapidated training hall. Xianxia stood on the ancient palace. At that moment, countless deafening sounds were transmitted into his mind. Xianxia felt an extremely terrifying deterrent force as if it was going to devour him. Xianxia frowned and closed his eyes in concentration. He sensed the peace around him. However, there were too many terrifying and deafening sounds of thunder in this peace. They seemed to want to devour Xianxia's heart. He felt a piercing pain in his ears. Even his Emperor Venerable Realm's soul couldn't resist this external impact. The thunderous roar shook Jiang Chen's heart and mind. No matter how hard he covered his ears or tried to resist it with his soul, it was all to no avail. The excruciating pain tore at the depths of Jiang Chen's soul. Damn it! What is this? Chapter 3766. 9 Heavens Echoing Thunder Sovereign. Jiang Chen roared. The god of thunder finally appeared and activated the 5 lightning decree, finally suppressing the terrifying sound of thunder and lightning. Jiang Chen's face was pale. The sound was too terrifying. Where did it come from? Jiang Chen had no idea. It's him, it's really him. The god of thunder said in a deep voice, his face pale. The young god of thunder looked nervous and frightened. Who is it? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. It doesn't matter who it is. Leave this place quickly. No one can leave this place alive. Before you enter the purple bamboo forest, leave quickly. The god of thunder said in fear. He was extremely nervous. However, no matter how Jiang Chen asked, the god of thunder did not answer him. If that's the case, then I want to see who is causing trouble in the purple bamboo forest. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. He did not believe that there was someone who could cover the sky with one hand. Sigh. The god of thunder sighed. He could not dissuade Jiang Chen, but his heart was extremely depressed. Even if you don't tell me who it is, I will find it myself. Jiang Chen vowed and sat down cross-legged again. The wind blew and the sound of thunder disappeared without a trace. At that moment, Jiang Chen looked up and saw the statue of Avalokitesvara. On the statue, brilliance was flowing and it seemed to make Jiang Chen feel enlightened. Jiang Chen only felt that his mind was clear and his soul was enlightened. His soul realm rose again at this moment. Feeling the unparalleled spirit of the Avalokitesvara, Jiang Chen's soul strength broke through to the Emperor realm. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt that the entire purple bamboo forest was under his control. It was simply too wonderful. 9th Great Emperor Realm Heavenly King Bestowment. Divine Transformation with a Thought. Right now, Jiang Chen's soul had already reached the Heavenly King realm. He could even completely control Emperor realm experts. The terror of such a soul was simply too tyrannical. It was even more unstoppable compared to Emperor realm experts. Congratulations. Thunder God and Ancestral Dragon Emperor were extremely shocked. They didn't expect Jiang Chen to actually break through to the Heavenly King realm under such great pressure. It was simply shocking. An expert who had yet to reach the Emperor realm actually had such a high soul realm. What kind of talent was this? What kind of fortune was this? Rumble. At this moment, Jiang Chen saw the statue of Avalokitesvara not far from him suddenly collapse and turn into dust. The atmosphere in the bamboo forest seemed to become more austere and gloomier. The god of thunder didn't tell Jiang Chen what kind of existence was in the purple bamboo forest. He wanted him to retreat, but with Jiang Chen's character, it was absolutely impossible for him to do that. Asking him to retreat was tantamount to killing him. Knowing that there was a tiger in the mountain, he still went ahead. This was Jiang Chen's indomitable character. No one could stop him from moving forward. Avalokitesvara, are you still in this world? Perhaps only you can save Xiao Yu's situation. Jiang Chen murmured. At this moment his soul realm had broken through to the Heavenly King realm. Jiang Chen felt unprecedentedly carefree, but he was also filled with disappointment. The fall of Avalokitesvara's statue wasn't a good thing for Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for the statue, Jiang Chen wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. Jiang Chen calmed himself down and continued to head deeper into the purple bamboo forest. He followed the group because he felt that the purple bamboo forest wasn't that simple. The god of thunder's words had explained everything. There must be something wrong in the purple bamboo forest. Otherwise he wouldn't be so afraid. The sun was shining brightly and the spring scenery was perfect. Bamboo shoots were constantly gushing out from the purple bamboo forest. Flowers bloomed all year round, each blooming beautifully. In the depths of the purple bamboo forest, a jade stream was flowing. The stream water was incomparably clear, so clear that there wasn't even a single fish swimming in it. In the surrounding bamboo forest there was a podium. On the podium there was a lotus platform. On top of the platform, there was a snow-white lotus that seemed to carry an endless Buddhist charm. It seemed to take the world as its responsibility, and it gave off an aura of sacrifice that made people feel deeply comfortable. However, in front of the lotus platform there were hundreds of people. They sat in front of the lotus platform and silently gazed at the blooming white lotus. It was pure and untainted, pure and clean yet not demonic. It was a graceful and pure plant. The white lotus contained an endless Buddhist charm that caused one's heart to feel relaxed and happy. It even contained an indescribable holy aura, causing those who sat before the white lotus to be unable to resist. It was as if they were listening to teachings, and they sat there in deep contemplation without any change in their expressions. In the distance, Mo Yundi, Kong Chongyun and the others slowly walked over. There was a look of surprise in their eyes. Among these hundreds of people there were disciples that they were proud of, there were also people that were close to them, and there were even some super strong cultivators that were once famous. Isn't that Zhuge Jin who dominated the divine land of Nantung 3 million years ago? Yeah, back then Zhuge Jin could be said to be the most outstanding genius of the school of martial arts. But in the end, after entering the purple bamboo forest, he disappeared without a trace. I didn't expect that he was still alive. This is truly inconceivable. Yeah, it's really shocking. Isn't that Mo Yunchi from the Mo clan? Mo Yundi's younger brother, he's still alive. Zhuang Su from the Great Path of Heaven 8 million years ago. Back then he comprehended the strongest mental cultivation method of the Taoist school, the Great Path of Heaven. Now it seems that he's also here. It's really something to be excited about. It's really a great fortune. These peerless experts are still alive. Looks like our Nantung divine land is really a gathering of heroes. Countless people were extremely excited because these insufferably arrogant geniuses all had the same dream, and that was to enter the purple bamboo forest to investigate. However, no one was able to leave this place alive, so this place became the death zone in their mouths. From the looks of it, not only were these people not dead, they were also quite strong. Just in terms of monarch realm experts, there were as many as 5 of them. Mo Yundi was very excited. His younger brother Mo Yunchi was really still alive. It was like a dream. Yunchi! Mo Yundi exclaimed, instantly igniting the whole crowd. The whole square of the bamboo forest was filled with great echoes. Big brother. Mo Yunchi frowned, his eyes were extremely complicated. He seemed to be hesitating, but he was also full of joy. Chapter 3767. Second brother. Mo Yundi was very excited. He never thought that he would be able to reunite with his own younger brother in his lifetime. Even though he was the head of a clan, he couldn't help but feel tears welling up in his eyes. If there weren't so many people here, he would have hugged his brother and cried tears of joy. How many years has it been? Why didn't you go home? Mo Yundi said in a low voice, blaming his brother. However, when he saw his brother, he couldn't help but want to reminisce with him. The feeling of blood being thicker than water made him excited. School of Vertical and Horizontals Zhuge Langia pays his respect to old ancestor Zhuge Jin. The people of the School of Vertical and Horizontal knelt on the ground and looked at Zhuge Jin with reverence. Zhuge Jin's expression was cold as he looked at Zhuge Langia and the other juniors of the Zhuge clan. His voice was extremely solemn. All of you step back. Following Zhuge Jin's shout, everyone felt as if they were sitting on a bed of needles. They never thought that Zhuge Jin's temper would be so bad and unreasonable. Big brother, it's not good to stay here. You guys should leave first. If you can feel Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara's teachings, you can stay here and listen. If you can't feel it, you should leave quickly. We are listening to Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara's teachings. I can't chat with you for too long. Mo Yunchi said in a low voice, which made Mo Yundi very surprised. There were hundreds of experts sitting here, and most of them were half-step Emperor Realm experts. There were even a few Emperor Realm experts. Mo Yundi was an Emperor Realm expert at this moment. Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara's teachings? Why can't I hear it? Mo Yundi was slightly shocked. Kong Zhongyun, Zhuang Qixing and the others who were not far from him were also puzzled. They also couldn't feel Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara's teachings. Second brother, you have reached the Emperor Realm? Mo Yundi took a deep breath and said sternly. When he first entered the purple bamboo forest, he was only at the peak Divine Emperor Realm. Mo Yundi didn't expect that he had already broken through to the Emperor Realm at this moment. That's right. It's because of Avalokitesvara's teachings that I was able to break through to the Emperor Realm. Big brother, you guys should leave quickly. If you can't understand Avalokitesvara's teachings, it only means that your comprehension isn't good enough. Mo Yunchi's words left Mo Yundi speechless. He forced a smile, but he really didn't sense Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara's teachings. Silence! Zhuang Su shouted. Countless people held their breaths. As one of the top figures amongst the 100 experts, no one dared to question Zhuang Su's voice. The dignity of an emperor expert could not be violated. Furthermore, as Mo Yunqi had said, Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara was currently preaching, so he naturally could not be disturbed. All right. Mo Yunqi didn't dare to continue speaking. Perhaps it was really because his comprehension was not good enough that they couldn't feel the teachings of Bodhisattva. In the end, Mo Yunqi, Zhuang Qixing and Kong Zhongyun brought their people and slowly retreated. Their eyes were filled with reverence. Nothing else mattered. Zhuang Su, Mo Yunqi, Zhugajin and Kong Yun had all reached the emperor realm. They really couldn't be underestimated. In the face of absolute strength, Mo Yunqi and the others could only retreat, not daring to act rashly. It seems that I finally know why none of them are willing to leave this place. It's because they can listen to Bodhisattva's teachings. Their strength is improving day by day. Who would be willing to leave and give up the opportunity to become a peerless expert? If it was me, I would also not leave. Kong Zhongfei said with a serious face. His words received the approval of everyone. No matter what, they had already found the reason. However, these hundreds of people paled in comparison to the number of people that had disappeared in the purple bamboo forest. After all, the weak were prey to the strong and it was natural selection. It was understandable that some people had died in this place. I wonder if we will have the chance to stay here and listen to Bodhisattva's teachings. Zhuge Langjie silently looked at the Lotus Dao platform in the distance. He was very happy. He hated himself for not coming here earlier. Now that there were already several Emperor Realm experts, it could be seen how profound Bodhisattva's teachings were. They were completely immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. It's not too late to mend the pen after the sheep are lost. It's a great fortune for us to come here today. Ah. Zhuang Qixing laughed heartily. He felt very comforted in his heart. He had already prepared everything. Although he was a member of the Daoist school, different paths led to the same destination. If he could listen to the teachings of Avalokitesvara, he would very likely become a true Emperor Realm expert, a supreme existence that countless people chased after. However, even Zhugajin, Mo Yunqi and the others didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance. Even though they were Emperor Realm experts, they still silently sensed the nature of Tao, the legend of heavenly Tao reincarnation. Avalokitesvara was the most powerful bodhisattva in the Buddha world. Even the Gautama Buddha in the past admired Avalokitesvara, saying that he was unparalleled in the world. We need to guard our hearts with a pious heart. Whether or not we can listen to the teachings of Bodhisattva Amitabha will depend on our own comprehension. Mo Yunqi took a deep breath, held his breath and closed his eyes to rest. He began to feel the changes in heaven and earth. Whether they could listen to the preaching of Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara would depend on their abilities and luck. Everyone focused their attention on the so-called Lotus Dao platform. In the end, they gradually closed their eyes, sensing the changes in the world. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Between dusk and sunset, the sun set in the west, sinking into the other side of the sea. At this moment, the curtain of night quietly descended. At this moment, in the bamboo forest, gusts of cold wind blew, whistling past. Even the Lotus Dao platform gradually withered. The white lotus turned into a withered branch, its leaves fell and it withered completely. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. The sky was clear and the surrounding thunder gradually resounded. The entire sky above the void became incomparably quiet. Jiang Chen. Mo Yunqi suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment his eyes were bloodshot, filled with dense killing intent. He was like a completely different person compared to him in the daytime. Not only Mo Yunqi, Zhuang Su, Zhugajin, Kong Yun and the others, the many Emperor Realm experts as well as the hundreds of half-step Emperor Realm experts behind them, all opened their eyes in an instant. An endless haze that shrouded the void gradually began to wreak havoc. Chapter 3768. How could this be? Why did the weather suddenly change? So gloomy, why is it like this? Isn't this place supposed to be peaceful? Why did it become so gloomy all of a sudden? Rumbling thunder and gusts of cold wind. It seems like the purple bamboo forest is not a good place. Holy shit. Look, those people are all standing up and charging towards us. No one knew who shouted, but Mo Yunqi and the others immediately became serious. What's going on? Yunqi. Mo Yunqi immediately thought of his second brother Mo Yunqi. It was at this moment that Mo Yunqi had already closed in on them. The blood-red color in his eyes made Mo Yundi feel that something was wrong. "Watch out!" Following his shout, the entire sky turned scarlet, like a huge net that covered the sky and enveloped them. Hundreds of experts, led by several Emperor Realm experts, charged towards Mo Yundi and the others. Their killing intent soared to the sky. Although Mo Yundi was already prepared, because he had already sensed that the bloodshot light in his brother's eyes was not simple, he was still battered by his brother at this moment. After all, the might of an Emperor Realm expert was unparalleled. Kong Yun of the Confucian school, Zhuang Su of the Taoist school, Mo Yunqi of the Maoist school, Zhuge Jin of the school of vertical and horizontal, and He Qi of the military school all soared into the sky with unstoppable momentum. The experts of the 10 great clans were also suffocating because these people were too strong, so strong that they could not fight against them. "Retreat! Run!" Kong Chongyun shouted angrily, his face pale. In the blink of an eye, the 3 peak divine emperor experts of the Kong clan were torn to pieces, blood dripping from their bodies. It was an extremely tragic scene. How could this be? How could this be? How could this be? Some of them were so scared that their faces turned deathly pale. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. During the day, everything was peaceful and tranquil. However, at this moment, a black wind started to blow. The experts in the entire purple bamboo forest turned pale. They only knew how to kill. The difference in strength between the experts of the 10 families and the experts of the purple bamboo forest was huge. Although there were half-step Emperor Realm experts among them, under the leadership of Kong Yun and the others, the experts of the purple bamboo forest had no way of dealing with them. They could only flee in panic. Some of them were even killed in the process of fleeing. The scene was so chaotic and tragic that even Mo Yundi was in a panic. Who would have thought that they, who had been so peaceful in the daytime, would be like wearing the masks of killers at this time, killing innocents indiscriminately and creating a mess. In the purple bamboo forest, it rained continuously and thunder rumbled. The surrounding sky seemed like it was going to collapse completely. The scene was too tragic. In a blink of an eye, a third of the experts were killed by Mo Yunqi and the others. Although the scene was washed with blood, it still formed a river of blood. The scene was so tragic that people could not bear to look at it. However, Mo Yundi and the others were still in a daze. "Old ancestor, don't kill me, don't kill me." "Yunqi, what are you doing? How did you become like this?" "Old ancestor, I don't want to die." More and more people started to cry. Even though they were divine emperor experts, they were not gods. They also had their own senses. Fear, life and death were very important in their eyes. Because, how could it be easy for them to reach their current level of cultivation? It was undeniable that no one could reach their current level without putting in any effort. Their strength was outstanding and they stood at the peak of their family. However, they were so vulnerable in front of a true emperor expert. Kong Zhangfei, Mo Yundi, and the others retreated one after another. The number of casualties was also increasing. The situation was completely out of their control. Even if they wanted to leave, they couldn't. Apart from the endless purple bamboo forest, they couldn't find any borders. This place was like an unparalleled maze. It was impossible to find the real exit and it was difficult to find the entrance. "Damn it, we've been tricked. Those people might not even be our relatives." Mo Yundi roared angrily. His every move was ruthless and powerful, but he was still suppressed by several Emperor Realm experts to the point where he could not even lift his head. In front of Emperor Realm experts, an empty Emperor Realm expert did not have the slightest ability to fight back. At this moment, Mo Yundi and the others were filled with despair. Jiangchen, where was Jiangchen? Even if he was here, he might not be able to turn the situation around, right? Those were several Emperor experts. They were invincible and they could not compete with them at all. The storm and thunder roared. Murderous intent in the rainy night. In the dark night, a scarlet curtain of rain rose to the sky. Buddha's radiance. Rays of golden light surged out. A golden figure struck out. Light and shadow filled the air. Divine light shone brightly and Buddha's aura lingered in the air. More than 10 half-step emperor experts were forced to retreat. Dressed in coarse hemp clothes, his face was as cold as frost. It was none other than the invincible tyrant. His current strength had reached the half-step emperor realm. He was no different from Jiangchen. With a single palm strike, he forced more than 10 half-step emperor experts back. His strength was shocking. Heavenly Luo divine voice. A loud roar followed closely behind Tyrant. A terrifying shockwave knocked down dozens of half-step Emperor Realm experts. Compared to Tyrant, this person's strength had already reached the Emperor Realm. Even Avalokitesvara is no match for me. How big of a storm do you two think you can stir up? Ah! Kong Yun roared. The wind from his palm was like thunder, stirring up turbulent waves. The curtain of rain was cut off and the wind stopped. The green-robed young man acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He formed a seal with both hands and blocked Kong Yun's attack. Both of them were sent flying back with gloomy expressions. As long as I'm alive, the purple bamboo forest will be under my protection. No one will be able to behave atrociously in this pure land. The green-robed young man stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were cold as he looked at Kong Yun and the others. So what if you're an emperor expert? Your father, want to have a taste of what an emperor expert can do? Tyrant sneered. He did not put Kong Yun in his eyes at all. The eyes of Mo Yundi and the others lit up. They took a deep breath. They did not expect that they would have reinforcements in the purple bamboo forest. Although they did not know these two people, they were enemies of Kong Yun and the others. It seemed like they could be saved. I should have killed the two of you long ago. But you're so good at running away. If I let you escape today, I might not be able to stay here anymore. Chapter 3769. Tyrant's expression was solemn. When he first came to the purple bamboo forest, he had already seen this scene. He finally knew the reason why the green-robed man had summoned him here. It was to slay the demons and restore the purple bamboo forest. As the last pure land in Nantong, or even the entire divine world, it was now shrouded by endless demon qi. To them, this was simply a humiliation. Although Avalokitesvara was no longer around, they could not lower their heads. They swore to protect this pure land with their lives. From the moment Tyrant entered this place, he had already disregarded life and death. This was because he knew that this was the last pure land of the divine world, and he absolutely could not allow it to be tarnished. Otherwise, the entire divine world would be plunged into darkness. This wasn't just a place of faith, it was also a belief that existed in one's heart. Let's see how strong you are. This isn't a place that you should have come to. The green-robed man said in a deep voice. He pointed at Mo Yunchi and the others, his battle intent surging. Reckless fellas. When Avalokitesvara was still around, I wasn't afraid, let alone you little shrimps. Ah. Kong Yun laughed heartily. He was extremely arrogant and overbearing. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Tyrant said with a smile. Since he had thrown himself into this place, he had no complaints. Even if he died, he would never regret it. The purple bamboo forest was a place that filled him with memories. However, Tyrant couldn't remember where he had seen it before. However, as a Buddhist, Tyrant admired the might and dignity of Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara. Therefore, he vowed to protect this place with his life. This was a kind of faith, one that would never change even in death. Reckless fellas. In that case, I'll let the two of you go to hell. Zhuge Jin sneered, and the 5 great Emperor Realm experts attacked in an instant, closing in on Tyrant and Monk. The scene instantly became extremely explosive. Mo Yundi, Kong Zhongyun and the others also felt a lot more relaxed. They started to fight back crazily. They are completely under someone's control. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Although they are still alive, their souls are long dead. Mo Yundi wielded his divine weapon, exuding killing intent, as though he was going to kill his family in the name of righteousness. Because they already had no other choice. If they lost, they would very likely lose everything and the 100 schools of philosophers would cease to exist. Without the 10 great clans, the entire Nantong divine prefecture would be like a plate of loose sand, and chaos would erupt everywhere. Zhuge Langjie, Zhuang Yunxing and the others also felt Mo Yundi's words. At this time, no one could stay out of it. If they wanted to leave this place and defeat them, they could only fight back. This was their last hope. At the same time, the 2 top experts joined the fray. The attack of Tyrant and the green-robed man gave Mo Yundi and the others a glimmer of hope. How could they remain indifferent when these 2 people were attacking with their lives on the line? As the 10 great clans fought back, the assassins led by Kong Yun also became hesitant. After all, the strength of the green-robed man and Tyrant had almost completely blocked the 5 Emperor Realm experts. Although their situation was worrying, they had bought enough time and opportunities for Mo Yundi and the others. Tyrant was fighting 1 against 2. Moreover, he was only in the half-step Emperor Realm. Facing two Emperor Realm experts, he was obviously exhausted. Under the joint attack of Kong Yun and Zhu Xian, Tyrant was forced to retreat. Fortunately, he was able to stabilize the situation and didn't die immediately. Facing two Emperor Realm experts, this battle was the most difficult one for Tyrant. On the other side, the green-robed man couldn't afford to lose either. Although he was already an Emperor Realm expert facing the pursuit of Mo Yunqi and the others, he had no other choice. Heavenly Luo Divine Voice. The green-robed man's hand seals were like rainbows as he struck out. However, the three Emperor Realm experts weren't weak either. As the geniuses of the 100 schools of philosophers, even if their minds were controlled, their battle prowess was still unstoppable. Brush for the toil. Kong Yun held the autumn hair brush tightly in one hand and swept it across the sky, sealing the void. The green-robed man couldn't move an inch and was forced to retreat with every move. 3,000 Dao techniques. Zhuangsu struck out with his palm. His dharma was boundless and his dharma was like the sky, causing the green-robed man to be in an even more miserable state. His face turned green and his back was drenched in sweat. Eat my halberd. The military ancestor held the divine halberd in his hand and slashed across the sky. The green-robed man's face turned cold and he almost fell from the void. Every attack of an Emperor Realm expert was filled with the dharma of the heavens and earth. Their chi was long and their might was unstoppable. The green-robed man's expression turned ugly when the three experts attacked together. If this continues, we won't be able to last more than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Tyrant gritted his teeth. He had never been in such a dangerous situation before. The two Emperor Realm experts were suppressing him to the point where he couldn't even retaliate. Especially in the middle of the night where the wind and rain intertwined and lightning flashed, they became even more ferocious. Between him and the green-robed man, there was no way for him to block the hot-bloodedness of Kong Yun and the others. During the day, they could still remain calm under the influence of the boundless Buddhist aura in the purple bamboo forest. However, once night fell and the wind and rain intertwined, the terrifying being would completely devour Kong Yun and the others' minds. Their souls would be completely under his control, turning them into the most powerful puppets. Tyrant's anger rose, but his situation was becoming more and more worrying. 10,000 Buddhas paying tribute. Tyrant's hand seals covered the sky. With his full strength, he finally managed to gain a firm foothold. Kong Yun and Zhu Xian seemed to be advancing by retreating. They weren't in a hurry to achieve success. Instead, they were gradually disintegrating their strength. Only by doing so could they split them up step by step and obtain the final victory. Tyrant's Buddha seal reached the sky and his golden body was unparalleled under the heavens. Even the green-robed man beside him was extremely shocked. He didn't expect Tyrant to have such great power. It was truly shocking. This was definitely the strongest genius of the Buddhist sect he had ever seen. Chapter 3770. The Tao Reserve Lotus Platform. Go. The azure-robed man held the Tao Reserve Lotus Platform in his hand, and it was extremely terrifying and comparable to a peerless divine weapon. It was a peerless secret treasure that the Bodhisattva had once bestowed upon him, and it was one of the best treasures even in the Buddhist sect. The clear light lotus platform was the treasure of Avalokitesvara, and the Tao accumulation lotus platform was a divine treasure refined by Avalokitesvara, so how could it be ordinary? As soon as the Tao Reserve Lotus platform appeared, it instantly caused the expressions of Zhuangsu and the others to become extremely serious, and they retreated in order to advance as they seemed to be unwilling to collide with the Tao Reserve Lotus platform. The three of them retreated swiftly. In the end, the lightning in their hands surged and transformed into numerous bolts of lightning that covered the sky and instantly sealed off the lotus platform. Both sides were in a deadlock, and it was instead the azure-robed man who was ceaselessly blasted back. The Tao Reserve Lotus platform that he was so proud of had actually become extremely difficult to maintain at this moment, and it was even to the extent that a trace of a crack had appeared on it. No, this is impossible. This is the Tao Reserve Lotus platform that Bodhisattva gave me, and I absolutely can't allow it to be destroyed in your hands. The azure-robed young man shouted out furiously as he moved forward by himself, and he charged towards the location of the Tao accumulation lotus platform. He wanted to defend the Tao accumulation lotus platform with his own body, as it was bestowed by Bodhisattva, and it absolutely couldn't be destroyed. Since you don't know what's good for you, then die. Zhuang Su and the other two's mouths were almost exactly the same and their gazes were exactly the same. Their killing intent was cold, and in the midst of thunder and lightning, they held the Mother of Lightning in their hands and swept away the army of 1,000. Be careful! Tyrant roared in anger. However, the lightning had already pierced through the void and was heading towards the green-robed man. It was a matter of life and death. Even an Emperor Realm expert wouldn't be able to avoid it. The terrifying lightning was like a long whip, splitting the heavens and the earth. I must protect Avalokitesvara's Tao Reserve Lotus platform. Even if I die, what's there to fear? The green-robed man said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with determination and he was fearless. At this moment he slowly closed his eyes because he knew that he was definitely going to die. I thought you were a smart person, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Compared to life, everything else is pale and powerless. An ice-cold voice rang out beside the green-robed man. The green-robed man's eyes lit up. It wasn't just him, even Tyrant's body trembled. This was because this voice was simply too familiar. Xianxia. It was Xianxia. He was here. As long as Xianxia was around, there would be hope. To Tyrant, Xianxia was his biggest lucky star and his biggest hope. It's you. The green-robed man looked at Xianxia in surprise, and a glimmer of hope reignited in his heart. It's been a long time, but you're still in such a sorry state. Xianxia calmly smiled. The green-robed man had a bitter expression on his face. This green-robed man was the person Xianxia had saved in the past, the Reverend Wood's spirit. Avalokitesvara's protector. I've embarrassed myself in front of you. Be careful. The Reverend Wood's spirit shouted in a deep voice. Xianxia suddenly turned around and struck out with his palm. The heavenly crushing seal was incomparably terrifying, and it directly shattered the 3 lightning chains, causing them to dissipate into nothingness. Little Qinzi, why are you always so late? Monk Tyrant joked. If I came early, would there still be room for you to display your strength? Ah. The two of them looked at each other and laughed, causing the Reverend Wood's spirit to be slightly startled. He didn't expect him to be such good brothers with Xianxia. It was truly unimaginable. When Tyrant saw Yan Qinyu lying in the crystal coffin, he was a little disappointed. However, it seemed that Yan Qinyu wasn't completely dead. Otherwise, Xianxia would have long been disheartened. Is little Yu all right? Tyrant knew that little Yu was Xianxia's everything. If anything were to happen to little Yu, Xianxia would definitely go crazy, but he didn't act like that right now. As long as we can wake her up, nothing else will be a problem. Xianxia said confidently. He believed that such a day would come. Do your best. Tyrant smiled and nodded heavily. The encouragement from his brother also comforted Xianxia's heart. Xianxia's appearance instantly stabilized the situation, and with a single heavenly crushing seal, the 3 Emperor experts had no choice but to take it seriously. Xianxia, it's Xianxia's brother. He's here. Mo Yundi was incomparably excited. The entire Mo family was also quite shocked. After all, Xianxia's appearance was unparalleled, and he had directly forced 3 Emperor Realm experts back. Everyone was shocked and speechless. Wasn't this too terrifying? A half-step Emperor Realm expert struck out a seal, and it was actually on par with 3 Emperor Realm experts. The people of the 10 major families were also incomparably shocked. Originally, they already knew that Xianxia was valiant, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. Such abnormal strength was simply outrageous. A half-step Emperor Realm expert facing 3 Emperor Realm experts head-on, and his face didn't even blush, nor was he out of breath, and his expression didn't change. Who could compete with him? At this moment, the people of legalism felt like they had a new lease of life. If they had fought to the death with Xianxia, then they might have died without a burial place. Now that they knew that Xianxia was magnanimous and didn't care about them, Fang Yuan and the others couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine. Kong Zhangyun, Zhuang Qixing, and the others were very envious that Mo Yundi was able to become friends with a top expert like Xianxia. This time, if they could escape with their lives, all their hopes were gathered on Xianxia alone. Xianxia was like a giant that they couldn't resist. Their strength was obviously similar, but in the end, even 10 of them couldn't compare to one Xianxia. Tyrant was full of confidence in Xianxia. This guy seemed to be stronger than him, and he wondered if he would be left behind by Xianxia again. Although Tyrant was unwilling to admit defeat, there was nothing he could do about it. However, he was happy to see Jiang Chen's formidable strength. Haha. You dare to be my enemy? Seems that you are really surprising. Little fellow, you've really piqued my curiosity. Kong Yun said as he looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. It doesn't matter whether I'm curious or not. If you know what's good for you, then scram. If you don't, then I can only ask you to scram. Jiang Chen stood with his arms folded, his chest crossed, and his arrogance soared to the sky. Ah, this is the first time I've met someone who dares to speak like you. Do you know who you're talking to? Didn't the God of Thunder tell you? Kong Yun said with a cold and arrogant smile as if he was mocking Jiang Chen. Chapter 3771. Who exactly are you? Jiang Chen asked in a low voice. God of Thunder, I did not blame you for choosing to leave me, but if you still dare to challenge me now, don't blame me for not reminding you. In this world there can only be one God and only one ruler. Kong Yun stared fixedly at Jiang Chen. He knew very well that God of Thunder was hidden within Jiang Chen's body. They were born from the same root and blood was thicker than water. Nothing could conceal the closeness between them. Big brother, the sea of bitterness knows no bounds. Repent and you will be saved. You told me this many years ago, have you forgotten? The God of Thunder transformed into a youthful silhouette. He stared at Kong Yun with unwavering determination, staring into the eyes that looked exactly the same as Kong Yun. The sea of bitterness knows no bounds. Repent and you will be saved? What a joke. Are you proud of the sacrifices you made for the Xingyuan? Where is the Xingyuan now? Didn't they turn to ash a long time ago? Who else is still alive in this world? Only those who truly follow the will of the heavens can live. Falling does not mean eternal life, but destruction. As the only God of Thunder in the Xingyuan, you still refuse to repent. Do you really want me to destroy you with my own hands? My little brother. Kong Yun glared at God of Thunder. The Kong Yun of today was no longer the genius of the Kong family, but the mastermind behind the scenes who controlled the souls of countless people. Big brother, do you really want to continue with your mistakes? God of Thunder asked sorrowfully. Not so long ago it was his big brother who taught him to remember benevolence, kindness, virtue, patience and kindness. But now he had run in the opposite direction. Don't forget who gave you the power of lightning in your hand. Kong Yun bellowed. Big brother. Repent and you will be saved. God of Thunder and Kong Yun stared at each other, their voices shaking the heavens. Both of them were surrounded by boundless lightning bolts, a terrifying sight to behold. Who is this mastermind behind the scenes? Even Jiang Chen did not know. Even the lightning in God of Thunder's hand was bestowed by him. This meant that this person must have an incomparably powerful background. God of Thunder's big brother must be as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Who is he? Jiang Chen looked at Reverend Wood's spirit. The latter's face was extremely pale. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. He was once the Buddha's strongest bodyguard, one of the Buddhist sect's 20 heavens. Even Bodhisattva can't do anything to him. Indra Sakra. Venerable Wood's spirit's words made Jiang Chen frown. He didn't know the existence of Indra Sakra, but it didn't mean that others didn't know how terrifying he was. At least in the eyes of Venerable Wood's spirit, this guy was comparable to Bodhisattva, one of the most terrifying experts of the Buddhist sect. How is it compared to the 8 divisional stupa? Jiang Chen asked. Some are better than others but none are better than them. Venerable Wood's spirit said with difficulty. This incomparably powerful fellow was the truly troublesome existence. The current purple bamboo forest had basically fallen into enemy hands. If it wasn't for the support of Mahasvara Bodhisattva's Buddhist charm, it would have already been completely covered. Jiang Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. It was precisely because of this that he felt the situation was troublesome. Even the God of Thunder, who was above the divine court realm, was restrained by him in such a manner. One could imagine how terrifying he was. Thunder God's big brother, the one who wields the thunder of the world, is actually Sakra. Jiang Chen couldn't help but have a higher understanding of this Di Shirtian. This time he didn't have any capital to fail. Di Shirtian's terror is absolutely not something that you and I can imagine. Little Chinzi, you must not lower your guard. He has the absolute strength of Avalokitesvara. Fortunately, it's not his real body, it's only a remnant soul. Otherwise, even if we go all out, there's only death awaiting us. At his peak, Di Shirtian has 50% of the power of a Buddha. He's a true heavenly king expert. We'd better be careful. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Tyrant looked at Zhou Xian and said in a deep voice. They already had no other choice. They could only advance step by step, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent or hesitant. Big brother. The sea of bitterness knows no bounds, repent and be saved. Thunder God was still bitterly begging, but at that moment, Kong Yun had clearly lost his patience. Bolts of heavenly lightning surged in the sky, turning into long lightning whips. They rained down, cutting through all obstacles, unstoppable. Today I'll take back your heavenly lightning. Let's see if you still have the capital to compete with me. Kong Yun roared angrily. With a wave of his palm, bolts of heavenly lightning struck his body. Thunder God was in incomparable pain and difficulty. At that moment, Zhou Xian also frowned. His eyes were like torches. He had to act now. Don't come over. Thunder God looked at Zhou Xian, his eyes filled with determination as he transmitted his voice. My life was given to me by my big brother. If he wants it, he can take it. If even I can't awaken my big brother, then kill him for me. Because this is what he told me. The sea of bitterness knows no bounds, repent and be saved. Thunder God smiled slightly. When he looked at Zhou Xian, his eyes were filled with gratification. However, just as Zhou Xian had expected, Kong Yun did not stop his palm. Instead, he attacked with all his might, aiming for Thunder God. The origin energy in Thunder God's body was instantly sucked dry. Thunder God's soul was extinguished and dissipated from the world. Rumble. After a loud explosion, it was as if the world was about to explode. Zhou Xian stared blankly at the scene. Perhaps this was the fate that Thunder God had chosen. He insisted on using himself to influence his big brother, but in the end he still could not awaken Di Tian's remnant soul. Instead he continued to slaughter his way forward, charging towards Zhou Xian and the others, killing without mercy. Damned bastard, let's see how capable you are. So what if you have the heavenly lightning in your palm? I'll show you my heavenly lightning. Zhou Xian clenched his fists tightly. Thunder God's death had moved him. Di Tian was already a heinous devil. It was impossible to reawaken his benevolence. He was determined to survive. His obsession had seeped into his soul. No one could change his every move. Zhou Xian controlled 5 bolts of heavenly lightning. Thunder God's death filled his heart with righteous indignation. But since Thunder God was not afraid of death, what was there for him to be afraid of? Thunder God only returned everything he had to Di Tian. Since everything was bestowed by Di Tian, he came in a hurry and left in a hurry. What harm was there in not taking a cloud with him? You even killed your own younger brother. Di Tian, you're really an unpardonable devil. Chapter 3772. Reckless fools, what's there to regret about dying? You guys are the same. How dare you stand in front of me, Sakura? You will die a horrible death. Kong Yun laughed heartily. They had long since become puppets, and under his absolute control, Sakura guided everyone's soul. Everyone had nowhere to hide, and their minds were all devoured by him. Brother Zhou Xian, you must do your best. Mo Yundi said faintly. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. At this moment it was a matter of life and death. None of them could stay out of it. They were facing those half-step Emperor Realm puppets. After all, Di Tian was too strong. His soul avatars were spread all over everyone's body. All of them were under his command. With a single thought, all of them would die for him. Mo Yundi, Kong Zhongyun and the others did not dare to slack off. Once their line of defense collapsed, it would affect Zhou Xian and the others. Firmly guarding the last line of defense was their only hope. Brother Zhou Xian, make your move. These guys have their minds devoured. There's no need to be lenient. As long as we kill them all, Sakura will have nowhere to hide. Reverend Muling also made up his mind. Little Chinzi, it's up to you now. Tyrant laughed heartily. Both of them were quite excited. They could fight side by side again. Killing has always been an exciting thing. Zhou Xian stood up with his sword and faced the 3 Emperor Realm experts alone. Kong Yun, Zhuangsu and Heiqi. Under Sakura Tian's control, the strength of these 3 powerful Emperor Realm experts was extremely terrifying. On the other hand, Tyrant and Reverend Wood Spirit were fighting an Emperor Realm expert each. It was easy to imagine that they were in a relatively easy situation. Zhuge Jin and Mo Yunqi, who were fighting Emperor Realm experts alone, were unable to do anything to Tyrant and Reverend Wood Spirit with their strength. Instead, they were forced to retreat by their Yasuo space. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xian wielded his sword like a gust of wind, unstoppable. The morale of the 10 families was greatly boosted as they began their counterattack. Mo Yundi led the others to launch a counterattack, because each of them understood that once Zhou Xian and the others were defeated, they would certainly be in a perilous situation. Therefore what they could do now was to ensure that Zhou Xian, Tyrant and Reverend Mu Ling could fight without any worries. Only by doing so could they have the last laugh. Zhou Qian's divine sword was as swift as the wind. He had already fully comprehended the 23rd sword and was able to wield it with ease. Even though he was fighting 3 emperors at the same time, they still couldn't suppress him. At this moment when Zhou Xian touched the threshold of the emperor realm, his potential and strength were finally unleashed. The dreadfulness of the limitless sword made the emperors tremble. That was not all. Once Zhou Qian's strength completely broke through the emperor realm, he would be like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. At that time he would be able to control the myriad qi cauldron to refine and repair the ancient divine weapons and treasures. That would be the most terrifying thing. Now with the help of the 23 swords, Kong Yun, Zhuang Su and He Qi were completely powerless against Zhou Qian. In their opinion, that kind of invincible attack was not something that a half-step emperor expert could display. Brush strokes 10 million li brush and ink transforms into sword qi. Kong Yun held the autumn hair brush in his hand and waved it continuously, as if he was pointing out the mountains and rivers. The Kong clan's strongest secret art was the sword qi of calligraphy. In the blink of an eye, the brush and ink would turn into thousands of swords, unstoppable and sharp. Heaven's opening Tao. Boundless Taiji. Zhuang Su held the universe in his palm, forming hand seals. His aura was incomparably majestic, not inferior to Kong Yun at all. Heavenly halberd. Only I am supreme. He Qi held a divine weapon in his hand. A divine weapon descended from the heavens, splitting the universe. The 3 emperor experts unleashed all of their techniques. Even Tyrant and Reverend with Spirit were worried for Zhou Qian. These guys were not easy to deal with. If Zhou Qian wanted to kill them, he would not be able to do so in a short period of time. Facing the rays of light, Zhou Qian did not have any distractions. With the limitless sword in his hand, the limitless sword swept across the 8 directions. The 23 swords was invincible under the heavens, no one could stop it. 23 swords, 10,000 souls extinction shadow. Zhou Qian's morale was like a rainbow. He was only a half-step emperor, yet he was able to force the 3 emperors back. This scene made Mo Yundi and the others realize how terrifying Zhou Qian was. There was only one such person in the world. If a second one appeared, the world would definitely be in chaos. The limitless sword, 10,000 souls extinction shadow, and Kong Yun were sent flying. They were suppressed by Zhou Qian and fled in panic. The situation was extremely tense, so much so that it was suffocating. Xianxia, is this all you've got? It seems like you're only SO. Compared to Avalokitesvara, you're simply too lacking, huh? Tyrant sneered and ridiculed. Mo Yunqi was defeated by him with each of his moves. He couldn't even fight back. He was happy to be at ease. Zhou Qian didn't need his help at all. This so-called Sakura who could fight against Bodhisattva was just so. The elder brother of the thunder god was actually this weak. Obviously, Tyrant had underestimated Xianxia. Even Zhou Qian did not expect how strong Xianxia was. Did this guy really only have this much ability? Zhou Qian swept across the universe, his domineering aura leaking out as he stood proudly in the sky. On the top of the purple bamboo, countless people in the surroundings could not help but have the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. This guy was really too strong. A bunch of people who don't know the immensity of the heavens and the immensity of the earth. The night of the full moon will be the time of your death. Kong Yun looked up. The moonlight was high in the sky and the night had arrived. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, making the scene even more terrifying. At this moment their strength had all received a huge boost. Using the opportunity of the night, Xianxia once again increased the strength of Kong Yun and the others. Xianxia was helpless against the Buddhist charm during the day, but once he entered the night he would be at his strongest. All of you go to hell, you bunch of people who don't know what's good for them. Kong Yun shouted coldly. With a wave of his palm, the autumn hairbrush once again rushed forward. Zhou Qian narrowed his eyes and his pupils constricted. How can a loser call himself brave? No matter how strong he is still only a puppet. Chapter 3773. Jiangchen was like the wind, his speed astonishing. Even though Kong Yun and the other two were strengthened, they were still constantly suppressed by Jiangchen. However, at this time, Jiangchen discovered that he simply couldn't escape from the problem. These people's souls had been completely devoured and occupied. It seemed impossible for him to save Zhuangsu. At present there was only one way, and that was to remove Di Shitian's divine sense from their souls. Only then could they recover. Once they lost Di Shitian's divine sense, perhaps they would recover. This was the only way. However, to remove Di Shitian's divine sense, Jiangchen only had one method, a method he wasn't sure if it would work. That was to use soul force and attack instead of defense. However, although he had the soul of a heavenly king, Di Shitian was the same. This put Jiangchen in a difficult position. If he failed, it was very likely that these people would all be completely obliterated. Their souls would be extinguished and they would become corpses. However, Jiangchen had no other way. Since there was a chance to save Zhuangsu and everyone else, Jiangchen could only do his best. Soul destruction and soul snatching. Jiangchen's eyes turned cold and his soul throbbed. At this moment, a soul storm was set off in the entire purple bamboo forest. Overwhelming soul force came crashing down, causing Tyrant and Reverend Mu Ling's faces to turn ashen as if they were facing a great enemy. This move was too overbearing. If it failed, it would kill everyone with a single thought. However, if it succeeded, it could remove Di Shitian's divine sense from their bodies. The soul storm continued to sweep past. Zhuangsu and Kong Yun's faces were deathly pale, their eyes lifeless, and they clutched their heads in pain. You lunatic, you're digging your own grave. It's impossible for your soul force to contend against me. Kong Yun, Zhuangsu, Heiqi, all of them roared as they stared fixedly at Jiangchen as if waiting for his death. But what Di Shitian didn't expect was that Jiangchen also possessed the soul force of a heavenly king. At that moment, almost all of his divine sense was expelled by Jiangchen, completely expelled from the bodies of Kong Yun and the others. Di Shitian had been defeated. Although his divine sense was extremely powerful, he was only at the heavenly king realm. Furthermore, he was heavily injured. Now, Jiangchen's spiritual force had given him a heavy injury. The entire violet bamboo forest had quietened down. The sound of thunder and wind had died down. The curtain of rain had stopped and the dripping water had become a prophecy. No, impossible. Sakura roared angrily. In the end, hundreds of divine wills converged to form an incomparably huge figure. It was bare-chested and was hundreds of feet tall. It staggered and retreated, its eyes filled with fear and shock. A puny human wants to compete with me? Wishful thinking. Although Di Shitian's divine sense had been completely eliminated, Kong Yun, Zhuangsu, Mo Yunqi, and the others' bodies were extremely weak. It was as if 80 to 90% of their divine origin qi had been sucked out. They were as weak as women who had just suffered a serious illness. How could this be? What's wrong with me? Zhuangsu rubbed his head. His face was pale and his hands were trembling. It was as if his spirit had been taken away. He looked extremely sick. Kong Yun, Mo Yunqi, Heiqi, and the others were all in the same state. They were in such a sorry state that it made one's heart ache. As the top experts of the 10 great clans in the Nantung Divine Continent, they were like beggars at this moment. Their strength was low and powerless. However, the fortunate thing was that all of them had recovered their divine sense. Their souls had returned to their masters. It was already an extremely good ending that their souls hadn't been completely devoured by Di Shitian. At least they were still alive. Jiangchen stood proudly and pointed his sword at Di Shitian without the slightest fear. As an almighty expert of the Buddhist sect, you have no sense of shame. You killed the innocent and didn't even let go of Avalokitesvara's place. Today I must kill you to clear the name of the world. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Do you really think you can kill me? Do you know why I came to the purple bamboo forest? Since I found it, I might as well let you see what a true expert is. I, Di Shitian, am the supreme expert of the Buddhist sect. Di Shitian stepped into the air and stood in the sky. His palm was the universe and his power shook the heavens. All of you accept your death, Di Shitian said in an incomparably domineering manner. In this world there weren't many people who could surpass him. Moreover, this time he had found what he wanted. This time he would become the true supreme expert of the Buddhist sect, the true ancestor of all Buddhas. Venerable Wood Spirit's heart also thumped. He seemed to have sensed something. Did this Zhou Xian really find what he wanted? My purple bamboo forest, what is there that you want? Venerable Wood Spirit clenched his teeth and said. What I want to find is naturally the relic of that old thing after he passed away. The real Avalokitesvara is in your purple bamboo forest. Avalokitesvara is no longer here. Who can be me? After that old thing passed away, he left behind the incomparably powerful Avalokitesvara. That is something that can truly change the fate of the Buddhist realm. Whoever has the Avalokitesvara will be the true ancestor of all Buddhas. Today I have already found the location of the Avalokitesvara. I want to see who can be me. Zhou Xian's arrogance and overbearingness made Venerable Wood Spirit tremble. The Avalokitesvara was indeed a relic. It was something that was left behind after the Buddha passed away. However, Venerable Wood Spirit didn't expect that the Avalokitesvara was actually in the purple bamboo forest at the peak of the South Sea. This also revealed the reason why this guy wanted to come to the purple bamboo forest. So for so many years, Zhou Xian devoured the entire purple bamboo forest step by step in order to find the Avalokitesvara. It's too late to know now. I originally thought that I could easily kill all of you before coming to a conclusion. However, I didn't expect that all of you would disappoint me so much. You even want to escape from my palm. You bunch of idiots are not worthy at all. You don't even have the qualifications to be my puppets. Zhou Xian said indifferently. He held the sun and moon in his hand and stood in the sky. His aura was unstoppable. Even if it was just a divine sense, his combat strength when he was alive was shocking. Even Jiangchen didn't dare to be negligent. Your idea is not bad. However, you will not succeed. Those who do evil will only bring about their own destruction. The people of the Buddhist sect will not allow an existence like you to exist. Scum of the Buddhist sect, you deserve to be hacked into pieces. Chapter 3774. A little monk who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth wants to go against me? Hehe, you really think too highly of yourself. If I want to kill you, it's as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Since you guys insist on seeking death, then I can only let you see who is the real almighty of the Buddha world. Saga said in an incomparably tyrannical manner. With a clench of his fist, wind and thunder rose. The surrounding air seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Such might had already made Mo Yundi and the others turn ashen as they retreated with explosive speed. In front of Saga, half-step immortal emperors didn't even have the strength to retaliate. After so many years, have our souls been controlled by this Saga? What have we done? Why is it like this? My body is too weak, it's like I've been sucked dry. Zhou Xian is one of the most powerful experts in the Buddhist sect. How can we possibly win against him? Then we can't just sit here and wait for death, right? After so many years, we've been completely bewitched by him. It's already a great fortune that we didn't die here. Saga, what is he looking for? He said that he has found it. Are we really going to be trapped here by him? Kong Yun, Mo Yunchi and the others had a solemn expression. They didn't dare to be negligent. After all these years, they had already forgotten what they had done and what they had done for Saga. 10,000 Buddhas Saraira. Did you really find the 10,000 Buddhas Saraira? Reverend Mu Ling said in shock. The 10,000 Buddhas Saraira was a true treasure, something left behind by the Buddha after he passed away. In the end, it was obtained by Avalokitesvara. However, no one had expected that Reverend Mu Ling would want to obtain the 10,000 Buddhas Saraira. For everyone, this was a thorny problem. If he really obtained the 10,000 Buddhas Saraira, would he attack everyone after his strength increased greatly? Before Reverend Mu Ling could react, he knew that the thing that he was most worried about had happened. Originally, I planned to leave after finding the Saraira of Avalokitesvara. But I didn't expect that you bunch of bastards would interfere. Now it seems like it's not too late to kill you guys first and continue searching for the Saraira of Avalokitesvara. Saga said with a maniacal laugh. The feminine smile on his face became more and more thought-provoking. Jiang Chen's expression was cold and arrogant as he pointed at Zhou Xian. Since that's the case, let the storm come even fiercer. Let's see how long you can be so arrogant. Jiang Chen was bold because of his skills. Everyone kept quiet out of fear in front of Zhou Xian. Only Jiang Chen was fearless. Jiang Chen, don't underestimate him. Revered Buddha's 10,000 Buddha relic is the source of revered Buddha's life essence. Once it's devoured by Saga, we might very well be killed here. Reverend Wood Spirit said worriedly. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. I don't believe that this guy can cover the sky with one hand. Shizun's 10,000 Buddha relic might not be able to allow him to reach the dome. However, Jiang Qin did not believe in this. He lifted his sword and once again displayed the sword 23. Myriad souls, vanishing shadows, and myriad swords returning to origin, with the supreme sword power pressed down on the void. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Then let me show you the power of the 10,000 Buddha relic. Xianxia clenched his fist and directly swallowed the 10,000 Buddha relic. At that moment, the entire sky was filled with 5-colored radiance. The radiance of the 10,000 Buddha relic illuminated the world. Xianxia directly swallowed the 10,000 Buddha relic. At that moment, Jiang Chen's eyes were tightly shut. That dazzling radiance almost pierced through his body. When the radiance dispersed, the heavens and earth changed and the 5 elements reversed. Within Xianxia's body, in his mind, there was an incomparably dazzling swastika symbol. A terrifying Buddhist aura permeated the peak of the dome of heaven. Xianxia's body was also constantly changing colors, golden and dazzling. The 10,000 Buddha relic is mine. From today onwards I am the true Buddha. No one can be my enemy. All of you must die. Xianxia's roar was deafening. Facing Jiang Chen's sudden sword 23, Xianxia's palm moved. Buddhist light gushed out like a monstrous tsunami, unstoppable. In an instant, it destroyed the endless shadows of the sword 23. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat, looking extremely miserable. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. In an instant, the entire purple bamboo forest became incomparably austere. Jiang Chen's aura continued to skyrocket. Using the ancient soaring dragon technique, his strength at this moment was infinitely close to the Emperor realm. On the other side, Reverend Mu Ling and Tyrant were also ready to make a move. The 3 of them looked at each other. They already had no choice. The current Xianxia was incomparably powerful. He was like an eagle in the sky, looking down on the heroes, unparalleled. Defeating the enemy in one move. Although Jiang Chen was unwilling, he had to admit that after Xianxia devoured the 10,000 Buddha relic, he was like a giant, making it difficult for others to be his enemy. Now we can only join hands and attack. We must not let him completely absorb the 10,000 Buddha relic. Otherwise we will die without a burial place. Not only us but the entire divine world will fall into his tyranny. Xianxia is already incomparably powerful. With the addition of the 10,000 Buddha relic, he could really replace the position of Buddha and become the most dazzling existence in the entire Buddhist sect. Even the 8 sects stupa, the 500 arhats, Avalokitesvara, and the 9 lives Bodhi would not be his opponent. Reverend Wood's spirit was extremely solemn. Now that Avalokitesvara was no longer here, in order to protect this last piece of land, in order to prevent the divine world from falling into a calamity, Reverend Wood's spirit had to suppress Xianxia here. Jiang Chen wielded his sword and rose up. Under the dragon transformation, his strength broke through. His 100 feet tall figure stood proudly, no different from Xianxia. Under the confrontation, Jiang Chen's might was like a rainbow without the slightest trace of fear. You will regret your actions today for the rest of your life. Before Xianxia's voice faded, Jiang Chen had already made his move. His 100 feet tall figure struck out like lightning, causing the wind to howl and the crane to tremble. The 2 incomparably gigantic fists collided repeatedly, causing the sky to spin and the earth to spin. Mountains and rocks were reduced to dust, the emerald green bamboos were destroyed for 3,000 miles. Between the palms, the strength of 9 dragons and 10 elephants could devour the heavens and earth. Even though Jiang Chen had yet to reach the Emperor realm, his strength was already comparable to a mid-stage Emperor realm expert. After all, even Kong Yun and the other 2 couldn't resist Jiang Chen's attacks. Chapter 3775. The Buddhist light of the swastika was released. Jiang Chen immediately raised his blade and struck out the Dao accumulation seal. This was his only chance. Heavenly seal. The terrifying power of the Yantian seal and the impact of the Dao accumulation seal made Sakura slightly stunned. He did not expect Jiang Chen to be able to display the power of the Dao accumulation. This was truly shocking. You're not even an emperor yet and you're already able to display the power of the Dao accumulation. Looks like I've underestimated you. But even so, it's still not enough to save yourself. Sakura was as cold as ice. He raised his hand and struck out another palm strike. The rhythm of the Buddha was melodious and it was like a tiger galloping for thousands of miles. Golden light shone everywhere and the sound of wind was like arrows. Countless purple bamboos were shattered into pieces. Thousand Buddha greeting. Tyrant also struck out his hand seals. The power of the Buddha greeting was so strong that it could cut through the sky. Under the cooperation of Zhou Xian, Sakura was pushed back. The power of the thousand Buddha greeting was nothing compared to Sakura's palm strike. Because at this moment, Sakura was simply too terrifying after devouring the thousand Buddha Saraira. No one could compete with him. 9 Revolutions Sanskrit chant. Reverend Mu Ling did not want to be outdone as well. He rushed forward together with Tyrant. However, the two of them were pushed back by Zhou Xian. Facing Zhou Qian's second seal of Dao accumulation, Deity Tian harumphed coldly and felt extremely irritated. Heavenly seal. You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Sakura slashed down again. Under the light of the Buddha, the night turned into day. Admiring Heaven seal. Zhou Qian unleashed all of his techniques and struck out 3 hand seals. Finally, he managed to push Deity Tian back. However, at that moment, Zhou Qian's Dao essence had been consumed quite a bit. Unfortunately, even though the seal managed to push Deity Tian back, it was still impossible for him to severely injure him with his current strength. Early Emperor Realm, Mid-Emperor Realm, Late Emperor Realm, Half-Step Emperor Realm, Venerable Mu Ling murmured. He looked at Deity Tian and was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the other party's strength had actually reached the Emperor Realm. This was simply unbelievable. Although it was just a phantom, this Emperor Realm phantom had left them with no way out. This was a dead end. You guys go first, I'll hold him back. Zhou Qian said solemnly. He struck out with his palm and supported the crystal coffin with his shoulder. At that moment, Zhou Qian felt that Zhou Qian's strength was rising continuously. He couldn't hold on any longer. With a palm strike, Zhou Qian's palm cracked open and blood splattered everywhere. No, you can't stop him. Reverend Mu Ling's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Zhou Qian was continuously retreating in defeat. He kept throwing out palm seals, but to Deity Tian, it was like pouring a cup of water into a burning cart of firewood. Emperor Realm. After finally swallowing the thousand Buddha relic, the strength of the phantom directly reached the Emperor Realm. Zhou Qian and the others felt numb on their scalps. Mo Yundi and the others were completely dumbfounded. They didn't expect Sakura to be so terrifying. The Emperor Realm was a realm that they couldn't reach in their lifetime. Even their old ancestors might not have such strength, right? Sakura was one of the 20 heavens in charge of the power of thunder and lightning in Buddhism sect. He was the most powerful guardian of revered Buddha, an existence comparable to Avalokitesvara. Now that he had devoured the 10,000 Buddha relic, one could imagine what kind of shocking realm this guy had reached. Are we all going to die here? That's right. Will we be able to survive? If we're going to die, we'll die together. None of yous can escape. But I don't want to die here. I don't want to die here. I haven't married yet. Everyone was in incomparable pain and heartache. There were even some experts who had just escaped from the sea of bitterness and escaped from Sakura's evil clutches. If they were killed by Sakura again at this time, it would be no different from being struck by lightning from a clear sky. They might as well have died at that time. Now that they were given hope, they were once again exterminated. This kind of despair and agony was completely different from ordinary people. This time's my turn. Tyrant smiled and looked at Zhou Qian. In the past, you've always been the one to turn the tide and steal all the limelight. This time let me do it. Tyrant's determination was something that Zhou Qian had never seen before. Little Qinzi, don't disappoint little you. Don't disappoint me. Tyrant's palm moved towards the sky. Facing Sakura, he didn't care about anything else. He knew that he wasn't Sakura's opponent, but he wanted to buy time for Zhou Qian and the rest. With Sakura's current strength, no one was his opponent. At this time, if they continued to be stubborn, they might be annihilated. Tyrant! Zhou Qian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he furiously roared. However, it was already too late for him to save Deity Tian. Right now, Tyrant was going to use his own body to block Deity Tian. This was their only chance. You fool! Zhou Qian roared like thunder. However, at this moment he would never give up on his brothers and escape alone. At this moment Mo Yundi, Kong Chongyun and the others had already begun to lead the crowd away. The crowd was surging and the building was now empty. On Sakura's body, golden light shone resplendently like the sun. It was so dazzling that no one could look at it directly. At this moment, Tyrant rushed up to stop Sakura without a care in the world. He was definitely going to die. If I don't enter hell, who will? Tyrant smiled faintly and remained calm. Even though he knew that there was no way out, he was still resolute and did not hesitate in the slightest. He didn't want to be a hero, he just wanted to save more people. Jiang Qin had found Yan Qinyu, and if he were to die like this, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Therefore, Tyrant decided to let himself bear all the responsibility. Since he could save more people, why not? Courting death. Sakura roared. Rays of light pierced through Tyrant's body. At this moment, Jiang Qin was in a daze. Tyrant, you lunatic. Can you hear me? Jiang Qin roared hysterically. Mo Yundi and the rest had already retreated and escaped from the purple bamboo forest. However, Jiang Qin didn't move an inch. Standing beside him was Reverend Wood's spirit. Because this was his home, Avalokitesvara's place. It was also the only place where he could feel his existence. If he left this place, where could he go? Despair, pain, and loss filled Jiang Qin's heart. Reverend Wood's spirit was the same. Because at this moment, Tyrant's body was completely pierced through by the rays of light. He turned into nothingness. His flesh was badly mangled and there wasn't even a corpse left. You dare to fight with me? You guys are too inexperienced. Ah. Chapter 3776. Monk, I'm sorry. Jiang Qin's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. That was his closest brother, but now he was killed by Sakura Tian. One could imagine Jiang Qin's pain. All of you go to hell too. Sakura Tian said faintly. However, at this moment the blood in Jiang Qin's body was boiling. His anger surged and rushed to the sky. I will make you pay with your blood. Jiang Qin's roar echoed for thousands of miles. Mo Yundi and the others who had escaped far away felt their hearts palpitate. Jiang Qin's roar was terrifying and full of murderous intent. At this moment, Jiang Qin was completely enraged. The death of Tyrant completely ignited the anger in his heart. He was determined to kill Sakura Tian in the cycle of reincarnation. You don't know what's good for you. Go to hell. Sakura Tian's expression was as usual. He shot out a palm that even an Emperor Realm expert couldn't resist. That kind of earth-shattering Buddhist charm shook the heavens. Jiang Qin was fearless. The power of Tao accumulation filled his body. The terrifying aura and the will to conquer the heavens were invincible. What a terrifying power of Tao accumulation. Sakura Tian frowned. Jiang Qin's power of Tao accumulation continued to rise and condense. His palm's Buddhist charm actually couldn't kill Jiang Qin in one blow. Let's see how long you can resist. Sakura Tian turned his palm again. Thunder shook the heavens and the earth. A terrifying palm print spread out, destroying the purple bamboo forest. The mountain rocks fell and the earth shook. However, Jiang Qin still rushed to Sakura Tian like a raging fire. Give me your life. Jiang Qin was fearless. His will to conquer the heavens was irreversible. In his world of Tao accumulation, he was the most powerful existence. Above the heavens were no exception. With a thought, Jiang Qin soared up 90,000 miles into the sky. Relying on the undying soaring heaven fighting intent, his Tao accumulation was unparalleled. The 4 layers of Tao accumulation were unleashed with full force, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Black Heaven Seal. The 4th seal of the sky-expanding seal, the mysterious heavenly seal, was already quite terrifying for Jiang Qin. Moreover, Jiang Qin had already broken through the peak of the 3rd level of Tao connotation. The power of the 4th level of Tao connotation gathered by the mysterious heavenly seal almost made Sakura Heaven, who was at the Emperor Realm, pale. Heaven expanding seal, it's the heaven expanding seal again. A centipede dies but doesn't fall down. I am the true Supreme Buddha. No one can defeat me. How dare you? Vairocana seal. Sakura Heaven condensed the power of the heavens and launched a blow, colliding with Jiang Qin's mysterious heavenly seal. At that moment, Jiang Qin was completely defeated and flew backward. His face was extremely solemn, but his palm was still tightly holding the crystal coffin on his shoulder. In this battle, Jiang Qin had tried his best. Sakura Heaven retreated 10 steps and his divine soul phantom became a lot dimmer. Obviously, he was seriously injured. However, the 4th seal of Jiang Qin had also exhausted all of his Tao accumulation. Even with the 4th level of Tao accumulation, he couldn't bear it. After all, Jiang Chen's cultivation was still too weak. Using the 4th level of Dao accumulation and the mysterious heavenly seal was a great burden for Jiang Chen, which directly made him run out of oil. To be able to block this blow of mine, you can be considered to have died a worthy death. You are indeed very strong, but unfortunately you are still too weak. The power of Dao accumulation can't be used perfectly in your hands. You can only use 40 to 50% of its power. When you reach the Emperor realm, perhaps this blow will be able to make me face it seriously. Sakura Heaven said very coldly. In his opinion, the serious injury he suffered was still nothing. However, the problem was that Jiang Chen had run out of oil and he no longer had any opponent. Ba, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? A chant that sounded like the Sanskrit of the heavens and earth returned to the ground. In the purple bamboo forest, rays of brilliance gathered. That voice was extremely familiar to Jiang Chen, but it was even more solemn and overbearing. The unquestionable supreme Sanskrit made Di Shirtian's body tremble. Buddha. Sakura Heaven's voice had a trace of trembling and his eyes were incomparably complicated. Impossible, this is impossible. Sakura Heaven directly denied his own words. However, at that moment Reverend Wood's spirit had already knelt down. Above the sky, an illusory figure gradually converged and started to reconstruct his golden body with the help of the Buddha's light. That figure, if it wasn't Tyrant, who else could it be? Buddha, Tyrant, it was actually Buddha. Jiang Chen was also filled with shock and disbelief. He originally thought that Tyrant was already dead, but he didn't expect that he would actually start to reconstruct his golden body and his strength would also increase by leaps and bounds. At this moment, within the golden light, Tyrant had already gradually gathered all the Buddha's light. Ba. The sea of bitterness is boundless, repent and you will be saved. Indra, this is the karma of your life, stop it. Buddha is merciful, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. The current Tyrant was 60 to 70% similar to the previous Tyrant. However, there was a supreme majesty and Buddha's light that lingered around his body. However, Jiang Chen was sure that this person was definitely Tyrant. His gaze was definitely not wrong. Tyrant was reborn. How is this possible? Tyrant is actually Buddha Tathagata? At this moment, Reverend Wood's spirit put his palms together and silently stared at Tyrant with a pious expression on his face. Starlight overflowed in all directions and overflowed with colors. The golden light shone on Tyrant's body, causing his body to become incomparably holy, incomparably auspicious, and incomparably majestic. One didn't know the true face of Mount Lu, only because they were inside this mountain. At this moment, Reverend Wood's spirit would never have dreamed that the real Buddha was right beside him. Not only him, even Indra and Sakura didn't expect that the Buddha was right in front of them. Tyrant's rebirth was formed by the convergence of Buddha's aura. At this moment it was like a dream. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seemed that all of this wasn't the end. Good brother. Jiang Chen murmured. He didn't expect that his good brother would actually be the controller of the Buddha world, the ancestor of all Buddhas. Even Jiang Chen was filled with shock. It seemed that the reincarnation of Buddha wasn't a baseless rumor. At this moment Tyrant also completely fused with the heart of Buddha. Because he had reconstructed his golden body, he was no longer the Tyrant of the past but the real Buddha. The memories of his previous life returned to his mind. Tyrant gazed at the world of mortals with his palms together. His heart was clear and pure without any impurities. All evils are born from the heart. The Buddhist sect is in chaos, and this humble monk cannot absolve himself from the blame. I have sinned.